you're here, if it's not checked, or your name's not on the list, please feel free to add your information, add your email address. And with that, I'd like to quickly go around the room and see who we all have here tonight. Just say who you are and what town you're with. You want to start, Patrick?
Sure. I'm Patrick Moreland. I'm town rep.
I'm Gretchen Haverluck. I represent the town of Bloomington, but I live in Whitingham.
Jen Burnell, live in Whitingham.
Dave Jones, I live in Brookline.
Omar Smith, Reedsboro.
Gail Robertson, Newfane.
Rick Piccolo, Newfane.
Steve Naracco, Dover.
Will Bissonette, Townsend.
Greg Melmans, Jamaica.
Bob DeSorbo, Townsend.
Andy Snelling, Townsend.
David Sherry, Wyndham.
Bill Estes, Marlboro.
Caroline Robbins, Jamaica.
Chris Robbins, Jamaica.
Ed Bartlett, Marlboro.
Joe Prignano, Marlboro. Stephen John, Marlboro.
Lynn Forrest, Newfane.
Joanne Leone, South Newfane.
David Jones, Halifax.
Toby Fitch, South London, Derry.
Peter Sebastian, Wardsboro.
Donna Sebastian, Wardsboro. Liz Fortin, Wardsboro. Donna Fernandez, Wardsboro.
Kyle Steve, Whitingham.
Wayne Forrest, Whitingham.
Ann Mangler, Wilmington.
Betsy Wadsworth, Stratton. Candy Leonard, Stratton.
Erin Astley, Whitney.
Bobby Kilburn, Westminster.
Pete Van Lower, Newfane.
Renata Cowling, Newfane.
Rusty Davis, Weston.
Emerald City, Vernon.
Charlie Goodwin, Weston.
Munson Hanks, Vernon.
Thomas Lockelberg, Vernon.
Great. Thank you. And one thing I want to mention before we move on, I do have resolutions of participation and official appointees from 19 of our 27 towns. So if you're a town that hasn't sent that information to me yet, please do as soon as possible. And with that, I'll turn it over to Carol.
Okay, so you know that we're working on this project is being funded by a broadband innovation grant. I like the fact that it's called a big grant. In many ways, I wish it were bigger, but it's a great grant from the Vermont Department of Public Service. The broadband innovation grant is going to provide participating Windham County towns with a strategy and a plan to deploy fiber broadband to the residents and businesses of this area. We're, of course, partnering, Windham Planning is partnering with Rural Innovation Strategies, I always think of it as RISI, from Heartland and ValleyNet from Royalton. So RISI works with rural towns across the country to establish foundations for the digital economy. And ValleyNet provides design, engineering, operations for EC Fiber and Lime Fiber. Here, EC Fiber is a communication union district here in Vermont, and Lime Fiber is an organization right across the river in Lyme, New Hampshire. And so we'll be providing strategy, policy, market analysis for fiber deployment, and a feasibility and a business plan. The feasibility plan has to go to the state for approval. So here's the sort of project workflow here. You see the survey and some field work, our gathering all the data that we need and mapping into a feasibility study. That study has to be reviewed by a third party as well as the state before we can proceed. At the end of that, then we move on to a business plan for the second piece of the funding. It is our intention to look at communication union districts and try and decide what makes up critical mass. Are we talking about one in this area or two? I doubt that there would be three, but that's a possibility. But making sure there are enough towns involved so that there is critical mass to make up a district to make it feasible. And so we will be making a recommendation along those lines. Doesn't mean that the town has to agree to join. It's just the recommendation that will be that we think will work best for the region. As you know, in the Northeast Kingdom, they've decided on one district. It's quite a lot of towns, but because of the sparseness of the population, it made sense to have one district in that area. So many of them are voting at town meetings for that matters. So we go on to the business plan. The idea behind the business plan is that you end up with a document and enough documentation to present, to do an RFP with, but also that you could possibly get VEDA funding. So, Vermont Economic Development has has loans, grants, I wish there were better, low interest loans, up to $4 million for communication union districts to get off the ground. And so that would be the next step down that line. Any questions for me? So tonight's really about this survey, which is an important tool.
Just repeat what VEDA is.
Vermont Economic Development Authority, I believe. Yes.
So, one question about how come in the discussions we've had so far, the rural utility service funding hasn't come up? You're familiar with that, I assume?
RUS funding.
Yeah.
So RUS funding is also part of the USDA funding, and it's a little bit problematic in the state of Vermont. Not impossible, but USDA funding was used to build the Vermont VTEL wireless overlay here in Vermont, and as a result, any areas that are touched by that are not eligible for future funding for the expansion of broadband at the moment. I know.
Is there a challenge happening to that?
Yes, there is. So I know the senators and the representative from this state are challenging that in Washington, trying to allow us to at least say it's supposed to be here, but it's not. That my neighbor can have a wireless connection, but the person on the other side of the mountain cannot, and to be able to judge where it is and where it isn't.
Phil, I can send you some more information on the challenge process, and it leaves a lot to be desired, but I can share that with you.
Is VTEL being held responsible in any capacity? Or gonna help us fund?
The challenge is with the original VTEL grant, they only had to provide service that was at 768, so really slow service. And you'd have to challenge that they're not providing that level of service. They have fulfilled their grant, is what's been decided by the powers that be. As a result, though, a large portion of the state does not have access to USDA funds at this time.
But the RUS grants are quite a challenge to even get.
Right.
You've got to spend a bundle of money before you can even apply, is that correct?
Well, I think you have to submit a powerful grant, but it also requires some match funding, among other things. And so it's, they're all a little bit different, the RUS grants versus the Reconnect grants and something else. However, we know that there are towns here in Vermont who have gotten some economic development grants for the purpose of things like broadband studies and that type of feasibility, not pre-feasibility kinds of work that's been done. Reedsboro, what was your grant from?
Yeah, it was from USDA,
Yeah.
from economic
So and I know that's true in Newbury as well. Yes.
Where do town votes fall into the mix?
Okay, so in this project, we're going to recommend what we think communication union districts look like, right? And that's where town votes would fall into the mix, to join a communication union district. Now, there are some that are going up before town meeting already in March, and so it's a question of how big those districts might be, and do you join those districts that already are going to exist, which only takes the vote of the select board, or are we trying to create another district that would have to go to a town meeting? So if we're joining a district that already exists, then that makes it much easier for all of those that aren't on the ballot this time around.
But there's nothing in the law that says one CUD and another CUD can't join together.
There is nothing in the law that says that can't happen.
And also, the towns do not need to be contiguous. correct?
There is nothing in the law that says they have to be contiguous. Yeah. All set? So let's move on to the survey.
So I'm gonna try to get through all of this and then let's try to do questions at the end, if that makes sense, just to get through the actual presentation part of it. So basically what we're going to do is I'm going to go through some background information, context about the survey, strategies for it, then we'll do questions, and then we'll look at the survey itself and make sure all the questions on the actual survey make sense, if that works for you. Of course, if someone has a burning question, I might make allowances. Anyways, the survey is a typical first step in these kind of feasibility study processes. So we want to get it done right. It is foundational to everything else. And it's meant to provide a big picture view and add color to the other data that we are collecting. So the entire feasibility study won't be based just off this survey. It will be based off of many different types of data. It'll be based on Carol's experience with ValleyNet and what has worked in other places in Vermont. It'll be based on data we get from the state of Vermont. But the survey is an important component to that. This survey, it's required in the big grant proposal. And it's also, we've built it based on models that have been used in a lot of other broadband projects. So the questions we're asking, how we're asking them, why we're asking them is built on a foundation of research and testing that has happened in other similar projects. We want to do our best to eliminate confusion for everyone in this room, but also for everyone across the Wyndham region that's going to be taking the survey, right? We want to reduce the number of questions that we get. That being said, there may always be confusion, there may always be questions, so we also want to make sure that everyone in this room has as much context as possible so you can help when you're sharing the survey with people and they have questions, you can kind of be the first line of defense. We'd love to get a 20% response rate, right? If there are about 30,000 people in the Wyndham region, that means about 6,000 responses. That would be that would be a success for us. So the goals for the survey, one of the most important things is to establish what areas are served and what areas are unserved. And we'll take a look at the questions that work to establish that. We want to get a clear picture of current and potential usage of the internet, of broadband. We want to be able to estimate the rate of adoption, which is important for when we're looking for ISPs that will ultimately want to come bid on running this network. So we want to be able to tell them, look, we're pretty sure that this amount of people will adopt this service. And again, that'll be based on the survey, but also historical data and knowledge from ValleyNet's experience. We want to help providers understand revenue opportunities, right? We don't want to shortchange what we say, is the potential revenue for operating this network. And we also want to use the survey as the first tool to build more public awareness, excitement, and momentum. Great article in the Brattleboro Reformer about it, and we want to build on that with the survey to make sure that we have as much buy-in from the community as possible. This caveat, I think I already covered. The survey is one source of data that will be used to address the above questions. We'll use it in conjunction with other data, which will create a very clear, rounded out picture. Okay, so we are going to, I'm going to go over now how people can respond to the survey. So we're making an online version of the survey that is really nice, simple. It will be at wyndhamregional.org/broadband. A bunch of other resources will be housed there, but that is the survey is not online now. Other resources are online now. So we will update everyone when that is online. But this survey can be taken at work. It can be taken at home on your DSL. That is the easiest place for us to process the data if people take it online, because then it automatically goes into a spreadsheet, which we can then analyze. So the more online submissions we get, the less data entry we have to do. To direct people to this survey, we'll go through a bunch of places we can disseminate this, but we're also going to hand out templates for kind of little business card size handouts with the URL. So for example, you can print off a sheet. A sheet has 8 of them. We've got a bunch here, and what this allows you to do is go to town meeting, pass a stack down the row where you're sitting, and it just has a little tiny bit of context and the URL, right? We want to save paper, and this is like something you can give to people to just let them know where the URL is and how they can get there. The survey can also be taken on smartphones. It is mobile compatible, and it can be taken multiple times from the same phone. So if you are talking with some friends at a cafe and one of you has a phone, you want to pass it around, somebody take it, the other person can take it. You can take it multiple times from the same phone. We will also provide paper copies. We'll provide a paper version that you can print. We may have some copies here to go over, but once we get your feedback on the survey, we will create a PDF of it, and you can use printed surveys if you want. The paper version will have instructions for sending it in by mail. Of course, you can also collect them and send them in a batch. We won't be able to go out and obviously collect them all ourselves, but if you could help facilitate the collection of those, that would be great. And I know there was a question about it at the previous discussion. We aren't going to be doing any mass mailings of the survey, so it all has to be kind of through this grassroots effort. So how are we going to work to get the survey out there? So digital distribution, there's a lot of things we can do. First of all, we'll use social media. And what I would say would be most effective is if you wait for the Wyndham Regional Commission to post it on their social media and then share that. Not only is it easy for you all to get the information right, and you don't have to type it in, you don't have to worry about it, but that's the best strategy for telling the social media algorithms that what we're sharing is important, and it will get more reach the more we work off of the same posts. So engaging with the first posts that the WRC creates will be great. And what we'll do is, we have all your email addresses. We will let you know when the posts are up, and then you can go there and share them. Listservs. Listservs are great. I love the Heartland listserv. I love seeing when people's horses are loose and all that. And the listservs are going to be great to share this as well. I would say it's even okay to send it out to the listserv multiple times. Obviously, you don't want to do it every day. But sending it to listservs is going to be really helpful. And again, we'll provide you with a little language you can use. There's language that'll be at the top of the survey for context. There's little language on the cards. So please feel free to use anything of the written content that we've created to just make it easy to send it out on listservs. Front Porch Forum, same thing, very similar to the listserv if you have accounts on Front Porch Forum, and they've been very generous in saying if we need any help disseminating it on Front Porch Forum, they would be more than happy to help us do that. If your town has a newsletter, getting it in the town newsletter is really great. If your town has a website, finding a way to get it on the website would be really great. That means talking to whoever administers that website. You can actually, they're annoying, but you can have those things happen where if you go to the website, a pop-up comes up and says, hey, have you heard about this survey? Just an idea if you want to be ambitious about that. Any other newsletters that you know of or you're a part of are great. The library might send out a newsletter, who knows? And then, of course, personal outreach to neighbors and friends is really helpful, and it can be really easy, simple. Hey, I'm a part of this broadband group that's working to bring better infrastructure to our community. We're trying to get a survey going about, what have you. Would you mind filling this out and sharing it with your friends? All of that is really great. Hard copy surveys, again, we prefer people to take it online because it's easier for us, but not everyone can do that, so it's certainly fine to work with hard copies. We have flyers, PDFs of flyers with both pull tabs and just flyers without the pull tabs that you can post at town buildings, bulletin boards, bus stops, wherever. Again, I mentioned the handouts. If you are going to the dump, bring some with you, right? If you are going to the library, bring some with you. You know, wherever you're going and you think you might run into some people, it's a great excuse to have a nice conversation with your neighbors and to give them a little bit of paper to help them know where to go to take the survey. You know, put it on the chalkboard next to the drink specials. You know, we can get creative with this, with non-digital ways to disseminate the survey. If you walk your dog every day, might as well knock on your neighbor's door. Letters to the editor are great. And again, we're going to go over all the ideas you have for disseminating the survey after we get through this presentation. Just some things that you don't have to do that I would recommend avoiding. No need to, if you're worrying about response rates and feel like, oh, maybe you know what your neighbor gets for internet, so you might as well fill it out for them. I would say just hold off on that. Thanks, but no thanks. You know, we want to make sure that everyone who's responding to the survey is responding for themselves or with the explicit consent of someone else. So if you have a neighbor who has maybe trouble using a phone and you want to fill it out for them, that's great, but no need to fake responses. And please don't, in fact. If you collect paper surveys and want to enter them, again, this is why we made it so you can enter the survey multiple times. If you are sitting around, watching a show, watching the, what did we say here, watching the sap boil, and wanted to enter some surveys, that would be fantastic. And that way you don't have to send them in or bring them in, the paper copies. You're not supposed to put them under the car windshield wipers. You're not supposed to leave them in mailboxes. And if you're going door to door on your dog walk or just visiting neighbors, no soliciting signs. You're not supposed to approach those houses, even though you're not selling something. And also just be careful. No need to get bit by a dog that seems aggressive to knock on the last house on your door, on your walk. So we are here to support you in any way we can. But we're really excited, and we're excited that there are so many people here because it means that there is an energy already behind this that's going to be really useful. So all of you should feel completely deputized to drive the engagement in your own towns, and let us know how we can help. So you all know your community best. If you think of something in a week or two and want to just run it by me or any of us, or I guess direct it to me, that's fine. Happy to help. But feel free to do what you think is right for your own community. Again, if you can answer questions first, that would be great. We also have an FAQ that'll be on the same at the same URL as are on the cards. And then, of course, if there's a question that you don't know, do reach out to us, and we'll answer it and also add it to the FAQ so that other people can find the answer. We'd also love it if you could be kind of an ear to the ground about what's going on in your communities. If, for example, there is misinformation out there and you're worried that somebody responds to your post on the listserv and says something that really isn't true or is kind of could be hurtful or harmful, do let us know. We would love to know just that everything is going smoothly, and if there's anything kind of untoward happening, do let us know. If you want to schedule a check-in with me, you are welcome to. I think what I would love is to just get an email update from you, and I'll send out an email halfway through just saying, hey, how's it going? Just to make sure things are going well. If you really want to call me, you're welcome to call me, but I'll be checking in maybe once or twice through the process. Just quick note via email to make sure things are going well. Okay, so we're going to review the survey questions. I guess let's take a vote. Do you want to talk about more distribution methods now, or do you want to talk about the survey questions?
I have a distribution question.
Great. Let's do it.
Have you folks had any conversations about the best way for those of us with large numbers of second homes in our community, how to handle that? And do you have any sense across the whole regional commission how many of the properties actually are second homes?
Great questions.
You're trying to get to 20%. It's gonna be hard to do that without them.
Yep. So yes. So there's a few things. Good question. Since we're not doing mailings, we know that we're not going to reach the second homeowners who are not going to be in town for the winter. That's okay. What we'll use to supplement that is with knowledge of how often second homeowners buy fiber internet service based on what has happened in ValleyNet's catchment area and in other places. And yes, if you see some people who are there half the year around, great. If you know people that you're friends with and can include them in an email or something like that, great. But it's true, we won't be able to get everyone who's a second homeowner.
So follow up to that, will you pass something on the survey, then we'll see it in a second, that says, are you a
Yes.
permanent or, okay.
We will.
I was actually thinking of putting up a kiosk that I would man at Bromley. To catch
On the local days.
on the weekends, so that out of and holidays, because I got some hookups there, also Magic Mountain. 'Cause I got some old iMacs that I was thinking of, locking on one web page.
Yeah, I would be curious to know how that goes. It could be really great.
Well, I mean, because Londonderry in particular has a huge number of, just as many out-of-state as in-state residents. So I was trying to figure out ways of making it happen with the non-locals, because, other than at the supermarket on the weekend or at the one stop sign in town, you don't see anybody.
Yeah, so if you do that, let me know how it goes.
I will.
Please. Yeah.
Point of information and a question. Statewide, half of our properties are second homeowners.
Yep.
And those statistics are available online. You have access to them too.
Yep.
Question, what are the dates? That our timeline is exceedingly tight here. And we want to get in front of we have an informational meeting for our town meeting on February 24th.
Yep.
We want to have the surveys in hand so we can hand them out and administer them there and at town meeting. When will we get them, and what is the due date?
So the due date is March 17th, I believe. Is that right? And depending on the feedback we get today about the survey, tomorrow I'm going to work on updating the survey if we have any feedback. And so early next week, at the latest, is when I would say it'll be posted online and ready to be disseminated, barring the catastrophe.
It'll be at that site, on
Yeah,
the broadband
we'll be right
site,
here.
And those flyers that went around today, they're all on that website. You can download them and print them out yourselves. There's also a project summary sheet that you could use for articles as well.
I'll go here and then keep working around. Yeah.
Lynn Forrest, new thing. About a year and a half, the planning commission did a survey. One of the ways we let people know is we spent $100 and we did every door direct mail. It wasn't a survey. It was, this is what's going on. It's one sheet of paper. That's all you're allowed to do. And it goes to everybody in that particular zip code. And so we covered Newfane, Williamsville, South Newfane, and Newfane, and then included for Brookline because they get it whenever we do that. So it's a really, if the select board doesn't mind spending a little bit of money, it's a real effective way to let people know. And then they also go to second homeowners if they come up for the snow, and it's right there in their mailbox.
Can I ask a question? How long did it take to get that together? Like, between when you decided to do it and when it landed on the doorsteps?
48 hours. Well,
Okay.
well, let me see. From the time I decided to do it, which meant I got an artist to do the layout, and but if I had the flyer and it was done already, you just take it, you grab online, you fill out what zip code it goes to. It tells you how much it costs. You put in your credit card, and then you take that form with flyers to the post office, and in batches of 100.
And this is all through USPS?
USPS, they did a great job. Cool.
So I'd also like to add that if you wanted to do postcards, printing postcards, about 250 of them is about $55 at Staples. And mailing them is 35 cents each. So 250 postcards could go out for under $150. And so I wouldn't do that to the whole town though, but that is a good way to reach those second homeowners. And you all have those addresses because that's where their tax bill goes.
That's great.
Do we have on the website or in any of the literature, is there any kind of like a scannable QR code that can take people to the website?
We decided to not do a QR code because, well, yeah, we just figured the URL would be good enough. But you know, if you think otherwise, happy to talk about it. I mean, we could set it up. I figured. Yeah.
It might be helpful for people doing it on their mobile phones and do like a bit.ly, like a shortened link, so they don't have to type in as long of a address as that, as much as that's easy to remember.
Yeah, it was a trade-off between memory.
QR code on the flyer, so as you're going into the grocery store, you're looking at the bulletin board, scan.
Yeah, you can do it while you're waiting in line and stuff. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, here.
How are we going to, I mean, each town is, I assume, going to take some role in getting the surveys out in their town.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the return of it is going to be going directly to you guys, and some of it's going to come back to us. How are we, or are we not expected to coordinate what kind of response we're getting? Is that all going to rest with Wyndham Regional, or how does that work?
You mean coordinate the response in
Yeah, I mean, how
monitoring to make sure we're on track?
Yes.
So I'm hoping that we'll have a good understanding of how on track we are based on the online responses. That being said, you know, Sue is going to be getting the ones that are coming in via mail. And, you know, we'll just, I would say, you could let us know how, so you can save, you don't have to send them one at a time when they come in, or you don't have to drive them in one at a time, but maybe let us know kind of via email how many you've got, if you've got a lot that you're kind of waiting to batch together to send them in.
Let me restate the question.
Yeah.
How can we get feedback from you? How many responses from our town you have, and even more detailed, how can we know which addresses you have the responses from so that we can follow up? Our goal is to achieve the response rate, and if we have that type of detailed information, we might be better able to follow up.
Yes, so that's a great question. So when I send a little brief email to check in with you, say in two or 3 weeks, right, maybe halfway through, I will include information about how many respondents there are per town. I'm not sure if I can give you all the addresses. Let me think about that. I don't know if there's anything about that would be an issue, but at the very least, we'll know kind of that we're on the right track. Yeah, unless anyone else has. We asked for the address. Yeah, yeah. It seems like, do you think there's an issue with giving out addresses and names?
Well, we just said
It would be,
we're not going to use them for anything.
It would be a lot of survey. It would certainly be more work to provide documents.
Do you have a box that somebody checks and says, please share my information with my town folks?
We have a box that we have some.
All that stuff is already on our brand list, which is out on everybody's website, so it's a public document.
Right.
To be successful, we need that data so we can follow up.
Okay.
It is a public document, but it is a voluntary public document as opposed to.
Last time I heard, my tax bill wasn't voluntary.
What I'm saying is this is, so it's an opt-in, so you can't necessarily share that.
Okay. So let's do this. I will say now that unless I come to a different understanding in the next few days thinking about it and thinking about if it would be an issue, I will take the online respondents, split them up by town, and then be able to share halfway through actual addresses in the spreadsheet form. Now, I can't promise that I'll have done data entry or will have done data entry for physical copies. And that, again, is something that if you get a physical copy back, and you want to enter it in while you're watching TV, so you don't have to send it in, that helps us immensely, and then that will then be included when I touch base halfway through.
We're running at 20%, you don't need 20%.
Right.
What are you spending money?
Sure.
We've already spoken to the school board, and they're on board. They're having a budget review meeting on the 24th, and we're going to be there, even making a presentation. We've talked to our state rep.
Great.
Who represents Guilford and Vernon, and she'll be speaking at town meeting the first night, and she'll mention this. We're going to have tables at town meeting. Vernon is unlike a lot of places. We have meeting twice, 2 nights. So we have permission to have tables at the back. And also election day is Tuesday. We're going to have a table there during that. One of the things that we have done before this is we got it in the town plan. And that means that the town is on board with it. When we went to the school board the other night, one of the members asked us, well, how do I know what my amount of service is? And it's on our bill. It's right there on my bill. So I think that's an important thing to tell people.
To reiterate, what we went to the school board for was to get them to get the kids to take the surveys home to their families, or maybe we'll just use every Friday they send out a packet to the home. The school board gives us permission to get the principal to put those in, so there's nothing better than having kids yelling at their parents.
Yeah, homework.
And the principal, if needed, she does this, and she volunteered, she does email blasts to the parents. So,
it's a good
that's really great, and I assume most of your state reps also have email lists that they send out communication to. So not only could they talk about it at town meeting, they could put a note out to their constituents from their list.
oh, and one more thing, we're going to have a sign when we do the table on election day, and it's been recommended by 2 different people that we say something like, would you like to increase the resale value of your home by 6%? I don't know about you, but that gets people in our town.
6% raise, you got that number.
Yeah.
I've seen broadband communities, it depends, it's like 2 to 3% if it goes by your house, but it's 4 to 6 if you're actually connected. Broadband Communities magazine is an online magazine, terrific, but just great information.
And it's free.
And it's
Okay, so let's go over the survey. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, one more.
That's like.
I'm curious how you plan to manage multiple conflicting responses coming from the same address.
Hopefully there won't be too many of those. Yeah, you know, I get better service in the bathroom than anywhere else, so maybe they took it in different rooms. No, I'm kidding. I hadn't thought about it. I hope, and I'm pretty sure there won't be too many conflicting responses. We are only asking for 1 response per address, but there's a question about how many people in your home use the internet, just so that we can gauge, you know, bandwidth needs.
Yeah,
so
that's something we should emphasize when promoting the survey, is that we're looking for 1 response per household.
Yep.
What about apartment buildings?
Yeah, what about that?
Different addresses.
Yeah, different addresses. They may have different subscriptions. Yeah.
Are you gauging bandwidth needs just solely on number of persons?
No. Let's go. We'll go over you'll know when we go over the questions. Yeah. That's just one of the ways we get. Okay. Yeah. Let's.
Maybe we could talk a little bit more about distribution if folks want.
Okay. So I can pull it up on your computer too. Is that right here?
I noticed a lot of people taking pictures of the presentation. Would you be able to send the presentation out?
It will be on our website.
There you
Tomorrow?
That's
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. You may need to share it, but I think I can probably just. Oh. screen. It'll be on the screen too.
I've seen them.
The flyers are one page.
Was there any thought about putting this in a Survey Monkey form?
It is.
It is in a Survey Monkey.
It is in a SurveyMonkey form, and that will be on wyndhamregional.org/broadband. So, and that's where you can transfer the physical copies into the digital.
Just jump to the questions.
So the survey is set up in sections. So the first section deals with some information to make sure we know who is answering the survey and where they are and what their address is. So we ask for their E911 street address, and again, we can compare that to data from the state. We ask for the town, and in case somebody picks it up who's not in the Wyndham region, we have the kind of other option. We want to know what their electric utility is.
Are there more surveys? We're out.
Okay, does everyone have surveys?
You might have to share if there are. Yep.
The middle of that page, or the first page, it says we are collecting E911 addresses, street addresses for the purposes of establishing areas, roads, and neighborhoods.
Yep.
But these addresses will not be used for any other purpose.
Gotcha. So I can remove that before we send it out.
You can adjust that.
Yeah.
Other than for.
How about no nefarious purposes?
There you go.
So we want to know who the utility is because we want more information about the utility poles in their neighborhood. We ask if they're a year-round resident, if they rent or own, and how many in the house, people in the house use the internet currently or would use the internet if they had better service. So do you have a question or?
Correction. Jacksonville Village Electric Company.
Great. Yeah, you want to scroll. Sue's doing triple duty here. So, do you currently have internet service? Yeah.
I'm sorry. Do you think it would be worthwhile on the E911 address to include a little line after that, like apartment number or unit number, just to differentiate, 123 Main Street, apartment 4 from 123 Main Street, apartment 2?
Great idea. Yeah. Is that included in the E911? No, it's
I
not.
don't know, and I'm not sure if people responding to the surveys would.
Yeah.
It's not consistently included.
Okay.
Depends on how detailed towns have been about reporting their E911 data. So sometimes it's just one address, other times the units are in there too. So, but it wouldn't hurt to do.
Yeah, we'll put unit number if applicable. Good idea. Okay. Do you have internet service currently? If no, skip to question 16. But if so, what type of service do you use? Check all that apply. So what we're doing with the next series of questions is trying to get at the quality of internet service in a few different ways because not everyone will know the answer to all these questions. For example, someone might not know if they might know that they get service from VTEL, but they're not sure if it's VTEL fixed wireless or if they're in VTEL's fiber footprint or something like that. So this question and subsequent questions are all kind of touching on the same thing, which is what is the quality of your service, but they're asking it in different ways. So if they know what the actual infrastructure is, we'd love to know that right here. Do you want to scroll down?
For B, you should add Duncan.
Yes.
Yep.
Add Duncan.
Duncan. America runs on Duncan.
Very slowly.
And within some of those, there is fiber and there is also regular cable. Do you want to know that you?
Yeah, so that would be You mean within
Well, they're paying
cable?
for it if they're getting fiber, like Duncan has some fiber out there, not a lot.
So both, if they have cable or fiber, that counts as served. So essentially those get grouped in the same category because they can provide 25/3. So question 9, we want to know how people currently use the internet, right? Can they, do they run a company from their home? Do they have home security? Do they do email, social networking? Do they use the internet for government services? These are a range of things, and it helps us understand what the current capabilities of their internet is. You want to keep scrolling down? And so then we ask, after preparing them with that question, can they do these things easily, right? Can they receive emails with attachments easily? Can they play video games? Can they do video conferencing? Can they stream on multiple videos at once with different devices? Can they use a smart speaker? And all of this is, again, to get at how robust is their service.
It's a little vague in terms of, actually gauging. Like, I can do all that, can I do it easily? Absolutely not, but I can do all that.
Right. I mean, and again, this is going to be something where people's conceptions of easily might be different. It's a little hard to control for.
Regularly between can and do.
Yeah.
Triple out if you.
Regularly and easily. I like that.
Or
I like.
easily.
Yeah.
Underline easily.
Yeah. Yeah.
How many can I do at once?
Right. Right. And without a lag or without a delay, we can re-emphasize in addition to the without waiting for anything to load, we can emphasize without a lag or delay to really make it clear what we're asking.
Can I ask a question on the last section, because it just came up in our town about commercial use? I mean, there's no question commercially, is anyone using this and not working for them?
Yep, no, that's right. Residential provides the vast bulk of, what this network will cover. So that's really what entities look for in a feasibility study and a business plan. If a business wanted to fill this out on behalf of their business and on behalf of their house, that's fine too. But it's not a critical component. Is that true, Carol? Would you agree with that?
I think the small businesses, we might want to add a small, something along those lines, government services, businesses, and let them decide.
Yeah.
Because we have companies that are trying to use credit card machines and they don't operate at the same time.
Right, or you have to wait because somebody else is on the.
Right, so I think it's an important component of this survey that
Oh,
we
yeah.
have commercial demand in some of these small rural areas. Restaurants.
Great. Yeah.
And the other part of that same question is that one of the things we all want in our town is the second homeowner who's going to increasingly commute from their second home.
Right.
And they need a good, robust connection to do that.
Yep. Definitely.
Perhaps just in that, how do you use the internet and other, could have e-commerce. And that would take care of a lot of those questions about credit cards and.
Yep, shopping.
Shopping.
Yeah.
I wouldn't actually call it e-commerce, because that suggests that you're selling online.
Right.
I think what we're talking about is credit card processing. I might say something like.
You can put credit card process.
Yeah, small business.
Is that-
All right. Yeah, so that's a good flag. Thank you for that. We'll make sure that small business applications are included in the how do you use the internet.
Are you, when you have other, you're gonna have the box below that says, tell us what?
Yep, good flag. I'll make sure that the line shows up in the
Come into your house.
Okay, so we went over current service, Is your internet service
Question 10.
bundled? Yes.
What's the threshold for easily? What's the answer to the question, how easy is easily?
I would say easy is without waiting for things to load.
So in other words, instant.
Within reason, yeah. Nothing's instant.
No,
Yeah,
that's,
yeah, yeah.
that's a serious question.
Yeah.
You know, compared to what we used to have, right? What we have now is really good.
Right.
But, so it's easier.
Right.
So the real answer is instantly. Without any delay at all.
Without delay. Yep. That's.
Or would quickly be better than easily, because easily is
Instantly.
subjective and doesn't.
Sure. Yeah, I like that too. All right. I will clarify quickly and easily without delay, without waiting for anything to load.
Without buffering.
What's that?
Without buffering.
Without buffering. Yes.
But nobody knows what
Well,
buffering
that
is.
was my. That's why I didn't put that in there.
Nobody knows what buffering is. You do, but nobody else does. Ask somebody at Cronet's General Store in Jacksonville if they know what buffering is.
So we also want to know. If they have internet service that's bundled, we want to know that.
We talked about this at the last meeting.
Yes.
This isn't the right question. I want to know how many people have satellite TV. Because if they're spending $100 a month on satellite TV that can be avoided, that is really important to know. So this question needs to be changed. Because there is no cable TV where we live, so.
Yeah, but some towns there is.
Some towns there is.
Those towns have better internet already.
Well,
Right,
yes.
so the towns that, most of us in little towns do not have any cable TV, so we have no cable internet. So
Right.
if you watch TV, unless you have an antenna on your roof, it's satellite, and that's an important financial consideration.
Because all of a sudden, that bill goes away, everybody's
Yeah,
screaming.
yeah, that's a big bill.
It's a whole.
What number are you on, Phil?
Yeah, we will ask about TV providers too. That's a good idea.
Well, and also, would you want to have internet without having to have the cable or without having to have the telephone service? I just want the internet. Can I just have the internet someplace? Because my cable bill is killing me.
Well, by definition, that's what fiber is.
Right.
Internet.
But how does it get into the house then?
So we want to.
Fiber optic cable.
Number 11, you should go to security.
Oh, the phone
Bundles
bill.
are-
Is that something that?
I can't remember what the triple play, I guess it's internet, TV, telephone. Comcast offers security some places, I don't know if
I think they do like digital like cyber security.
they, yeah, I don't.
Okay. I'll look into that. So let's move on a little bit.
Another question?
Yeah.
Bundled with, is that the same thing as you get it from the same supplier or you have to get it from the supplier? In other words, I'm not even sure whether I could get my internet without getting my phone from CCI. But I do happen to get both. Are they bundled or not?
They are bundled.
They are,
Yep.
and you can, but you should check your bill, because it'll tell you whether you have a 2-year contract on one or the other. You can drop your
I
phone.
pay separately for both. I mean, I pay separately for each.
You do.
So, but that would, if it's from the same supplier, by definition, it's bundled.
Well, I think you'll find on your bill from CCI, if you've got phone service and internet, there's there's a discount. It's listed as a discount on your bill. And you can have, if you have DirecTV, with all of that, believe it or not, with CCI, that it was with Fairpoint, you would have a discount even though they don't have anything to do with it on your bill. So it's accounted for in something called a discount on your bill.
Yeah, but correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, I don't think you can get satellite TV, regardless of whether it's bundled with CCI or mine's bundled with my AT&T cell phone. But it's at least $60 to $70 a month to have satellite TV, and all you get is crappy channel. For $100, you get a few less crappy channel. That is a big factor in making this affordable.
I think we should put,
Yeah.
the TV provider question on here. I do. But bundled is
Well, then maybe it should be a separate question. Do you have satellite TV and what are you paying for it?
Yeah, that's
That'd be a
good.
huge number.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, great.
So we want to know how much people are currently paying for their bundled services. Just a range, right? We're not. It's going to be different for every town, but we just kind of generally want to know average pricing thresholds for.
Those who are using their hotspots to
Yep.
provide themselves service, is that bundled in here? It says telephone. You asked the question TV, telephone, but not cell. I'm just, because see if.
So what we
$500 a month on.
what we asked was whether you got your internet through mobile.
Right, that's.
Right.
That's question
Yes.
8.
And so are you saying we should have something more than that?
I'm just wondering in this question 11, cell service.
I see. Yeah, if that counts as bundled.
It's, yeah, some businesses,
Yeah, yeah. No, we could add that. I mean,
There's a lot of people using their
they're
hotspots.
using their data.
Their internet.
Yeah.
in our areas.
Okay, yeah.
Can I just go back to that bundling again? I mean, AT&T gives me $10 a month off on my DirecTV service because it's bundled with my cell phone. And DirecTV satellite and my cell phone have nothing to do with each other.
Yep.
So if I drive around our town, Whitingham, there's satellite TV dishes all over the place.
Yep.
And those people probably don't realize, and we want to teach them how they can stream the same thing for less money. So if people can get rid of $60, $70, $80, $100 a month in satellite TV costs, bundled or unbundled, that will encourage them to do broadband. And I think it's a huge number.
But that's not a great survey. But we'll get that answer, right? Because they're going to answer this question and say, my CCI bill is $75 to $99, or whatever it happens to be. And we're going to add that question about TV.
Yeah,
to the
so
survey.
the TV should have its own question.
Wouldn't there be a better way to phrase that question right there and just say, how much do you pay for these services, your telephone, your television, your internet, bundled or not? You know, because that's really the most important thing, is how much are people paying for all of those
What are you
services?
spending a month on internet and telephone and TV?
Sure. I'm
I
happy.
really appreciate the satellite TV thing to be its own question, because in the towns with no cable and
Yeah.
no cell service, people have satellite TV.
It will be. And I like that phrasing of how much do you spend for all of these services. I mean, this is what.
Each. That was the suggestion. How much do you pay for each of these services? How much do you pay for internet? How much do you pay for phone? How much do you pay for TV? Separate
That
numbers.
varies. No, that's hard to break out.
I think that's
It
very
doesn't matter.
useful.
People can come off the top of their head with one number, and
Yeah.
it's simple for, there's no difference breakdown, really, because
Yeah, I mean, and again, this is a. Yeah. The other thing.
Anyways, they got two CCI bills here for Marlboro, different service, and, no TV, and so you can
Yeah,
see
no,
out the building if you want.
Well,
It's got all this fine print to you.
yeah, that it's. Yeah. So really, what all this is working up towards is just putting in the business plan and then in the feasibility study kind of general benchmarks for things like how much are people paying generally for their telecommunications bills. So with this 1 to 5 scale, this is a highly subjective, obviously, question where we just want to gauge the mood of people in the community. We also want to know what quality is most important from their internet provider, whether that be speed, reliability, consistency, which we try to differentiate clearly from reliability, whether or not you have unlimited data, and then the price. And then we'd also like to see.
Can we go back to 14 for a second?
Yep.
You're saying there from your internet provider.
Yes.
So
they have dial-up.
What?
I guess the question is whether it's their current provider or what they would value most from a future provider.
Exactly.
I think either.
Right.
If you're choosing an internet provider, what's the important thing, right?
So switch the word
Yes,
your to an.
From an internet provider,
Well,
yes.
it also gets construed as what's the most vulnerable aspect of your current service? Because even if you're looking for, say, reliability, that's because you don't have an.
Exactly, and that's what question 15 is supposed to get at.
Right.
So we want to know both, which of these are people going to think about when they think about whether to switch to fiber, and what things here are they currently most concerned about with their current service. There's a slight distinction between those two, and that's why there's two different questions. Yeah.
You might switch 14 and 15 because readability, I'm thinking about current and I'm thinking future.
Mm-hmm.
So if 14 is future, then you really got to switch.
Okay, good idea. Yep, I like it.
I wanted to just comment about the next question, landline service.
Yeah?
Basically, the big crucial factor there is if you have backup power. That's why we all want a landline, an analog landline. But if you have backup power, it's not really an issue. And that's why a lot of the fiber providers will provide backup power if they're giving you voice over internet protocol.
They're required to do so.
Right.
Right.
So I think it's important to make this clearer. So you have an analog phone service, you have backup power, you've done the power outage.
How long
Well,
will that-
again, that question is absolutely important for when people think about whether they're going to switch to fiber or switch to voice over IP. What this is for is slightly different in that it informs the feasibility study because we want to know how many people are currently able to use their cell phone at their house, how many people use voice over IP already. So that is absolutely important when it comes to when people make decisions about whether they are going to switch their current phone service or adopt fiber. But I'm worried about, it's already pretty long, I worry about adding too many more questions. I mean, we certainly are going to add some.
That's more for us to be able to answer people's questions if that comes up.
Right. They are required to provide, I think, 12 hours of backup.
We're required to provide 8 at this time.
8 hours.
And the FCC is trying to move that up to 24.
And that's a battery that's at the house.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be 24 soon.
Well, the FCC is pushing for 24.
You know, this may not be possible to put in the survey, but I can't tell you how many times I've gone to somebody with a fairly new cell phone and I said, oh, you don't have Wi-Fi calling turned on. People are not realizing that they may not have cell service at their home, but they really do if they turn on Wi-Fi calling, even their crappy consolidated internet connection will allow their cell phone to work.
But that's an educational thing, not a survey.
Yeah, but it's a good, I mean, certainly part of it. All right, let's do a few, you've had your hand up for a while.
We're asking about what's important to people in their selection, but nowhere in the survey have you asked what speed they currently have. So maybe not in some of the areas, but in other areas, you have many options for different speeds, but you have to pay for them. So you're asking the how to compare speed with price, but you've never asked.
That's because what we care about is what is served and what is underserved or unserved. And which gets to the kind of infrastructure you have. I mean, we can ask explicitly what speeds people are ordering, I suppose, although often what's advertised has no correlation with what you're actually getting at your house. Yeah.
We had a previous survey in Wardsboro, and only 1 out of 5 people filled that, gave us the answer to that question. And we even gave them an URL for a speed check. So for some reason, they just don't seem to fill it out.
It's a tricky, I mean, a lot of these are tricky questions, but that's a tricky one.
Well, a lot of that's weeded out with what can you do at what that question with how many things can you do at once or however that works. I mean, you already know if they got a good connection with that.
Yeah.
Going back to question 14, you're asking for them to select one of those 5.
Yep.
But I could expect that the questions we're gonna be getting would be along the lines of, does that mean that you're gonna provide just one of these, or are you gonna emphasize one? Isn't it true that all of those are desired? And how would a person express that on their survey?
So
Can you do a rank ordering, for example, instead of selecting one?
we talked about that. We also talked about other options for phrasing it. And what's important is really we wanted to make sure people didn't, we wanted to make sure we didn't lose the opportunity to get people's number one concern. And that was why we phrased it the way it was. And I assume people care about all of these. I would care about all of these. But honestly, if someone cares first about speed and then about price, or first about price and then about speed, that's a big difference. And we want to know, rather than giving people the option to say, I care about all of these, or I care about 3 out of the 5 of these, we wanted to really make sure people thought carefully about what they most wanted.
So when we explain it, we should say what's the worst problem you're experiencing, of which of these 5, and that's the answer to the question. What thing are you having the most trouble with, and that you want to fix the best? That's the answer to the question.
I think it's more about what you value most.
It was intended to be what do you value the most, and this was intended to be what do you want to see fixed with your.
There's no way that you would not want to get all of the first 4 for some price.
I agree, but we are forcing people to pick one, and that's part of it, right? There's only one.
I will take reliability and pay more money.
Yeah, that's not going to be meaningful, but go ahead.
Yeah.
3 days ago during an ice storm, where I didn't have any satellite cell service, it would have been consistency. At the beginning of the month, speed is no issue. At the end of the month, speed is an issue. So I'm going to leave that one blank.
Great. We are forcing people to pick, and we're going to get a range of answers. And what we really want to know is what we'll be able to rank. You know, most people care about this. This is the second most cared about. This is the third most prioritized or cared about. And that's, you know, it's okay if you answer it as you will, and some of you may not like the question, but we really want to drill down to what is the ranking of priorities in the community in terms of what do people care about most, what do the second most people care about, and what do third most people care about. So,
you know what I think might be important? We're all on broadband committees in our community. We actually have 9 in our lighting net committee. And I think that we need to if we tell people to fill out the survey, we should tell them, if you don't understand the question, call me, so that we get the right answers, so we can help people. We're all studying this to try to figure it out, but our neighbors aren't. And I think if we help them answer the survey, we'll get better data.
okay, so we have a section about phone service, who your provider is, whether you have a cell phone or not, who your cell phone provider is, and what the cell strength is at your house. Yeah?
Why? Thank you.
Why about the cell phone?
Why about cell phones? Why about phones in general? We're not, I find, whenever I talk to people, the difference between internet and cell phone service, they don't know the difference. And I think you're just.
So let me tell you the reason, and then you can respond. When the CUD puts out an RFP to say, you know, do you want to be the internet provider for this network? Companies will want to know whether or not it would make sense for them to bundle services with it, whether they should offer a special voice over IP service, whether they should offer something else. They are expecting some form of indication that will help them know whether they should offer that or not. And yes, some people do confuse the two. That's going to happen. We have to live with it. That, you know, it's not going to be perfect. We aren't going to be able to eliminate confusion for everyone.
My question really is, isn't that section 2 years down the line? In other words, if we're trying to get answers for an ISP person, as opposed to getting answers for us to create a CUD, What do we care about? Right now, what do we care about?
Well, we care about what the average revenue per customer is going to be. And it's going to be different if you think that customers are going to want internet service and a voice line as a bundle, or whether they're just going to want internet service because they're going to use their cell phone instead. And so I think some of these questions can lead us into determining what that average revenue is going to be, and that goes into the feasibility study.
Alex, can I just
Yes.
ask a clarifying question? So is it fair to say that the data you're collecting here is less important for will you be a CUD or not, as it is to inform the business plan and the RFP process, so we do this feasibility study once? And is it also fair to say that if you guys have determined that we need 20% response, that that's statistically valid, so that even if we got 50, the responses, when they're in aggregate, should change very little between 20 and 50. Are those two fair things? Because I think that's...
Yes, that's a great clarification. Those are both fair things. I would say not only does this does inform around the edges some things about formation of the CUD, because it's establishing what areas are served and what are unserved. And when we look at those on the map, we can see, okay, if we're going to bring fiber from here to here to here to here, you know, we can knock out this unserved area, and then it makes sense to have this be one CUD, and then the fiber, you know, looking at where served and unserved with the geography and existing fiber assets, then we start to figure out where the optimal CUDs are. So it does do both, but you're absolutely right in saying that this informs the feasibility study in ways that are beyond the CUD just alone.
Well, can a town that is well served or served be a part of the CUD?
Absolutely.
Inevitably, even a town like Brattleboro, particularly around its edges, have unserved areas.
Well, we have in Vernon a few.
And so you
But
can
we're next to
probably-
Guilford and close to
Halifax.
Halifax, who have real problems.
Yeah.
So
We want-
if we aggregate that, do we end up being part of the unserved
Yeah.
greater community?
Right.
You know, and
And so-
Marlboro.
and that would be
too.
the reason to join a communication union district, so that you can find a solution for those unserved areas.
And for those who want to be served by fiber.
And yes, as well.
Yeah, and in ValleyNet's region, there are places that have cable that will get built as well, just maybe with a different plan.
Or Woodstock. Or-
Yeah.
Based upon the questions I see, that there's no way that you can really determine whether people receive LTE or no. I mean, you ask whether they use it for internet as a primary internet source, which is fine, by definition you would, but there's nowhere, you ask if what cell phone strength in your home, that would be call strength with bars, which is a totally different thing than LTE or 3G reception. So there's no way in this to determine whether people receive LTE if they're residents or not, or 3G as their residents, separate from whether they're using it as an internet source or not. Is that important for you?
I'm trying to think if that's actually important.
Because a lot of people who have LTE don't even know they have it. So it gets confusing.
Yeah.
But I think that's an important thing to know, whether a geographic space is covered by
The
cell service or not.
That's also going to be a highly confusing question if we're already trying to make the distinction between internet is different than cell service, but LTE is also different than whether you can call people. I mean, I barely understand that.
But
So
that data exists, somebody did a study of that.
Oh,
We
they
had a
did?
chart
Okay,
at
okay.
one of our meetings, remember that meeting we had in Dover, and so I was in that red zone where we don't have cell service, we don't have internet, we don't have anything.
yeah.
So, but can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
We have a town, Stratton, the map itself, 1,500 taxpayers. 90% of them are serviced by Comcast, 200 of us are not.
Yep.
So if we survey those 1,500 people, they're gonna come back with this survey completely different. They're gonna talk about reliability, because Comcast sucks for them, I know that,
Yeah.
for example. Are we gonna separate that out?
I have the
No,
same
I have no
question.
filter in.
This is a safe space. You can say whatever you
Well,
want.
no, it's the same issue
Right.
in Dover.
So yes,
and
that's why-
some people are serviced. So is that gonna be separated out when on the first page, when they write Comcast, you're gonna throw it in another pile? Because their answers are completely different.
So a few things. Their answers will be different, and that's exactly what we want to know. We will actually be able to put on a map dots for every address that responds and say these people have service and these people don't. So that's one way that we're going to pull them all together. Also knowing, I mean, it's important to know that consistency and or reliability is an issue for people with Comcast. Or that's what's top of mind, or that's what they care about. And it would be great to know what people who have Dunkin' care about. You know, that all helps a future provider think about how they're going to prioritize, you know, running a business if they end up being the person to win the RFP.
Question 17, are there any towns in the Windsor region or this group that have landline service for retail? I thought retail was up in your area.
No, there are some at the very top of Wyndham
Oh, there are?
County,
Better.
where retail comes down into some of those towns.
So those people already have fiber?
Yes.
Yep. So again, you know, we're getting into some direct questions about potential future service, right? Definitely would to unsure. Would you subscribe to competitively priced fiber internet? And I know that competitively priced is subjective, but we can't tell anyone really any even ranges at this point because we don't know what the business cases are. But I think it's more about gauging people's general interest and mood and approachability with fiber, knowing that we're trying to make it as competitive as possible. Yes?
I think it's a little confusing, just in terms of pronouns, that's a question. If fiber internet,
I think it's missing a Y in
to your current service came to our community, I don't know what that means.
Okay, you're right. It should probably be your community, and competitively priced does not have to be with regard to your current service, because if you're paying $100...
It's the euro and the hour.
Okay.
It makes no sense.
Yep, I will change the hour to your. That's a good call. Okay, so, and for those people who want to switch, what is the primary reason you would switch? And again, this is information that goes into the feasibility study and that the people responding to the RFP will want to know, right? Do they, if D ends up being something that most people respond, that may change the idea of who should be the provider, right? So we want to know kind of why people would want to switch. What are the primary motivations? What they think is a fair price. That would be great to know. And then,
why did you put in the 100 megabit synchronous? I mean,
It's a benchmark.
well, I know, but people don't know what you know. If you're like me and you got 17 down and you have 1.2 up, yeah, what does 100 mean to me? Even if I could compare it.
Needs longer.
Stuff's working fine, you know. I mean, you could put a 50 in there, it wouldn't make any difference.
so the reason why we picked 100 is because that's definitely better than DSL, definitely better than satellite, obviously, but it's also better than cable.
Yes, I understand.
And that's the threshold that we wanted to ask about. You know, people may not understand. If people have lived with DSL their whole life, they may not. And
you could put in parentheses faster than cable.
You could put that in, so you could explain that, that's something we can relate to.
Okay, yeah, I like that. Good clarification. Yeah.
The other thing that might be important here, and we've talked about it a couple of times, and this may be the place to catch up, where people said, you might not have to pay for your landline, you might not have to pay for, because if in your head you're saying all of the places is DSL for $100 a month, the answer would be no. But if I would not have to pay my landline, if I would have to pay my something else, because it's not DSL for fiber, it's fiber and all that grants for DSL. So I don't know how you get that into the survey without letting me data.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought, and that's where data that we have from other fiber installations comes in, because if you give people all those, people are resistant to change. They don't want to commit to that while they're taking out a survey. It takes a little while. They need to have someone in their community do it first to see that, oh, it works like totally easily and fine. And so those responses might not really be valuable until, again, as the gentleman over there said, that when you're doing consumer education about that, that's in a year from now or in 2 years from now. That's where that becomes most important.
Yeah, so you said data from other surveys that
Exactly.
hold up against this and
Exactly.
be able to extract. Okay, got
Yep.
it. Perfect.
Yeah, question 23 is laid out in a sort of interesting way.
Yeah.
That might lead people to believe that they can influence what the price is going to be. Why not give them a couple of different likely scenarios, like you're going to get 100 up and down for $90 a month, 200 bucks up and down for 150. Based on what typical prices are now, and say which would you choose? Because this is typically what it costs.
Well, that seems like it would make them think that they were influencing it as well in a different way.
I think the second way, what I'm proposing, just gives us an idea of how much money they want to throw at it, assuming they understand that it might replace other things, like their landline and television service.
And is there even realistically anybody who would provide 100 for $40 a month?
Yeah, no, right, but people might say, well, yeah.
People would buy it.
Right.
I think you're gonna get a lot of $40 to $50 a month back.
Well, that may be the case. That being said, the way that it's phrased, what do you think would be fair, is not saying what do you want to pay. It's what do you think would be fair. We want to know, right? We're not asking people to say, this is what I would pay. We want to know generally how people are conceiving of the value of fiber internet. And it may be the case that, that you can make it work at $40 to $50 a month, but it likely won't be able to. But that being said, it'll give us a benchmark for how people are conceiving of the value of it, and what additional consumer education needs to happen around.
I think you're giving them false hope.
Well, also, I don't think you're going to get much data as far as how much money you can bring in. What subscriber revenues are. I mean, the people who want to pay 40 or 50 bucks a month would probably be very happy with 25 megabits.
Yeah, that they probably would, and that's why this is not. Again, this is not to act. Nobody is going to even come close to setting actual price thresholds using this data and these responses. Because we don't know how much it's going to cost yet to deploy the network. We don't know how much it's going to cost. Is the company that's providing the internet, do they already own bucket trucks, or are they going to have to spend $100,000 a truck?
This makes sense, not when you're signing people up. This makes sense when you're trying to figure out what the feasibility study is, I guess, or the business model.
That is what we're trying to do. Yeah.
Let's not, don't confuse that with what the next step may be, which is trying to.
You're gauging a mood, not asking for a commitment.
Right.
You're also figuring out, as a business, you're going, well, here are the different things I can offer, here are the speeds I can offer. I've got an awful lot of people at the bottom between 40 and 60. Well, that's going to be something that I need to focus on. Yeah, there's going to be people up here going 90 and 100. But, so that's a business model that they can look at. Here's your customer base.
Carol, what's the breakdown?
Is there a kind of a value judgment? I don't understand why you're asking what would be fair. That's kind of like what do you think of, what would I like a business to charge? Why wouldn't it be, what is the maximum amount we're willing to pay?
That sounds scary. And I think asking about fairness is different than also asking about what would you like. I think fairness, we all have our own conceptions of fairness. We're going to get a range of answers. That's why we want 6,000 respondents, give or take, so we can look at the averages and see generally what the mood is and what the kind of interest is.
So if you take your CCI bill and it says you're paying $35 for 10 meg, and we're asking you, what do you think is a fair price for 100? So it requires somebody to think through, well, if I'm paying $35 for 10, you know, a fair price for 100.
It's not necessarily relevant that you're paying $35 for a bed.
That's but that's what it's the, how do you as an individual determine what is a fair price for something that you don't have today? And so that's really, that's partly how some people deal with it, is that they're looking at, what do I pay today, and for how much?
Well, what can I afford?
Well, that's not what this question is about, though, because that's a whole different question. What can I afford is a different question.
Well, your EC Fiber's lowest cost is $64 a month plus the.
So $72 with the equipment, yep.
Yeah, so people are getting the consolidated 3 megabyte price, for $35 or $40. I mean, that's a huge hurdle.
And not everyone is going to subscribe to this. Some people are going to keep their consolidated. Some people are going to keep their satellite. You know, that is okay. This is for the people, for the people that are interested in fiber, right? We're looking at the people who are interested. How much do they think it's worth? How much generally are they expecting? How much, that's good data to have. So then at the very end here, we want to know, if people want to get more involved, right? We can use all hands on deck, for this part of the process. Could be with data entry. It could be with, we may actually have to send people out at a certain point to verify that poles are in the right locations, or you never know what we're going to need people to do. So the last questions are, people are excited about this. If they want to volunteer some of their time, we would love to know that, and therefore know if we can contact them. But again, totally optional for them to attach their name to the survey or attach their email address. Yeah.
Sorry, I have one more.
No, it's okay.
Okay, question 22, what's the primary reason we would switch? There was, going back to 14, there was a list of qualities that would be most important. Among them is unlimited data. And that is a big factor, especially if you're on a service like retail. And also consistency is listed on 14.
Yep.
Why are these reasons on 22 different? And should there be some parallel structure between those two questions?
Yeah, that's a good point. There should be probably all the responses on 14 should be on 22. And I guess if people hold in their head the difference between consistency and reliability of the first question, we should have those both here as well. So I think you're right. Everything that should be that is in that question should be here in 22 as well. Yeah.
And were you going to change 14 to an internet provider or keep it your internet provider?
If 14 is the one about the ideal internet provider, we'll change it to an. And then 15 is the one about your internet provider. Yeah.
In questions of brevity, why not eliminate one of those two and just combine them?
Well, they're getting at slightly different things. They're getting at slightly different things in terms of. What's that?
I don't see how they are.
Well, one is getting at people thinking aspirationally about, in a perfect world, what do they prioritize, and one is thinking about, in their current world, what does their service struggle with. And maybe it turns out that those are going to be the same for everyone, but we don't. I guess we don't quite know until we.
Alex, you've used these questions elsewhere, right? We're not the first people to see these.
No, but that being said, a lot of your feedback and all of your feedback has been really helpful, especially with wording choices and other things like that.
But these questions basically give you guys what you need.
Yeah.
Well, you guys is us guys. That's why we're asking.
That's true. That's yeah. No, you're right. You're right. No, but all of these changes are are really good and helpful, and again, we want to make sure that you all are comfortable with the way it's set up, so that you feel good about answering questions, you feel good about being a part of the process.
So we're going to incorporate as many of those comments as we can. Alex will do that, and then we'll post it on our website. And before we leave, maybe we can just take a few more minutes. If any communities want to share some of the ideas that they have about distribution, if there are things like, how to get the paper survey out, it would be good, I assume, if you can have that at your local library, town hall, other gathering places, but maybe your town hall's not open every day. And so then you might want to think about putting a box of the paper surveys outside the front door if you have a porch or something. But if any of you have creative or just really logical ideas for spreading the word, please share. Jennifer.
It's winter time and it's probably hard, but lawn signs?
Lawn signs, yeah.
Would that make sense?
You could, or the sandwich boards in certain places in town, in your town centers. Yes?
Another possible suggestion is the community service organizations. I could think about it, I'm a member of the Lions Club. We have 57 members in our area. A lot of
That's
people
great.
they talk with.
Yeah.
Rotary, all the service organizations. It's a volunteer thing. They like to do this stuff.
If anyone drives for Meals on Wheels, that's that's a nice way. You talk to a lot of people that way. So.
Sure. Yes.
This is not my idea, it says bring in bingo.
Oh yeah, there we go. Bingo. Exactly.
Bingo, counter dances.
Oh, there you go. I saw, Patrick, you showed a nice postcard you were making, right?
Yeah, we've got nearly 6,000 households we need to reach, and so our intention is to do a every door mailing, much the likes of which was described earlier. But while I have the floor, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Given the relatively short period of time in which we're able to collect surveys, can we expect an email or a phone call from the Wyndham Regional Commission letting us know that the survey's gone live?
Oh yeah.
Oh yes, we'll definitely send a note out to all those who are on our list, which is quite expensive right now.
What's your target date for that to happen?
To get the survey online as soon as possible, if not tomorrow, at the very, early part of next week.
Yep. The reason I ask is as soon as it goes live, we can put it on our website.
Yep.
As soon as it
That
goes
would be great.
live and we know that you guys are pushing out social media, we can begin
Yep.
the process of sharing and liking and all the other things you can do.
Yep.
So knowing when it goes live, I think it's gonna be useful.
Yes, yes,
This
we'll make sure we
weekend's
get
a
that.
holiday weekend, so many of our second homeowners are actually here.
Ah,
It would behoove us to get it out by Saturday.
it'd be great if we could.
So are you making an electronic file available to us of the survey?
Yep.
Yes,
It's actually really, really easy. We should maybe pull it up and show.
That's,
It's here. I know what I do. I can pull it up on my computer and we can just plug in the
So
Yeah.
we click on Wyndham/broadband.
Yep.
And you said there's a lot of other stuff loaded out there.
Yes.
So there's gotta be some big graphic thing that says, click here for the
Yes,
survey.
there
so that
is.
people-
It's
okay,
all ready to
okay.
go.
What I'm getting at is, you said it's on SurveyMonkey, but is it gonna be clear?
It's not
that
an
there's
actual survey monkey, but it's a similar.
I'll show you right now. This will be
I'm just
a
wondering
good
if
thing
we
to
can
do.
take an e-file of it and put that on our website as well as a link to.
They won't have the data.
So just have a link to our page.
So this is basically what it looks like embedded in a website. So we have the same context as in the first one. You first you enter your address, then you hit your town, right?
Yeah,
We're gonna change this and add the electric utility that was mentioned earlier, right?
And
All
that's
this, and then you just
That's a
hit.
Google.
Yep, it's a.
That's great.
And so it has to go through Wyndham Regional org/broadband so that you guys can collect all of the data.
Yes.
If we posted it separately without the link, you couldn't get the data, and that's the important part is for you guys to be able to get the data, right?
Well, if you post the wyndhamregional.org/broadband.
We
Yeah,
posted the
exactly.
URL, but we're not gonna get an e-file of our survey to put rules.
Right.
Right, yeah,
Yes.
everyone should be kind of funneled to this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Any other ideas, suggestions?
Just
Yeah.
a question about access to the data, which was mentioned before.
Yeah.
So is there any possibility that we would have access to the actual spreadsheets, sorted by town or something as the data's coming in? So we have more real-time access to that information?
I don't know how that would work, do you?
I think I'll monitor it if we need to, pull the fire alarm and, or, light a fire under everyone's butts or whatever, we'll do that. I'm not too worried about needing to monitor it in real time, and I'll send an email out again in a couple weeks just to give everyone an update about responses are coming in, systems are working, that.
Just
call Alex 3 times a day.
After March 17th, after your deadline,
Yep.
could we at least get the data at that point? Because maybe us as a town, maybe we want to pursue it further and get more data.
I don't see any reason why not, yeah, no, certainly not, yeah, yeah.
In the previous meeting, the response rate target was 30%, now it's 20%. Was the judgment that 30% was a bridge too far, or what was the reason for that?
Alec, the Rural Innovation Strategies does quite a lot of surveys. They are very comfortable with the 20% take rate on the
Yeah.
survey, being valid, statistically valid.
Yeah, because we are actually.
Mine was a little higher, but we all know we can get to 30 anyway, so I.
30 would be great, but 6,000 people is a highly statistically significant number. What we want to make sure is that when we're figuring out what areas are served and unserved, we have the spread, right? The spread across the region. That's the most important thing. Yeah.
This is a question for,
Susan.
Susan. One of the cheapest forms of advertising are the $35 boxes on the bottom of the page in the Reformer and the Commons. Is that something that would be in the regional's budget?
We haven't really talked about that. The Reformer did just have a front page article last weekend about it, and I'm sure that, we're gonna get more information out in all those publications as well.
I'm just thinking it's a really inexpensive way.
Yeah, if we have trouble getting that information out otherwise, we may consider that. And VPR. VPR, yes.
Yes. For the hard copy, is it going to be the online version printed out?
It'll look like the one you have today.
Yeah, it'll look.
It will look like this,
Yes.
not look
Right.
like that. Okay, just knowing that we're gonna have people in our town that are going to do the hard copy way. Need to know. So in regards to my question about the link, how are we accessing that copy to get the hard copy to our people who need that?
The Word document version.
Yes, so that will all be posted on.
We post it on our website, on the
Yeah,
same page.
It's all at the same.
Download it and share it however you want.
It's all at the same link. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
So you mentioned that you're trying to determine served versus unserved. What are you using for the threshold for that?
So basically, what type of provider you have, what the infrastructure is what determines it, right? So if you've got cable in your neighborhood, then you count as served. If you
So
don't,
anything less than cable is unserved?
essentially, yeah.
Okay.
There's also state data that'll be merged into this too.
Yeah, and yeah, there's, yeah.
What about if there are different households in the same 911 address?
So we're gonna add the apartment or unit number question to the E911 address. And we'll phrase it as unit number maybe, and that'll catch both apartments and, clusters of houses. Yeah. Good question.
All right, well, thank you all for coming, and thank you for all your help getting the survey out.
Thank you.
Hi, Rob. We don't
How's it going? Nice
We're gonna call the meeting to order at about a little before 1:15. Some of it's my fault because I was here late, and some of it's because we waited for the guy in the back who will wave to, but he won't talk to us because he's not as much fun as the other guy who records. So, additions or deletions to the agenda? Anybody? I've got a couple. I get a couple letters. And I have a negotiation in executive session.
Executive, so we have to add that to the zone session. Oh, that's right there, sorry.
Down, yeah, we have an executive session. Okay. Peter, you ready to rock and roll, buddy? Okay. You're the only public. Cool. We got the minutes of the February 3rd, 2020 meeting in over there in Wardsboro.
The board members present are incorrect. Laura wasn't there. Barry wasn't there.
And I was not there.
Yeah.
But,
Laura and who?
And Barry.
Crossing you out.
We're crossing you out, Barry.
Crossing you out.
Okay.
Okay.
With, except for those corrections, is there anything else?
Good to me. Make a motion to accept.
Okay, Mark makes a motion to approve the minutes. Rick seconds it. If there's no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Cool. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Barry will abstain. Cool. So old business, equity is just there as a placeholder. We're gonna have to probably pick that up beginning of March. Probably the second meeting in March. Website design, that's a placeholder, and let's look at that in the second meeting in March also. So we had two complaint policies, and it got a little confusing. So at the last meeting, I believe we approved the complaint policy that deals with personnel, complaints about personnel. And for some reason, the third page of my minutes is missing. Just make sure that we approve the personnel one. We didn't approve it, we would have adopted it.
We would adopt it.
Not adopted it, we would have voted to post it.
Opposed it. Original information, business.
Oh, here's page 3 of 3. Complaint policy. Sharing policy. And to issue copies of policy and complaints about school personnel, that a book will be available, as policy here. So we didn't vote on it.
Because we wanted to present it today in Dover.
Okay, perfect. So now that we're in Dover, the complaint policy on personnel, does anybody have a issue, question, comment on that?
So,
Public complaints about personnel, code D10.
yes.
Everybody good with it?
It's the same as the ones previous, right? Best.
Yeah, it's a little, it's got the same steps, it's just written a little different.
Okay.
You know, they add things like the district places trust in its employees.
That's the one where they had to change compliant to complaint.
Right. Change the wording.
That complaints.
The compliant.
Because it was compliant in a couple of places.
Complainant. The complainant, I think this is the one I got.
Yours is probably, looks like it's been fixed.
It's in the third paragraph.
For a second.
Towards the bottom.
If the issue's the complaint, compliant, okay.
Compliant, basically.
Right.
Issue.
Complainant. Official.
Okay, so I changed that and initialed that. Was there any other place where that was a problem? So somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to warn
Please have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And actually, it's unanimous, so. Okay, the second one we got was on complaint procedure for non-personnel issues. And that was supposed to get updated to be River Valley's not Dover centric.
This one, right?
Yep, and I don't see that I ever got it. And it's got the same coding as this one. So I would say we're not quite ready
Bill was gonna
fix this for
fix
us.
it to make it non-personnel.
Right, and I don't know what
Non-personnel.
happened. Okay, so that'll have to carry over, and we'll have to make a note that Bill needs to deal that.
Yeah, all I know is the Dover one, right? Is that-
Yeah, I don't see,
It's got the same code, D10.
yeah, and I don't see that he changed that for us.
It wasn't included in the email you sent us. the
No.
document, so.
Okay, so we did post policy F13 at the last meeting, and that was the residency policy.
Right.
So if we posted that on the 3rd, it's been 2 weeks, just 2 weeks. So we can vote that one if you folks want.
What was the number at 13?
That one is F13, correct. And remember, we're just approving the policy, not the affidavit and the checklist. That's an administrative procedure.
Right.
I make a motion that we adopt F13, the residency policy.
Okay, so I have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, Rick seconds the motion. Is there any further discussion? Okay, if hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
No.
Oh, you voted for it?
Yep.
Okay, then it's unanimous. Everybody's in agreement. Boom, complaint policy, and we also wiped out the residency. And then it's gonna work on that. Under old business, I forgot to add this, but on March 11th, 2020, Senator Bratt is gonna, he's head of Senate Ed, from 4 to 6 p.m. in Montpelier on March 11th, 2020, 4 to 6 in room 11, the big room. Senate will be having a hearing on the weighting. The Senate Ed will be having a hearing, public hearing on the weighting issue. All but a few schools in Windham County are impacted negatively by the weighting as it currently is. If it was to, change to the new weighting study, which we have. Oh, I know why. Because I was going to do this in the weighting study down below. So actually, let's hold that. Does anybody have any other old business? Okay, we'll move into new business, River Valley website links. Mark, you get that with you?
I didn't print it out,
printed
but I can tell you, I created 4 essentially shortcut links to make it easier for us to access and communicate different portions of our online world. First is video.rvusd.net. That takes us directly to the BCTV page with all of our videos. The other is board.rvusd.net. That takes you directly to the WCSU board page for us, where all of our documents are.
I'm going to write it down for Peter.
Okay. And then dover.rvusd.net takes you to the Dover website, and wardsboro.rvusd.net takes you to the Wardsboro website. And I did renew the rvusd.net domain for another year. because it came up in the beginning of this month, I think. So we have that.
Where did the Dover and Wordsboro links go to before?
There weren't any links.
Oh, there weren't
for
any links,
RVUSD.
okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to change our online world to rvusd.net.
Okay.
So right now, it just points to Wardsboro school.org and Dover school.net. Yeah.
Great.
And if there are any other shortcut links that people think would be valuable to have, they're very easy to create.
This is all from the
rvusd.net. Yeah.
Okay, not from the school sites.
Correct.
But I know at the meeting, there was some concerns that the school sites had some issues with their links being not active.
They're
very old.
They're old. There's some
Yeah.
old stuff on both websites. I've started working on a new template for the district, something that isn't going to cost us any money, but that we can put together a new site very easily, so we can kind of move over to an rvusd.net website with a Dover and a Wardsboro separate site, but all together. I'm hoping to bring a mock of that on the second meeting in March, so you guys can see it. And
That's when we have our discussion on updating.
that's why I'm going to read that.
Nice.
Cool.
Is there a way we can repair some of those links that are?
I don't have access to either
You
of
don't
those.
have access.
Tammy is for Wardsboro and Matt is for Dover. They're the ones that have the access to currently to those sites.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'd love to.
Whether we should just kind of look at the sites and see if we can find anything. Who do we?
We did, Anita did send an email to us, which Rich had given to Matt to take care of. I know that some links on the Dover town website got updated.
Right.
After that meeting, so it's possible that things have gotten updated on the school websites as well.
Okay.
Possible things have gotten better,
Possible.
but not probable, just possible.
I will let you know at the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay, we good with that? And just write them down.
I'll give them to,
Peter, so he's gonna write them down for you, that you have them, and then you can give them to, we can give them to
Okay, thanks.
newspaper. Okay, next thing is the school district meeting review. So, everybody that's here was there. Everybody that was
There is here.
there, everybody out there was here also. So what'd you think of it?
Well,
I didn't think it went bad. What'd you think of it way out back?
I wasn't there for that one, actually.
Oh.
Somebody else, but
It was
I
somebody
did
else?
it, so. Looked good.
It looked good? We're gonna get like the most views for that one, you think?
Probably.
Another award.
Probably because of the editing job.
That's right. That's true.
You good, Peter?
That was Dr. Backus conducting, yes?
Yes.
As usual.
The old quack.
Yeah, I thought it was a good meeting. I thought that there was some good, it was more unified is what we're trying to accomplish between the residents of both towns. It was almost couldn't distinguish between where they were from. They weren't taking, the audience wasn't taking a perspective of their towns, I felt. I felt like they were talking more about the district as a whole. Kind of got that vibe a little bit. I thought that was great.
I can't think of one question that was specific, was there? There was like, where is the IB?
Yeah, I think Randy might have said something that was town specific, have Tanny, but I think that was about it.
Yeah,
That's a really good point, though.
I thought that was good.
I mean, we didn't get explanation for the no votes.
No, and I don't think you would have gotten any. I think
Right.
sometimes people just. So yeah, and in the vote on the budget, there was 34 ayes and 14 nays, but it was still over 2-1. And then a lot of people didn't vote. I didn't vote for the budget because I never usually do. A couple from the front did, because they remember Andy pointed at the table.
I did, yeah. I thought he was like, all right. But maybe I didn't.
So I think if you look at the first three, they went fine. There was, was a little question what people do.
Yeah.
I think the auditor thing is, Bill's supposed to look into that for us. So, and if we are required to have auditors, then we'll just have to appoint some. The stipends for the board was, I don't think there was any questions. Pardon?
There were no questions on it.
And then the mileage, it just, what was it? And I was wrong. It's like 57 and a half or something. I thought it was 55. The 200,000 seemed to go okay. And then, as somebody said, the budget, you know, there was some, I thought there was really good discussion. And what, I guess, like somebody just said, the only thing that surprised me a little bit is if there were people who were opposed to it, that they could have tried to amend it. But I think it's hard to hard to stand up and make an amendment. It's easier just to say nay.
As we saw later on the agenda.
Yeah.
Right.
And then I think the tuition rate was fine. I think next year, I used to always have a list of that, and so, you know, I think Randy made mention of that. So we'll just,
That's the mark that you had some of the tuitions.
yeah, or at least the numbers.
Yeah,
But,
numbers. Yeah, I had the number of students. Yeah.
but it would have been nice if had how much the tuition was for the different schools, and we were reaching a little bit. The reserve fund issue, I think, went fine. And I'm wondering if because I noticed there was a lot of people that had gone to the two different meetings, so I think it is important to do them ahead of time, because it seemed like maybe some of those questions got answered. And then moving the annual meeting.
That was interesting. Yeah, that was a good one. That was pretty fun.
Yeah, that was a
So it's going to be the first Tuesday in April next year, and following that will be the last Tuesday in March. But again,
$5.5, $6 million without too many questions, and then all of a sudden, the next meeting comes up.
Yeah, budget was
1 hour
less
discussion.
than a 20-minute discussion, and that was 32 minutes.
22 minutes?
No, the
32.
budget was less than 20.
Oh, yeah.
The date was 32-minute discussion. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, really? I give the group credit for coming up with a solution. Though. That was impressive.
And
Everybody was so confused by the time we got to the end of the
well, because you're voting the same thing 3 times over.
Well, that was confusing. Sure.
Right, but you have to, because you have to vote the amendment, the amendment, and then that becomes your main article. So anyways, and then I don't remember, in other business, I thought I wrote some notes. Better budget, the people didn't like the budget in the book, and I think we all pretty much knew that.
Yeah.
And they wanted to divide out the STEAM and IB a little bit more.
Yeah, they wanted stuff broken down a little more.
Yeah.
It actually is broken down, it's just hard to see it because the categories are all the same in the different areas.
I think we're gonna have to add another page to.
Well, yeah, I think we need to include a number of people, including some who didn't come to the meeting, said they couldn't figure out the budget the way they wanted to because we didn't give the number of students that we had.
We did.
So, in there?
Yeah, it's right in here.
On the.
It's right there. Equalized pupils, 273.56.
They didn't order.
Hmm?
And I got it was there.
Yeah.
There was a big chunk missing.
Oh, really?
They taped it together and put it in a bag and said, sorry, we damaged your mail.
Oh.
I got it after the meeting. I was like,
After the meeting.
yeah, so I had to grab one off the table.
That's funny.
I had to grab one off the table too, because I went through one of the meetings, I went through the mock-up that I had, and it wasn't the same.
Can we include the notes that Lori gives us on the budget so that we can
No.
understand? No? Okay.
Just open up a whole.
Some of the can.
We've never done that. That's in there because,
It would be better, it would be good if we could flush out some of the CSU stuff. I think that's what really confuses people, all of the,
well, there's the one guy who questioned the gym versus the special education from the supervisor union. I wasn't sure what he was, point he was trying to make there.
I think that, wasn't that before he realized the order, that the total was
But
below
he'd
the
also been
sections?
at 2
At the
previous
informational,
meetings, too.
I think we can all agree we should just clean that up and make it a little.
Yeah.
And I just want everybody to know, Tuesday, April 13th is Ramadan in 2021. So that's why we couldn't do the second. Shouldn't have done the second, but I think it passed, so we're good. It is the second Tuesday, right? Not the first? Or is it
Next
the
year?
first?
Next
Yeah.
year it's the first.
First, okay, so we missed Ramadan too.
Yes.
All right.
There. Didn't even know we'd done that.
Oh, so next year is the first. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so next year will be in April. So right now, we would be preparing the budgets to put together. We would have to warn it probably next week or the week after. We could actually probably vote it the first meeting in March. But I think we should vote it before, because the first meeting in March will be the last time this group meets, because then there'd be 2 new people possibly on the board. And then elections. Mark's running. Are you running again?
I'm not.
You're not. We're gonna miss you, so this will be your last meeting.
No, the meeting, first meeting we have in March is before
Okay,
town meeting.
that's
so-
right, it's the night before. Okay, well, we'll miss you then, so we'll have cake for you then. I just like reasons to have cake. So anything else from the school district meeting? I think we know we gotta clean up the booklet. Anything? Any other takeaways?
He said we just say more, they're gonna vote against it. Just-
Yeah, it'd be
It'd be nice
nice
to get some
have that.
directional information. It's just a no, but.
There's a lot of the purpose of doing it from the floor, so we have an understanding.
Exactly.
Of what's going on?
Yeah, it might be worth just mentioning it at the beginning of the meeting itself. In case, reminds people it's.
And we kind of did it, we actually kind of done it last year when we talked about why we wanted to go to a floor vote versus a ballot vote. Okay.
I'm just wondering, I know we talked a lot about, the space issues in the booklet, and then we also talked about possibly having the budget online as well. I don't even know if we
The
do that.
budget is online.
It is online, right?
Yes.
We also, back in the merger days, we had like frequently asked questions. Is there a way people could submit questions
Like online?
prior to, regarding the budget on the website?
There will be on the new site.
Because that might be a way to get some people to interact with some questions about the budget prior
I think
to-
Anita got one question the entire time.
Yeah, I don't expect a ton of flurry of questions, but, you
I think
never
it was
know.
me.
Just a thought while we're thinking about it.
No, Peter, can you write that down? So is there a way that people can submit questions? I guess my only issue is if they don't come to a meeting and they submit a question,
Yeah.
and so at the meeting, we say, okay, well, here's some questions we got, and we answer them.
Guess we could.
How do we know that the people are actually getting their answer?
What
Right.
we can do is respond to them with a link to the minutes and the video, and say this was discussed
That's one way.
at the meeting.
Or we could answer it, yes.
Or, I mean, during the, I don't remember if it was the Act 46 committee, or if it was the beginning of this board, took a whole bunch of questions and published the answers on.
Yeah, that was
It was
questions from a meeting.
That was
And
not
we
a huge
discussed them, and we
Yeah.
discussed them at the following meeting.
Yeah, just thought, I'm just trying to think of a way to.
We could have an FAQ or a recent question section on the site and just post answers to
That could do that as well.
there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tricky one.
Pardon?
It's, it's another one of those, the information's in a million different places, and then, but
Right, and
adding
then-
one more doesn't hurt.
But then a lot of people are right, well, I didn't know.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
No, but it's some good things to think about. I mean, I think we do a pretty good job. I think we send out a really nice booklet. Again, somebody made the comment that, I could do with less pictures and more information. But I've also heard a lot of people say it's nice to see some, and it's not like we spend a lot of money.
Exactly.
Yes, so again, it's, I guarantee it, you'll never make everybody happy. And I guarantee that there's always gonna be somebody who says,
Yeah.
I'll take your guarantee.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah.
for Sure.
And that, you'll never get everybody, you'll never satisfy everybody, I don't think. I think we do a really decent job. I know we do a better job than a lot of boards do, I think. I feel like we do. But there's always room for improvement too. None of us are perfect.
Could we at least think about having a 5-minute period at the beginning of annual meetings where Tammy and Matt stand up and just give a short presentation
No,
on?
because it's not, the annual meeting is not for the school administration. It's supposed to be the board presenting the budget.
Okay.
So I'm really, I think that takes the focus off, because if we can't answer the questions, then we're not doing our job. And I felt that way for a lot of years. I know in Wardsboro you used to do that. You would have a huge presentation, and basically your administration was presenting the budget. But to me, that's not, the administration isn't there to present the budget. They present to us. It's our job to sell it to the voters.
I was suggesting that they talk about what's been going on in the school, not.
Well,
not-
they have parent night, they have open house, they have a lot of stuff to do for in the school, and I think that's something we can put into the booklet annual report if you want. But again, in Dover, we've never had a principal attend a school district meeting until Bill did, and Bill was a voter in town. And Bill didn't attend them all. We never had the superintendent here, and we've never had the business office here. I know it's been a little different in Wardsboro,
no,
but
to your point.
you know, we always felt that that was our job, to be able to answer the budget. And if we couldn't answer it, then we should be replacing, you know, and that's what happened. Some people on the board got replaced. The other thing is, you know, sometimes that draws the meeting out too, and then, you know, by the time you get to the budget stuff and the stuff you want to discuss, you're really late. But again, I'm 1 out of 6 people, so if you folks really want to do that, you can.
I feel like our meeting went fine this time. I don't see why you had to do it. I mean, the reason that we had begun to do it in Wardsboro years ago was because the administration was a little better at explaining the things that were going on in the school, not necessarily budgetary things. It was more like the student scores were improving and things like that. So when people asked questions about how, you know, where their money was being spent, it was easy for them to say, well, look at how our test scores have improved, look at how this has improved, look at how that has improved. It was easier for them to do it than it was for the board at that particular point in time. That's why.
Right.
We also, Steve Jobs was very pushy about being there.
Yeah, and not everybody at the annual meeting is a parent, so they don't all know what's going on in the school. So there was an opportunity for people who, you know, the folks who don't have kids in the schools to see what's going on in the schools. But I also see your point too, Rich, that there are other places where they can get that information.
And I mean, we can do a quick overview. You know, we could ask the administration to write, and well, they do. What do they write in the report? Who's got their?
Yeah, I think, you know.
If we're going to expand on that, then maybe we can expand it in there.
I think we got to expand on this next year. Add another 4 pages.
I think one more page.
Well,
one
4.
more page will give us 4 pages.
Right. Well, that was where we were kind of at.
Yeah.
But we also cut the mailing list way down by doing households versus individuals.
I didn't say a whole lot in the letter.
Well, we cut it, we scaled it.
Well, we only gave you half a page too.
Yeah.
Cool. Weighing study, discussion and possible action. So, back to my thing, Senator Baruch is going to have a hearing on March 11th from 4 to 6. 4 to 6, room 11 in Montpelier. I made a note that Kool-Aid will be served. Senate hearing on weighting. So if you know people who are very good public speakers and don't mind speaking in front of a group, it would be probably good to have them up there. What we're looking for, or what they're looking for is, you know, just to explain who you are, how you're impacted by the weighting study, what you want the Senate to do with the weighting study, and what you're going to do next, if anything. Like, I'm going to follow up on this, or, you know, I'll make sure that this goes forward. I think you only get 2 minutes to testify, so it's definitely something you want to have at least some notes prepared, so because you'd be surprised, 2 minutes goes for a long time when you had to, you know, stand up in front of 100 people in high school and do a presentation. But Up there, 2 minutes will go really quick, and it'll be over before you know it. We also, Rick and I went to the WCSU meeting the week before our meeting, so 2 weeks ago. And we,
Day before our meeting?
yes, it was the day before the meeting, so it was last, so it was a week ago.
Yeah, it was last week.
God, time flies. It seemed like 2 weeks, doesn't it? And at that meeting, Wyndham Central charged the chair of the Wyndham Central Board to write a letter to House and Senate asking that they consider putting the weights in place this year. There was 4 things: putting the weights in place, not make any major changes to the educational finance until the entire legislature gets to review the study.
The 4 short bills that.
No. We didn't, we did mention there are some bills that have been turned in, but we didn't, we had them in there, and it was suggested that we take them out. So, and that the relief is immediately, and that we're willing to have people who will come up and testify. But the big thing is implement the weights this year. There are 4 short bills that we're looking, Laura was trying to put in. One is to do that, implement the weights, not make the changes. The other 2 is to have AOE look at how much student opportunity was lost between 2000 and 2018, and qualify the excess penalty, the number of dollars the excess penalty took out of districts over from 2000 to 2018. And there wasn't the excess penalty, I don't think, in 2000. I think it came in at some point after. And that there's really no justification for waiting on the weighting. So that was that. So I don't know if we want to do a similar letter for the river valleys that we can also send up, or if we want to do personalized letters, it's whatever you folks think, but that was what it was on the agenda for.
I think we should. And the more organizations we hear from, better.
Anybody else?
Rob, right?
Yeah, I completely agree.
Okay, so why don't we make a motion?
Who does it, hold on a second, who does the letter go to? Is it just gonna be sent?
It's gonna be sent to Senate Ed, Senate Finance, House Ed, House Ways and Means, all our local legislators, and the newspapers.
The newspaper, okay.
Whoever we can send it to.
Great, no, that's what I was gonna add, absolutely, that's fantastic.
So you wanna make that motion?
Yeah, I'll make a
Go ahead and
motion.
make it.
And I'll make a motion that the board submits a letter to all those places you just mentioned for the opposition to the weighting.
No, support.
To support their weighting. Sorry.
I'll second that.
Wasn't a very good motion, but thank you for seconding it.
In support of the study?
Of the weighting study.
Yeah.
And so Barry seconds it. Is there any other discussion? Who's writing the letter?
Chairman.
So that, not that the board, but the chair on behalf of the board.
Chair on behalf of the board. Yeah. I think this letter should come from it's from the entire board.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, on behalf.
So I would write it on behalf of the entire
yes,
board.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll catch up today. I'm a little slow today.
That's fine. It's a holiday. Are you okay with that, Barry? Okay.
And I don't
So
think it needs to be much different than your WCSU letter.
yeah, it's got to be
Right.
different, I was told. It's because if not, it looks like just a form letter. So
No, I just meant it doesn't need to be, I mean, you guys have
Right.
the same points.
yeah,
Yeah, basically.
no, because it's interesting. You know, in our district, we win and lose. If they enacted the new weights, you know, together we win, but separately, you know, one town loses, the other town gains more. And then that was one of the issues, and it got brought up at the WCSU meeting because there was one nay vote on it, because there was one town that could, under some scenario, increase their tax rate 60 cents. Yeah. That is, it's pretty huge.
Town, a lot of property.
Yeah.
A lot of high-end property.
But remember, it's only homestead. There's a lot of those high-end properties nobody lives in full-time.
Right.
So, yes, sir.
Just for clarification, there had just been discussion of a letter requested to the legislature and the subcommittees covering certain specific points.
That was
This
what the
motion is to write a
WCSU letter.
Yeah, in
Right.
support of the WCSU.
No, this is a motion that the River Valley's board have the chair on behalf of the board send a letter to all the places discussed to support the weighting study, to support enacting the weighting study.
Support acting upon.
Enacting,
Enacting.
or acting on, well, we don't want them to act on it, we want them to do it. We want them to enact it.
So implementation.
Okay, sure. You okay with that? That's your motion?
Yep, I'm good with that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Are we all ready to vote?
Sorry, I missed the second.
Barry.
Thank you.
He wants to get his name in the minutes a lot because he may not be around much longer. He may be surprised because if he doesn't show up to town meeting, he may just get put back in.
That's right, you gotta show up.
I figured that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. WCSU alternate discussion, possible action. I think we can bail on that because we'll reorganize sometime right after town meeting, which is only a couple weeks away. And our next WCSU meeting is until April 1st or April 2nd, April Fool's Day. So I think we can deal with that at a later date. I did have a couple new things that came in kind of a little bit ago, but after our last meeting, we at our last meeting we talked about Dover had a couple faucets that were over the new parts per billion on the lead. So did Wardsboro School. I think it was just one. And it has to be taken out of service for drinking and cooking. So they're also working on a permanent plan. And it looks as though because there was some money put away from by the legislature last year that we can they'll get some help with it. So hopefully they'll be taken care of in the very near future. And we can be a lead-free school again. Let's skip over. Let's talk about the next meeting. We can meet the night before town meeting, but I think the teachers are still out. I don't know if we get any administration there. Do we want to put that meeting off till the 4th, and then we'll meet after town meeting, and then we can reorganize and set our agendas and set our meetings and move forward from there? Would that make more sense?
You mean the following Monday or?
No, the Wednesday.
Just move it to a couple days.
Right. We're gonna meet on the 2nd, so that must mean town meeting's the 3rd. So
Right.
we move it to the 4th.
Consensus.
Does that make sense to you? Are you good with that?
I'm good with that. We just move it there are 5-week Mondays in March. Can we just move it up a week to the 9th? Or would I not do that?
I just figure we'll keep it, and then we'll keep the regular meeting in Dover when
On
we
the
said.
16th?
And then,
Oh, if you
but
wanna
we'll,
move- then we have to move both.
and we get to decide at reorganization, excuse me, when we want to meet.
I see.
I mean, the person takes Barry's place may want to meet on Friday mornings, who knows?
You never know. Okay.
And Laura should be good because their legislature's off that week.
Oh, okay.
That makes perfect sense.
Okay, so our next meeting will be March 4th, 6:30 in Wardsboro. So unfortunately, Barry, that means this is your last meeting.
Lucky you.
Miss out on cake.
But you can come to the meeting on the 3rd if you want. The meeting on the 4th.
We love public, you know that.
Yeah. And you could also like, get on the board.
appointed.
So.
You might not want to come in case.
So we've got a couple executive session items. I don't think we're gonna make any decisions, so if you guys wanna hang out, you can. Mark will send you, Peter, an email with what we decide, if you don't mind, Mark. And we're gonna let you guys hang out here if you want, but we can move over there. But I'll need to entertain a motion for executive session for personnel, contractual, and for personnel, contractual, legal, those three.
So moved.
Okay, Barry moved, do we have a second? Mark seconds it, is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll move over there.
Welcome, everybody. This evening, we don't have a whole heck of a lot on our agenda outside of the panel cost and funding options. So we are going to get started. So I will work from my left side, starting with Chris Campney. Introduction of the panelists, please.
Chris Campney, Wyndham Regional Commission.
Laura Sibilia, representative from the House Energy and Technology Committee.
Sarah Coffey, I'm a representative for Wyndham 1, Vernon and Guilford, but I'm here as a citizen appointee by the Speaker of the House.
Emily Davis, citizen appointee by Senator Pro Tem Timash.
Bob Leach, appointed by the Governor. Josh Unruh, Chair, appointed by the Governor.
Madeline Arms, Town of Vernon.
Jim Tierney, Commissioner, Department of Public Service.
Bill Irwin, representing the Agency of Human Services. I work for the Vermont Department of Health.
Corey Daniels with North Star.
David Pearson, North Star.
And we have two people on the phone.
I'll go first. Bob Gustafson, State of New Hampshire, appointed by the Governor to represent the 6 communities in New Hampshire that were part of the EPZ.
Second person on the phone. Let's hear from you. Who is it?
It's Commissioner Emily Boddicker.
Tony, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, excellent. Emily Bodecker, Commissioner, Department of Environmental Conservation.
Okay. Let's take a review and I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from January 2020.
Mr. Chair, just as it was a snafu, but we do not have printouts of the meeting minutes this evening. They are available online. I don't know if anyone has had opportunity to review them.
Seeing that there's nobody jumping at the chance to review and approve January 2020, maybe we will move those to the next meeting for approval. Is the panel happy with that?
I think it's fine.
Okay, great. So we will begin our discussion on the panel operating cost and potential funding options. I will open up the floor to Representative Sibilia and Coffey, as they have an option for us in this respect, and then I will turn it over to Commissioner Tierney to give her option as well.
Okay, thank you. So I think all of the members received, and I think it's posted, a letter talking about what Representative Coffey and I have done, as well as a draft discussion proposal for some potential funding. I think pretty simply, we went out to gather more information about what was possible, what opinions, informed opinions, might consider as possible. We did speak with North Star. We also spoke with members from the Institute for Nuclear Host Communities, which is an organization that started out of this region and thinks about local and regional impacts. And in doing that, we put together, gleaning from what we've heard from the handicap committee, some possible, and North Star, some possible activities that might be helpful to the panel. Those would include looking at having a dedicated communications staffer, so having the panel having the ability to communicate through press releases, etc. Some dedicated support, administrative support for the panel. as well as we have heard notion of the cost associated for citizen participants, so a slight increase in a per diem. We put that down for possible consideration, as well as some estimated costs. I think the commissioner, when she is able to review her costs, can update equipment needs costs. We did not anticipate, given the late status of where we are in this process with decommissioning, the need to bring additional experts here. I think that might have been instructive earlier on in the process, and it may in fact be something that other communities may want to consider. But at this point, it doesn't really seem that that's necessarily helpful. Folks that could help us, that have experience, probably can participate via phone, I would think, at this point. I think we have put together something that would envision it going as long as NDCAP is engaged in the process of decommissioning of the plant. And in our discussions, it seems that the current statute would already allows for the possible participation of North Star. I will tell you that the legislature has attorneys that can review different materials, and we do have a legislative attorney that is reviewing the possibilities here, but I hope folks will take our documents as a place to add some information and some knowledge from outside experts into how we might improve this process. We're happy for them to contribute to a better conversation and maybe a productive conversation this evening. And now I will let Representative Coffey very much approve what I've said.
I mean, I think everybody understands, but for the public, you might know that understands the context for this funding proposal. It came from whether we needed to change language in statute. And just to give back up a step, is that in putting forward the changes to the statute regarding the composition of this panel, which had been the primary changes that the panel had recommended, the question came up about how do we fund this activity, and it's been a question that's come up because currently the Department of Public Service bears those costs, and so that's where this is coming from, and it's by no means seen as an end run around this panel process. It's just that we happen to be in the State House, and folks, some of the folks who work with North Star suggested that there might be a way to bring in funding that did not require a change to the statute. So really, we're bringing this here as we hope as a starting point for us to have a productive conversation about how to do it. So I look forward to hearing everyone's thoughts and also from the commissioner.
Yeah. And I would add one more thing, if I may. So at the last meeting, we heard an idea about possibly just a straight up shift in financial accountability in the regulation from the department to North Star. And that, folks may recall, that felt a little like, wow, that seems like a pretty tall mountain to climb in terms of legislation. And that really was my motivation in terms of understanding what we could do in this legislative session, what was possible, readily possible. I think we certainly could change the language. I think that will be involved, and I think this panel will need to be pretty sure about what it is that they're trying to accomplish and how it is that they plan to engage in that process. Good.
So I'm going to open it up to the panel and specifically to Commissioner Tierney to make comments regarding the proposal that was brought forth by Representative Civilian Coffee, and how it varies from, you know, what you're looking at and how it would work within your department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question to the panelists first. Do folks have a copy of the document that I provided online that summarizes costs? So folks do have that for discussion purposes tonight. I thought it might be useful to provide a little walkthrough of this, much as Representative Civilian, Representative Coffey just did, of the documents that they have put before us. I would begin first by thanking Representative Civilian and Representative Coffey for the efforts they've made in coming up with the information that they've provided. I find the $35,000 figure that you've identified instructive, and it's precisely that kind of spade work that this panel has been needing to do for some time in order to have a frank conversation about expectations as to what can and cannot be done realistically in the framework of this panel. I note Representative Sebelia's comment about the need for experts, and I think that too is instructive. That goes to the heart of the matter that has prompted my concern. I am very eager to hear from other panelists as to what their views are in terms of anticipating future needs, because it's that prospective need that has driven my concern about amending the statute if we're going to go forward with that kind of work using experts and the like. It is certainly a topic that's come up in the past on this panel, though earlier in my tenure, which I think predates a couple of the panel members we have here today, I started this work in January of 2017. And I should also note that at that time, my agency was running a deficit and had been running a deficit for a while. And this is something that I was only able to straighten out last legislative session, so that this year, for the first time, I actually have enough funding to pay for my agency's operations. That's huge, because as you can see from the document I've provided to you, the costs that the agency's been bearing over and above what I call the Section 1 costs are considerable. And I have had to think for some period of time now hard about what realistically that can come out of the department's budget in order to underwrite the activities of NDCAP. So turning to the document I provided to you, at the top on page 1 you see Section 1, and those are the nuts and bolts logistical costs of our meetings, things like the room that we're in tonight, the videography that we have, the notes that get produced afterwards, and the like. Those costs are not substantial in isolation, but I would just point out that in the year that I took over, they appear to have peaked at $11,000, and that followed several years of going upward. That cost curve was bent down a little bit thereafter, and then significantly in 2019, and this reflects the fact that the panel started meeting less frequently at that point, and so the costs came down. That will continue, I would expect, and so I think it's fair to say that the cost figure from 2019 is probably representative, just on the nuts and bolts. If you drop down to Section 2, this is the time cost of my agency devoted to NDCAP activities, and I might say that this is distinct from the other agencies in that under the existing statute for supporting NDCAP, it is the department that is assigned primary responsibility for doing all of the activities that the work of Representative Civilian, Representative Coffey would shift to an individual who is dedicated as a communications staffer under the control of NDCAP chair. So that's I would just highlight that most of the activities that have been identified in the what I'm going to call discussion draft proposal from we'll just leave it at that, the discussion draft proposal that Representative Civilian, Representative Coffey walked us through, those functions, while they may be reasonable and prudent for the panel to have the benefit of, right now by statute, those are all things that my agency is required to provide for the panel. So right there, you're looking at a statutory change if we're going to have somebody else do that, in my opinion. And I do not believe this is something that can be altered by MOU. In any case, as you can see looking at my document, the costs of my agency of providing support for handicap have been substantial. Just to give you some context, in the fall of 2018, I had to conduct a reduction in force where I had to release 5 positions in my agency. That $43,000 would have come in handy, or the $61,000 of time equivalency would have come in handy that we incurred for 2019. So this is not an inconsiderable issue for the department. Turning to Section 3, this is just to give you some insight into what preparation and attendance at these meetings alone costs. It comes to something like $14,000 for a year. These are costs that the agencies do not bill back to North Star, just as I do not bill back the Section 2 costs to North Star as well. In my judgment, reading the statute, I do not have the authority to bill back such costs right now to North Star, which is one of the reasons why I'm so keen to at least recover the logistical costs from Section 1 from North Star, as well as to clarify that the company would be responsible for any other costs that are incurred under Section 1700. I think it's A6G, meaning the experts and the contracting for services and the like. So on the bottom of page 2, you see just a snapshot of what the cost of handicap was in 2019. In my judgment, the $4,000 is something that North Star definitely should have been paying. I think there's a case to be made for the $61,000 in time costs that my agency spent, but I also think that there's a case to be made that that ought not necessarily to be billed back to North Star absent a different statutory change. And the $14,000, you know, I think there's an argument to be made for that being billed back to North Star as well, but that's not driving my concern at this point. What really drives my concern, to repeat myself, is if this panel is to make use of the option that is reserved to it under 18 VSA 17 G6. This is on page 3. It's the middle statutory provision where I've underscored the language. In that section 6, it says hire experts, contract for services, provide materials and other reasonable necessary expenses of the panel. To be candid, and this is why I wanted to have the conversation with the panel, in my time as commissioner, this issue has not been forced because we've been preoccupied with reorganization, adapting to a new chair, trying to figure out what our issues would be. The settlement with North Star that resulted in the decommissioning process starting sooner than anybody expected was a real game changer. So this issue of where is this panel going and what resources does it need to get there has sort of been dormant under the surface. But we're there now because we're looking at amending the statute. As I have said at prior meetings, when you open a can of worms, which is what statutory amendment is, you are well served by getting it all done at once and not doing it piecemeal. And that is the spirit in which I came to this panel and said we need to have this conversation about expenses, which I've been trying to have for quite some time now. And I thank the panel for its patience and its willingness to convene tonight's meeting. I will also say that the process we've been through and the conversations that we've had have informed my thinking. I really do go back to Montpelier and reflect on what I hear here. It is never a meeting that I get over and then just go home and forget about, because I'm the commissioner of everybody, which is also the commissioner of this panel and the public that we serve. And it's incumbent on me to reflect on the things that I hear, so that while I respectfully have to disagree with the proposition that an MOU could be prepared that would allow Entergy to pay a certain amount that is fixed, in order to pay for these costs that I'm concerned about, I can recognize that there's a limit as to what can be achieved in any one legislative session. So I have heard what our legislative colleagues are saying about what realistically can be achieved. And from my own view, I have looked at the existing statute, and I have language that would amend the statute to the satisfaction of the Commissioner of the Department of Public Service, but I don't know that that would necessarily be to the satisfaction of this panel. And I'm happy to share that language with anyone who'd like to see it. But in a nutshell, what it says is North Star will bear the costs under 6G, and North Star will have an option of seeking review of the reasonableness of those costs from the PUC. And in the first instance, it would remain the Commissioner of the Department of Public Service who determines whether those costs are reasonable in the first case. So I do not see that as a complicated statutory amendment, but I do appreciate that I don't sit under the Golden Dome day in, day out, and I especially do not sit on House Energy Technology, so I must defer to Representative Sevilla's judgment as to what the likelihood of success is in seeking an amendment of that kind. I do give you this notice, if you will. If I have to accept that we will not be amending the statute on this particular issue this year, notwithstanding the panel's vote last time around that we did want to shift costs to North Star, it is very likely that the department will seek this amendment in its own right next year with the proper timing, because it is, in my judgment, a matter that needs to be addressed in this fashion. Turning to the materials that Representative Coffey and Sevilla have provided, the reasons why I don't think the MOU route would work are as follows. Looking at the existing statute, I don't see any authority for NDCAP to be entering into contracts or directing actions that would result in an MOU. NDCAP has an advisory mission. The ability to contract or to otherwise make arrangements for logistical support is vested in my office. And I take that to mean is that I would have to be the one who acceded to an MOU. As you well understand, I have a regulatory supervisory relationship with North Star. It is a relationship that seeks a constructive dynamic, and I should hasten to add that in my judgment, the company has been a good faith partner in what it's doing here as a decommissioning company. But if things go wrong or if discipline is necessary, that originates in the first instance in my office. And so to put me in the position, or to put my successors in the position of also being a counterparty to a freely entered into MOU, in my judgment, is not tenable. And even if it were something that I was inclined to do, I have serious reservations about entering into an MOU or a contract that effectively displaces statutory responsibilities as presently enumerated for my office. In other words, I question whether I could enter into a contract that hires an individual to do things that the statute says my office is supposed to do. Footnote there, I would take from the proposal the suggestion that perhaps there are things that my office needs to improve by way of the services that it's providing to NDCAP. And that's certainly a conversation I'm willing to have with anyone at any time. But I do not think the solution realistically is to contract for them elsewhere. The language about there being the ability to enter into such an MOU because the statute provides that the funds for our activities shall come from the department's funds and quote, such other sources as may be or become available. In my judgment, it is not in scope such that it would permit the MOU contemplated here. I read that language to mean that if the NRC were to approve decommissioning funding, for which you've heard me advocate, or if the legislature were to make an appropriation to support NDCAP, that those would be things that would be encompassed by that language. But an MOU for which I lack the authority to sign up, I do not feel falls within that scope. I think I've covered all my points. And I think I'll close my comments at this juncture by saying that I am prepared to accept that I am not going to be able to effect the change that I would like to see in this legislative session. But I underscore that that is not uniquely my decision. Tonight's conversation is about what this panel would like to see its future be, and for me to get guidance on that point. And now I'll yield back to you, Mr. Chair.
So go ahead, Chris.
I have a question for the commissioner. The cost increase under staff hours for 2019, can you shed some light on that? I don't doubt that happened. I didn't know like to what extent that reflected staff doing the work that the previous chairs had done, or what?
That's exactly what it is.
Wow.
I think what you're seeing there is, for folks who were not on the panel at the time, you did not have the pleasure of working with Kate O'Connor, but Kate was a real dynamo, and we learned at the end of her tenure just how much she had been doing in her capacity as chair. And I think for those of us who are still on the panel, it was a real revelation to understand not only that she had been carrying so much administrative and frankly expense for the panel, but also we understood that this was not an acceptable thing to continue to expect from a chair. And Chris, you'll recall your tenure was vastly different in nature as a result, and I think for Mr. Unruh it would be the same. But that's what that jump represents.
It was actually a condition of my chairing the...
Indeed it was.
The only other thing I'll observe, and I'm not disagreeing with the numbers at all.
Not at all.
I mean, because that's important to note how much the volunteer hours were contributing to the support of the panel. But in the earlier years, and Tony and Bill and the others who were here earlier on, when the commissioner was chair, did we not start doing reports until Kate was chair?
I'm sorry, Chris. These are things that I wouldn't know anything about.
Well, I was just looking at the numbers. Again, I'm trying to think about I'm thinking about the cost of what it actually takes to support the panel. And what I was trying to remember was in the first years, I know the statute said we had to prepare a report. I'm not remembering if we did exactly or not, or who prepared it, if it was Tony or Chris or somebody else in your all's office. But of course, Kate was very heavily involved in not only setting the agendas, but even recruiting who was coming to speak. So I'm sure that took some time away from Tony. It's just, I almost feel like we should send another letter or something to Kate saying thank you. But I was just trying to think about those earlier years, because we had a lot of meetings in those earlier years, and there was a lot of work to be done. But did that still primarily fall to Kate once she was chair?
Two issues on that point. One, it's entirely possible that the answer to that is yes, Kate did a lot of that. I wouldn't want to discount that. It is also possible that the records from that time are not as robust as they are now.
Yeah.
I can only, with perfect confidence, speak to the records that date to my tenure.
Okay. Commissioner, I can shed some light on that if it would help. To answer, okay, first the specific question on the annual reports. The history on it, the first annual report, there was one done for 2014. The department subcontracted that out. If you remember, we had the Consensus Building Institute on contract for several items, and one of them was to finish the 2014 report. 2015, 2016 annual reports, Chairman O'Connor basically said, Tony, don't worry about them, I'll get them done. I didn't realize that meant that she was going to be doing them personally, but what I had expected was that there was going to be a small committee of panelists who would actually work on it, but she was doing that herself. The 2017 report, actually, for those of you who remember David Andrews, I know he pulled a lot of that together. And then 2018 and 2019 was, well, okay, 2018 you provided feedback on what you wanted as panel chair, and 2019 I pretty much ran with it on my own, offering an outline to the panel. Some of the other volunteerism, listening to Commissioner Tierney, I realized that very early on there was a discussion between the previous commissioner, Commissioner Recchia, and several senior Entergy staff to provide what was called in-kind administrative support. So for a while there, Entergy provided a note taker. It was someone from Entergy staff who took notes and was the primary generator of meeting minutes. But then when that person moved on from Entergy, there was no replacement for that. So that became a cost that the Public Service Department wound up picking up because, well, we needed someone and we needed a low-budget staff person for that. So a lot of it was the prior, Chair O'Connor, but there were some other here and there's of, at one point Entergy covered some costs, at some point the department covered costs, and where the costs have been covered has moved around a little bit in the history of the panel.
I'll just wrap up. I think, just for the panel, I was just trying to offer some, or think through the history of how we function in our expenditures. So I would imagine that even though 2019 looks a bit like an anomaly, it's probably reflective of what it actually costs to operate the panel when you're just having quarterly meetings, and frankly, not really taking on that, not doing a very heavy lift. So we're, from a budgeting standpoint or a time standpoint, however that translates into hours and effort, that's probably reflective of what it actually takes.
So let me throw my 2 cents in because I'm really good at that. I think for us tonight, it's, if we decide to, I think it's a determination of a dollar amount, not necessarily how that dollar amount is spent. Representative Sebelian and Coffey have laid out a fairly good plan of how those dollars that they propose could be spent, and the ways that they can be most effectively used. But I think for us as a panel, we need to determine a dollar figure of what it takes to run this panel, because as we transition over the next several years, those particular positions that are laid out in Representative Sebelian and Coffey's proposal may change. The needs may change as we go through the decommissioning process. So I think a dollar figure is more important than necessarily how it's spent. That's my opinion, and I'm open to hear different opinions on that. I'm okay with the dollar figure that was set forth by Representative Sebelian and Coffey to help us to function appropriately, but I don't want to pigeonhole us into a specific way to spend those dollars. So I'm open to discussion on what we've heard thus far, and anybody's got an opinion outside of what I just said.
So I actually appreciated Chris's summary there, that the 2019 expenses as described at the bottom of page 2 of the Commissioner's prepared document is probably more likely the actual costs as opposed to those costs that are itemized on the document from our representatives. Given the ease at which it is possible to actually review and account for those costs in state government. So I would feel that we may be underestimating what it would require to sponsor 4 meetings a year if we were to stay with the 35,000 as represented in our representative's proposal. And I think it would be better to probably work towards the higher figure, which is approaching $80,000, as represented in Commissioner Tierney's document.
I know we're all sitting here contemplating everything that's going on. Representative Sabia, you got something to say?
Well, I think I would most like to hear from other panelists if they have thoughts first. So I can wait.
Tony, this is Emily Bodecker, if I could jump in with a question.
Yes, please.
So as I was looking at this, there's 3 things that I'm primarily evaluating. One is I think we need a permanent solution, a long-term solution, rather than trying to do something for an interim. So I'm interested in understanding how we can get to a permanent solution. And one hopes that we will continue to have good relationships with all parties involved, but money can get tricky at times, so I think a permanent solution, and by that one which is, solid in law, is important. Who authorizes the costs for the panel, I think is really important, and so I too appreciated seeing what the panel actually costs, and would also be interested from some of the longer term panel members if some of the assertions about this being the right grouping of costs, that we wouldn't be looking for additional experts and things going forward. I'd just like to make sure that we have a good consensus from the panel for that. And so in terms of how we proceed from here, I would also like to revisit the question, I'm not quite where Commissioner Tierney is, about ruling out a change this legislative session. I appreciate that there's a lot on the docket. There's some very big bills that the House Energy and Technology Committee has. But if there is a very simple change, the few lines that Commissioner Tierney had identified, I also don't want to rule out that possibility of potentially taking this to the legislator, getting clear language in the statute, and having this resolved so we can focus back then on the core work of the panel. So if anybody has any comments and thoughts on any of the statements I've just made, I'd be very appreciate hearing them.
I just have one thought that I would like to just make sure I am absolutely perfectly clear on. So this panel can move forward with recommendations for statutory changes this year? Absolutely. Some of the, you have heard me put forward some cautions, which are intended to reflect just the reality of the situation on the ground. But if there's consensus on this panel that they want to move forward with changes in legislation this year, they should do so. I have made cautions about making sure that it is clear what the panel wants, that there is a clear plan for supporting those changes in the legislature by the panel. And so that's it. I just want to make sure that it's understood. If the panel wants to move this forward, they should. I feel like I've tried to be responsible in letting folks know, here's kind of the situation on the ground. Representative Coffey and I have been cautioning folks for the last 2 or 3 meetings about the timeframes involved in this second year of a biennium. To the greatest extent possible, just to help inform and allow this committee, this panel, to have as much flexibility as possible, so.
And so I wanted to say two things. One is also, if, I agree, the committee is going to be taking this up. It does mean that it gets negotiated in that committee and in a money committee. And that the recommendations from this panel are not the only recommendations that might come to that committee. There can be other folks who might want to weigh in on that. But I think what I'd hope that we could figure out tonight is what are we really hoping for the support of this panel, and how can we get there? Because, I think I've heard a lot of different, this is really just throwing something, it doesn't need to be necessary. These recommendations that we have, this is a brainstorm really about, these are the kinds of things. So I think I'd like to start, how does this panel want to work and operate? What are we doing well? What's missing? What are we've done a little, like the beginning of research. We got a letter from Ray Shaddis here about what they're doing in Maine. I really think because we're one of the states that's in the early wave of decommissioning these plants, and we have an opportunity. I mean, folks are going to be looking to this process as a model. So, and is it the best use of, our nuclear engineers' time to be setting up tables for a panel? I'm not sure if I, as a taxpayer, see that that's the best use of somebody's time. So could we kind of get into this a little bit? Since this is our main piece of business tonight, it would be great to have a sense of the panel. What is it that we need? How much do we think it might cost? Build in some flexibility, and then whether the solution is whether we do it in statute or whether there's a creative way to do it. I think there's a willingness from North Star to pay for some of these costs. I don't really think that is the question. I think it's about how we get there. So I really would love to hear from other folks and other folks who have been, I've been on the panel since September of 2019. So I want to hear from other folks what they think that we're missing. I mean, because I think we've heard from the public that the meetings are not very well advertised, beyond what the Department of Public Service can do on its website, and whether it's that we need somebody like a communications staffer or a part-time person or a very part-time person to get the word out on the meetings. Because I think it's really important that people know about these meetings and that there's participation from the public.
See, I would, personally, I would challenge that particular line of thinking, because when this panel started, especially through the sale process, the meetings have been always worn the same way. And we've had several people throughout the sale process attend these meetings. Our meetings were full. We had 30 speakers, times coming up and, voicing their concerns to the panel. And we haven't changed the way we warn the meetings in the time, like as far as the time length that, they get warned out and that kind of thing. As far as I'm aware, I don't think it's necessarily an issue of how the meetings are being marketed or put out to the public. I think it's just a lack of interest from the public to attend the meetings at this point, since the sale has gone through. That's my personal opinion on it, just basically from seeing where we started to where we are now, and the lack of public participation from the beginning of the sale process till now. And it doesn't mean that anybody's any more interested or not interested in what's going on at the site. It just means that less people are participating in the actual handicap meetings themselves.
May I say something? My comment is coming based on what people have come in and said here. It's not based on my opinion. So about participation, but I think going back to it, it's like, is this what we currently have in this budget that the commissioner has put together? is this sufficient to do what we need to do, the work that needs to be done, or do we want to be, I've heard, I mean, there are a few people who are not here tonight who have advocated for having folks come and participate in this meeting, or for, as participating in national conferences. I mean, there's been a wide range of ideas, and we haven't been able to get to those ideas because there hasn't been the funding there. So that, I would rather have us have a conversation about that part of it for what we want to do.
So the only, I would add, I think one, the vice chair has often spoke to the need to have potentially additional experts, et cetera. I know this probably is not official. I'm certain that it is not official, and certainly she cannot vote. But Representative Coffey and I and the chair did receive, and Tony, did receive an email from her at 4:30 this evening thanking us for putting together the draft discussion proposal and noted that it seems reasonable.
Mr. Chair?
Going to go to Chris and then we'll come back.
So I'll just start with just what I think would be useful from as far as from a panel perspective, and this is regardless of anybody's proposals or anything. We basically have a roadmap forward about how the decommissioning and site restoration are going to occur, and we have reporting requirements in the board order that says what North Star and the state have to do at a minimum, and that all ties back to the March report, as I recall, to the state, and or I think the state is supposed to then provide like a report to the public. And what I was thinking when being involved in that docket around the sale was that a useful role for IndyCap would be looking at that schedule. And let me just tell for the panel members and the public who don't also know, if something goes wrong on the site, if North Star discovers something that wasn't expected that affects the timing of the decommissioning or the cost, they have to notify the state within 7 days. But I'm just talking about just the regular schedule. My thinking had been that a good structure would be plan a big, whatever, I don't know exactly what this means, but the big kind of annual meeting of IndyCap for like May or so, after the report's been in, after the state agencies had the chance to do some analysis, after North Star's had some time to kind of process what it all means. And so then we have like the big, I would say kind of the spring big annual IndyCap meeting. And then the meetings that would follow on after that are kind of check-ins to see how things are going with the regulatory agencies, with North Star itself. And if North Star is great, hear from the town of Vernon, how they think things are going. But that we would kind of organize ourselves around that initial reporting of data, that kind of annual check-in. And then, of course, we would also, if something did happen and that you trigger that 7-day notification and something material has changed that's going to potentially affect the cost and schedule, then, of course, we would want to have another meeting. And so I was thinking that the real function of IndyCap is to take that information, present it as fully as possible to the public, allow the public to comment on the information that's presented, and then that after that spring meeting, that could also inform other topics that we take up during those other meetings that we have. As for cost, I just have it seems to me that the costs of regulation shouldn't be externalized, and North Star should bear those costs. And as far as who ultimately does the work, as far as like whether it's a state nuclear engineer or if it's Tony actually doing his job as a nuclear engineer, and then other consultants are hired to provide support work that maybe they're less expensive than state employees, maybe they're not. That seems like another analysis that we could do. You could have other supporting staff or supporting consultants to do the logistical work and other things that maybe Tony doesn't need to be doing. But that was the kind of structure that just for me personally, I had envisioned. Now, how we get there, what we need to change in statute, I've got some ideas, I think, but that could have some effect. You know, I appreciate the proposals that the legislators brought forth to us. I appreciate also the position that the commissioner mentioned about the state budget. But as far as just like the actual function of handicap and its purpose that it serves, those were kind of my notions, and so I just wanted to throw that out there for what it's worth for people to respond to. I'm not claiming that I'm right. It's just that's an idea that I've had.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple things. I thought what Chris just outlined right now is one very measured and clearly identified path for handicap to define the scope of its work at this time. And I think one of the things that's particularly appealing about it is that it meets the concerns that, or better said, the point that Representative Sibilia has made more than once about the need to ensure that a spotlight stays trained on the events through decommissioning, the progress of the company through decommissioning, so that the public has a genuine window into this. What I would add to Chris's description is this. It's one thing for this panel to lay bare or to make clear in a public forum what the current status is of decommissioning under the board order and the reporting events. It's another thing to provide a place for the public, having digested those events, to come back and to tell us what its concerns are. That too is a part of handicap. And it may well be that through those comments from the public, the panel develops questions or concerns that we can't sit here tonight and anticipate. Some of those concerns might, for all I know, best be informed by the assessment of an expert who could help this panel decide what advice it ought to give to the governor or to state agencies about whatever the particular concern is that has arisen. What has troubled me to date in my tenure has been the prospect that a decision about whether to retain such an expert would turn on whether I have money available in my agency. That to me is a very unfortunate confluence of events, and that's exactly where we have been for the last several years. And to my mind, it's a statutory change that removes that unfortunate nexus so that this panel, should the need arise, is in a position to avail itself of its ability to get expert assistance as needed. Turning to the particulars about who sets up tables and the like, I don't especially like seeing my nuclear engineer employed in this fashion, but those are the resources available to my department, and those are the duties prescribed under the statute. And so unless a change is made, I have to make do with those resources, and it makes even less sense. Mr. Lashinsky actually lives in Connecticut and is down here. It might be less costly, I suppose, to dispatch somebody from my agency who doesn't have the same hourly rate, but I have to figure out who that person is and what work I'm going to remove from that person in order to send them down here in advance of meetings. I suppose another possibility would be to turn to North Star to say, North Star, under 1702, I hereby exercise my authority to have you assist the panel by taking over those logistical arrangements. Those are possibilities as well. But it seems to me that it's the larger picture I've been concerned about, which is how to make sure that this panel is not starved of resources because a state budget is constrained. And to that end, I think a statutory change is needed.
Go ahead.
it.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I have, well, first off, I want to thank our representatives for preparing this discussion draft proposal. Getting the conversation queued up, it's helpful. I've been quiet over here just because I'm struggling with how much that I don't really know about really what the public needs. I don't know that there's a lot of consensus and agreement on this panel. And certainly that's just a reflection of myself, of what the public, whether or not folks in our community and the public have the same emotional reaction to this. I think that's, we can discuss that, but then also just more broadly and outside of, an emotional response to Vermont Yankee and to the decommissioning is what the public cares about. And I think that while it's true, there hasn't been the same awareness and attention to this project and to this whole situation, that might also just be because there isn't a strong vector of what's happening in these conversations into the community. And so that lack of awareness is a little bit self-perpetuating. I can see both. And so the root of that question and me not knowing what the public needs and what the public cares about here affects the whole question of what this should be and what should it become. It leads into, I think that the question is a good one, which is what advice we ought to give to the governor and what experts we might need to bring in to help inform not just this panel, but the community also matters, which is what the public needs and what's the best way for this panel to be a vector and a conduit to the public. So my instinct, like what I want to do is to know that. And yeah, there's my science training, which is like already designing the survey, the public survey in my head, which, to bring to the community. And I don't know if that might be, I know that that's an extra step. And I appreciate what our representatives and legislators had done to identify, while it's true that, we could at any point make statutory changes, and that might be required in the long run, but I also appreciate the move towards expediting a change that can still be helpful and supportive of this panel and our mission ultimately. And if it can be efficient and done quickly, that would be great. And so I don't want to pump the brakes and necessarily open this up if it doesn't need to be, but I don't know, right now I'm taking a big step back and really wondering at the root of it, what are the fundamental questions that this panel should be asking? And I'm continuing to draw some question marks. I just don't know enough.
So and I may be wrong on this, others can weigh in, and Emily, I really appreciate your perspective on this, especially being new to it. Just having been in this discussion for a while now. Part of the context and this is why I was going back to what the board order says, the Public Utility Commission's already kind of weighed in on what North Star what they have to report on. And I would hope that North Star would be really interested in knowing what else the public would like to hear from them. And, and I think it's great, it would be a great idea for the panel, through a survey or through other means to find out what would the public like to know. But I think from a procedural standpoint, there's the Public Utility Commission has already weighed in on what has to be reported and when. And so I was trying to kind of propose from that bare bones approach, that we know that we've got an annual report that's going to be coming out, and it'd be, and an opportunity to gather that information from the public is based on what you're hearing. What else do you need to hear? What else do you want to hear? What else do you want us to bring to you? So that to me was kind of more of an expeditious approach to it, which may or may not make sense. But I think we are limited somewhat. Like even if we found out from the public everything that they wanted, what we can actually pry out may be somewhat limited. But again, North Star, hopefully they would stand up and go, yes, we would love to know more about what the public wants to know about our process and the transparency of our process and how the public would like us to communicate with them. But some of that's going to be voluntary on their part, which is fine, because they should have the opportunity to weigh in about what they, how they view this whole process too. But I just wanted to kind of weigh in with that constraint. That's why we were, the panel was involved, and maybe not as robustly as would have been desired, but and coming up with an advisory position on what to even communicate to the Public Utility Commission about what needs to be communicated to the public. But that ship in some respects has kind of sailed, but we can always build another ship.
Well, to that point, Chris, I mean, North Star has, taken the steps to reach out in those respects through Mr. Hamilton, doing some community engagement with stakeholders to find out, what the communities are interested in, the community stakeholders are interested in. So I think those steps have been taken by North Star to this point, even above and beyond what the PUC has asked of them in that respect. I think the resounding gong, and I hate to keep coming back to this, is that the public in general is, after the sale, is not terribly interested. I think there is a good sect that is interested in what's going on, at the plant, but they don't show up to our meetings. They're the silent majority. Let's just put it that way. They look from the background and watch for our meeting minutes and that kind of thing and see what's going on, but they're not necessarily showing up to INDICAT meetings any longer. So I guess the emphasis for this panel is to be able to keep those type of people informed, because they're obviously not here. They haven't been attending for several meetings. They haven't been, expressing opinions and that kind of thing through our panel hearings. But they're there. And to be able to keep those folks informed is our job, whether they show up or not, to our panel hearings. And the question tonight is how do we effectively do that as a panel, and what resources do we need to be able to do that? Again, I'll state that, what Representative Savigny and Coffey have laid out seems to be effective in that manner, seems to fit some of the bills of some of the questions that have been asked by the public that does attend. How do we more effectively communicate our meeting dates? Further out, how do we effectively communicate what we're going to be talking about, and how do we get the community involved in that respect? Because really, in the end, that's what our INDICAP is for. We are a conduit to the public that is interested in what's going on in the decommissioning, and even those that aren't interested in what's going on in the decommissioning, because at some point they could become interested and be able to look back and see the work that the panel's done and be able to come up to speed in that respect. I don't know that we're going to have an answer to our question tonight, but I will yield the floor to Mr. Irwin to listen to his comments.
So this is my 15th year of involvement with either the nuclear decommission, or I can't even remember what it was called before, the nuclear... VSNAP, Vermont State Nuclear Advisory Panel, thank you. And I can tell you that the things that are working now are obvious to me, and they are the results of the efforts of the Public Service Department. Specifically, the record keeping for this panel is exceptional. It is all open to the public. It is, while a government site, a place that you can go and find everything that has occurred under the NDCAP since its inception. Annual reports have been put together religiously, not always on time, but well-founded minutes records of votes, records of issues, records of presentations. The actual documents are there. I can also tell you that attendance at these meetings is typically measured by the contentiousness of the issues. That when, and frankly in VSNAP, there was always contentiousness. But since the negotiated settlement, the sale, and frankly the turnover from one owner to another, the transition from operating to decommissioning, I think there are a lot of settled issues. What will likely occur is that if there becomes a problem that causes costs to go up or delays or other concerns among the public, we'll see attendance rise again. And we need to be prepared for that. So I would suggest that, one, I think we really have a great system of record keeping that I would be concerned about throwing out because it's not broken. And I would appreciate instead that we continue to do what we're doing with the Public Service Department's maintenance of the records of this panel and the availability of it. And I think the notices to the public of our meeting attendance, that they're occurring. I know we could do more. I don't know if there's anything that's happening in the local papers for notice that might be of use as well. Whether that's already occurring, I'm not sure. I appreciate your perspective, Chris, about a May meeting. I like that idea too, because I think there will be huge answers and questions in the March report. I know I can tell you as a state agency, I only have a timeline of work at Vermont Yankee that goes through December 2019 for the most part. And I'm anxious to know what 2020 has to observe as a state agency / regulator. And so I think there will be a lot to discuss then. And I do believe that the meetings in between those May kickoffs, if you want to call it that, are helpful to have each of the agencies and other stakeholders report on the status as we go from year to year. I do think that we are on a time table that has a certain end date, and that the sooner we act, the more likely we're going to benefit from a decision that we make. That if we wait another year for the next legislative session, we will be much further down this road that is rapidly moving. I can tell you, as someone who was at the site today, seeing what's occurred in just the last month, we are seeing rapid changes. We will see even more rapid changes in the coming months of 2020. There will be dramatic changes at that site, and we need to be able to accommodate those kinds of changes that might occur and interest that's likely to be generated in the public as they hear about these things. So I would again think of any sort of monetary figure or budget that might be associated with this to have some flexibility for where there were these kinds of dynamics and we needed to accommodate those. So I would say that again, I like the estimations that were created by the Public Service Department because I know the care with which they were obtained, and I would put onto that some sort of language or a buffer or something to accommodate where there's likely going to be fluctuations over the course of time. And I would also say that I do believe that it could be much less expensive to have someone brought in to do the physical arrangements at the price much less than the state nuclear engineer, who I value immensely as someone who has toured the site with him numerous times to be able to look at highly technical issues that are occurring there. And it was a shame that we couldn't do more of that this afternoon because he had to come here and make sure that this meeting was set up. So I just wanted to make sure I covered everything in my notes here. And I think I have. Thank you very much.
So I guess I will bring it back to the question at this point in my mind, and I could be completely wet, but is what is the dollar figure that it takes to be able to effectively communicate to the public as handicap? And not necessarily how it's spent and who it's spent on and all that kind of thing, but what is the overall dollar figure of what makes our jobs viable to the public? And I don't know that we can answer that question this evening. I really don't. But that's what it boils down to, how the dollars get spent in the end, whether they're, because it has to be fluid, whether it be a specialist that we need 6 months from now, or whether it's a specialist that we need 2 weeks from now. In the end, it's a dollar figure. It's not necessarily how we spend it immediately. I don't think we can put forth a proposal that says this is how we're going to spend all these dollars every single year going forward for the next 5 years, because as certain needs arise, we need to be able to flow those dollars to those needs, in my opinion. So I think a dollar figure needs to be reached. Whether it be this evening or a different time. God, I hope it's this evening, because I don't want to do this again, honestly. But I think we have a very good start with what the Public Service Department has put in front of us, what Representative Sabirian Coffee has put in front of us, to be able to determine that dollar figure. And again, everything falls back on you, Commissioner Terran, how those dollars get spent. So I think it behooves us to determine that dollar figure this evening, and your department from there determines whether it's Mr. Lashinsky's time to set up tables or whether it's somebody else's time to set up tables. That's not in the purview of the handicap panel. That's in your purview of how those dollars are spent. What we're trying to determine tonight as a panel is what do we need as a panel to be able to effectively communicate to the outside world that wants to participate in this process.
So I'm concerned about the notion of, I'm concerned about a few things. I think, I'm not sure if the commissioner was explicit, but I think the notion of putting together an MOU outside of, with North Star for the support of this panel, I don't think is something that she would support. We probably should hear from her as to whether or not it is.
That is correct. I would not support that.
Right. And so that then becomes the place where we get a little sticky in statute. And so if we put in a dollar amount in statute, that's just going to be, I mean, it's fine. We can do that. We can try that. I think that there will be, we have to figure out, is that a tax? Is that a fee? Are there other businesses that would be assessed that kind of tax or fee? So if we're trying to put something like that in statute, and so if we're just putting in place, if we're just shifting who pays, that may be simpler. And although I think it still would have to go to, as Representative Coffey has said, it still would have to go to probably Ways and Means and Appropriations Committee. And I would expect, as I mentioned at the last hearing, that having that be an unlimited prospect in statute will probably get some resistance from North Star. And as we've heard the commissioner say this evening, it has been limited. It has been limited. It's not limited in statute, but right now it's limited by the state budget. So I would just offer that for consideration by the panel. Mr. Chair, I would note that we are a little over schedule. I hate to, just in case you wanted to
Can I make a
hear from
suggestion?
Mr. Leach?
If you will put this forward as a motion, I will second it for you. Or would you like me to put it forward?
I think that it might behoove us to, you can certainly do whatever you'd like to do. I think it might behoove us to hear from members of the public who are actually here and who I suspect may have some things to say that may be helpful in this regard, may not be helpful, but they will be instructive.
Okay, so to that end, we are kind of over our time allotted for discussion from the panel on operating costs, potential funding options. So at this time, I will open up to public questions and input on the panel cost and funding options. Willing to hear from anybody from the public regarding that. It looks like you're being coerced. Come on up.
Good evening. I'm Chris Williams. I'm from Hancock. I work with Citizens Awareness Network, and I'm also with the Nuclear Information and Resource Service in Washington. I have a lot more questions than I had when I walked in the door. But after reviewing the materials earlier today, my thought was that perhaps the logistical costs could be assigned to Entergy, the non-controversial logistical costs.
It's North Star.
The department to provide funding for the expert staff time as well as outside experts if they become necessary. And somebody said it earlier, a lot's been said tonight. If you run into a cost overrun scenario where North Star might be saying one thing, it might be useful to have somebody to review what North Star is saying with regard to a particular cost overrun. Additionally, of course, if there are discoveries of both radiological or non-radiological contaminants on the site that are going to raise costs and have not been included in previous site characterizations, that might require an expert. But to take the non-controversial, just nuts and bolts costs of having the meetings and keeping the records properly, and sound, notice, and assign those to North Star if possible. And then look to the department for experts. That's what I would recommend. So I look forward to listening to the conversation tonight and ongoing, and hope that in the future there's less talk about money and more talk about what's going on the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comments?
Hi, I'm Ann Darling. I live in East Hampton, Massachusetts. Before I say anything else, I want to remind you that there is no one sitting on the panel from Massachusetts, and there should be, and I hope you'll make the governor of the state that I now live in do something about that. Thank you. I want to kind of echo what Emily was saying about what I would like to see the panel be a vector and a conduit to the public. And besides putting things on the website, basically what gets out to the public is left to whether or not there's someone here from the press and if people read that story. Or if I write a letter to the editor, which I did a couple of weeks ago. So, and it's true that people, what you were saying, Mr. Unruh, about people are not as concerned because people don't feel as threatened as we used to, or scared. Thank goodness. But I do think that, and things seem to be going okay right now, and I'm very grateful for that. I'm very happy. But they might not in the future. And I think somebody also said it's important for you to have a way to communicate with the public beyond what's on the website. And that could even be regular postings in some of the major ways of communicating, not just in Brattleboro, but all around New Hampshire, Massachusetts, but beyond Vernon. It's wonderful that Vernon is very, very closely involved. You should be. I'm happy about that too. I'd like to see more people on this panel who are actual citizens, not representatives of, from outside of Vernon. It's good to have a lot of Vernon people. And I'd like to see maybe, a monthly piece in some local newspapers or some forums that could be put on BCTV and other cable channels. I think people need to know, and you said it yourself, Mr. Unruh, that it's your responsibility to keep people informed whether they're here or not. So how much you do of that is partially a question of money. But I want to hear a commitment from the panel that that's what the money will be used for. I really do.
Hi, good evening. I'm Clay Turnbull. I'm with New England Coalition on Nuclear Pollution. I'm a staff person and a trustee. And I was glad to hear that a report that Ray Shaddis prepared sounds like it was distributed to the panel. I just wanted to highlight a couple of lines from it. North Star will pay itself approximately 38% of the decommissioning fund to administer decommissioning activities. And there's a modest 10% overrun cushion built into the budget. In addition, North Star anticipates an end-of-the-day surplus in excess of $20 million to be divided 45% between North Star and Vermont Utilities. At Maine Yankee, we can get a rough idea of the kinds of monies that Maine Yankee spent on its cap by looking at a short list of the kinds of educative activities that Maine Yankee sponsored. The cap toward 2 sites deploying dry-fueled storage systems at Calvert Cliffs Nuclear Power Plant in Maryland and Palisades in Michigan. The cap toward plants undergoing decommissioning, including Connecticut Yankee and Big Rock Point in Michigan. The CAP participated in American Nuclear Society decommissioning conferences in Michigan, Connecticut, and Nevada, which included an engineering tour of National Repository at Yucca Mountain. The CAP participated in meetings with counterpart advisory panels in Connecticut and Michigan. The CAP participated in an industry decommissioning conference in Florida and conferences in Washington, Middletown, Connecticut, where travel, lodging, and expenses and conference fees are involved. One should include in any back-of-the-envelope calculations the fact that the CAP averaged 14 to 15 members. This information provides not only a sense of scale, hundreds of thousands of dollars, not tens of thousands of dollars, but it also is hoped that a sense of purpose, that is, education without nuclear-related oversight, can only be arbitrary and vaguely effective. And lastly, Maine Yankee recognized at the onset that in order to communicate effectively, it needed to develop a commonly understood language about decommissioning, and this involved not only attentive and discerning listening to community stakeholders, but also offering them the opportunity to familiarize themselves with nuclear processes and regulation. I don't know where this panel, the line between this panel and the group that New England Coalition fought to get established as part of the MOU, where the line between them is, but to me, the education is a missing link. You know, that the company could be making more of an effort to provide some real education, whether it's to this panel or to the group that we're trying to fund. I think that the general public, there are people that want to understand the technical issues so that they can determine, so that they can say, okay, I'm not just taking someone else's word for it. And I'm, you know, Bob Leach, you've got an entire career of education that lots of folks would love to understand. So, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I think we're at that place in the evening where we would be contemplating a break. And before we did that, I frankly am unsure of how to proceed here. I brought sufficient copies of a draft statutory amendment that I would be happy to distribute to folks so they can look at what my thoughts have been about what we might do. I've heard the conversation tonight about the $35,000 figure. I've heard Dr. Owen's comments about a higher figure. It occurs to me that this language that I've put together could be, again, modified to accommodate some sort of cap. I just don't know where and how to prompt that discussion. But I wanted you to make you aware of that as an option for tonight. I do have that material here if it would be of interest to the panel members.
I think that makes two of us that I'm not exactly sure where to go from here based on the discussion that we've had both from the public sector and from the panel itself. So I will say that we are going to go to a 5-minute break, and if you'd like to distribute those materials that you have during that 5-minute break, you're welcome to do so. We will reconvene this meeting at 7:35. So we are going to head to additional panel discussion on operating cost and funding options. So during the break, Commissioner Tierney put out a proposed amendment to 18 VSA 1700 G6, and I will allow Commissioner Tierney to speak towards that amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I alluded to earlier in the evening, I had this language has been prepared in order to effectuate the outcome that I would prefer, which was an amendment to 18 VSA 1700 G6, such that North Star bears the costs of hiring experts, contracting for services, and providing for materials and other reasonable and necessary expenses of the panel, as the commissioner, meaning me, may consider appropriate on the request of the panel from time to time. The idea is that by June 30th annually, the department would render a bill basically to North Star that details the amount of monies that have been expended on experts or the contract for services and the like. And in turn, North Star would then pay that bill within 30 days into the special fund that's been established per statute to support the Department of Public Service. It also supports the Public Utility Commission, but that's neither here nor there right now. The language clarifies that the monies so paid by North Star into the special fund would be paid solely to the department, meaning they would not be shared with the Public Utility Commission. And finally, the owners of the Vermont Yankee Station, North Star, would have the right to petition the Public Utility Commission to review and determine, after opportunity for hearing, the necessity and reasonableness of such expenses and may amend or revise such cost assessments is what I put in here, but expenses will be fine too. Based on the conversation tonight, it occurs to me that we could insert a cap in here if the panel thought that was appropriate. And if we did so, I would propose that it be in the second line that is underscored from the top, such that it would now read, the owners of the VYNPS as the Commissioner of Public Service may consider appropriate, comma, not to exceed. The number we've used tonight is 35,000 or whatever other number this panel settles on. And 35,000 would be would reflect what Representative Sibilia and Representative Coffey came up with through their research. To be clear again, I have circulated a statement of costs for the panel to date, principally to raise awareness of what costs are invested so far in the operations of this panel, for better or for worse. The Section 1 costs are those logistical costs that I think North Star ought to bear. The Section 2 costs are the PSD staff time that supports NDCAP. I'm not proposing that that be included in this amendment to Section 6G. I just wanted the panel to be aware that these costs are being incurred. And then the costs on Section 3 having to do with the agency participation, I think it would be fair to put that in, but not necessary. Certainly any per diem increase as suggested by Representative Sibilia and Representative Coffey would be something that would be fair to include under that $35,000. I do agree with Mr. Omaru that there's no need to specify what the $35,000 is expended on, because with the way I've put the language into the statute, I think it's pretty clear that it is supposed to go, the $35,000 would go toward hiring experts, contracting for services, and providing materials, and other reasonable necessary expenses of the panel. So the Section 2 costs and Section 3 costs are not costs that I regard as fitting into that or being included in that language. Are there questions from the panel?
Go ahead, Laura.
So I have a couple of questions. When would this end?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and that's something that I was just discussing with counsel for North Star. It's a very logical question to be asking, but interestingly, it prompts a larger existential question for this panel. If you'll note, as we sit here tonight, NDCAP has no shelf life. So I don't think that it would be necessary for us to put an end date on here. I can certainly understand if there are folks who feel a need for that, but what you're really raising is the larger question of how long should NDCAP exist? I would say this would go on for however long NDCAP exists.
So I would suggest a termination of, at the time that partial license termination happens. Because at the time, I feel that NDCAP no longer has a value. I hate to say that, but it no longer has a substantial value, I guess, after the partial license termination.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
If I may add one point to that, there's also the site restoration part of this process that is exclusive to the Public Utility Commission jurisdiction. And it would seem to me that if there's going to be a termination date, that it should also include that. So it's not just partial license termination by the NRC, but also when site restoration has been achieved to the satisfaction of the Public Utility Commission, in my opinion.
Go ahead, Chris.
Just briefly, I would agree with that. And another thing that, and not to draw out the conversation, I think it's something that could be figured out later on, but I believe, and Clay, maybe you know, or maybe the folk with North Star know, I think both the Yankee Row cap and the main Yankee caps still meet once a year or have some kind of annual something. And so those continue to exist. Now, I'm not saying whether or not it should, but it'd be worth talking to those communities about, is there utility once it's just the ISFC left on the site, is there value? And maybe that's not the Nuclear Decommissioning Citizens Advisory Panel, maybe that's something else, but just wanted to put that out there.
Commissioner, how would you envision the panel accessing funds? So you've spoken to the fact that we've had a push down because there haven't been funds available from the department. So would you see that changing with this language, with this cap in there? And how would you envision the panel doing that?
Yeah, no, those are also really good questions. And so, yes, if the funds were available and they were the responsibility of the company, I would expect them to then be available to this panel. The mechanism that presently exists is that at the end of the day, the panel makes its request to the commissioner for funds for these activities. That's the existing statute. And I use my best judgment as to whether to make those funds available. And what I have proposed here is that that would continue. That mechanism would continue.
And so experts have, again, that has not been something that's been available.
Precisely. And that's the genesis of my concern, is that they've not been available. Not only has, well, Chris will speak to this in a moment, I think, but I will loosely say, to date, on my watch, none have been requested beyond what Chris asked for in the sale docket, or it's a backstory I'm happy to go into, but the bottom line is we've not had any such requests, but I think it's fair to say that I have sent every signal possible saying there's no point in making a request because I don't have money. And that's just not good enough, in my opinion, which is why I've been so concerned about this issue.
And I'm hearing that that might remain the same.
It's entirely possible.
Because the cost, the $35,000 is...
If we wanted to take that out of my budget today, that's a non-starter.
Because $35,000 is more than what you are putting forth your agency spends on handicap right now.
That would be additional to what I already put in, that's correct.
So it would not cover what you're currently expending.
And I'm not asking to, what I'm looking for is for the company to be responsible for that 4,000 plus for the logistics, and then for whatever is left under this cap, that would be what's available to this panel for hiring experts and contracting for services. For instance, Chris mentioned not too long ago that there was a consensus-seeking process, I think, that my predecessor conducted. You and Dr. Irwin might know about this, or Corey, I don't know if you do too. Yeah. Judging by these figures, the cost of that, there doesn't appear to be a record of it at the department. But it's that kind of facilitation process, for instance, or educational initiatives or the like. Those are things that open up if there's money available to be charged to the company.
Can I mention just one brief thing that may have to provide a little context too, which is when IndyCap was first started, and actually in docket and Public Utility Commission dockets before that, there was a concern about like when IndyCap was first created, it was envisioned that decommissioning wouldn't start for 60 years or so, and so there was real concern about the company funding that because it would be coming out of the decommissioning trust, which would then decrease the amount of funds available for decommissioning. So now we have a more discrete timeline, but I would say that it would be just in case anybody has any concerns about suddenly if North Star is bearing the bill, that suddenly folk are going to go crazy and want to spend all kinds of money. Well, we all have a vested interest in being very, very thoughtful about how those funds are used, because I think it's still coming out of the decommissioning trust. I think that'd be the likely source of funds, because that's the source of funds they have to use. So I don't know that that's exactly the case, but just in case folk remember those old arguments from back in the day about concerns about where the funding for a panel would come from. Now at least we know approximately how many years we're looking at, what kind of budget we're probably looking at.
So I have additional questions. Looking at the final line here, I'm not sure that it may be a typo or it may be a punctuation issue. The owners of Vermont Yankee may petition the Public Utility Commission to review and determine, after opportunity for a hearing, the necessity and reasonableness of such expenses, and may amend or revise such cost assessments. So is that intended to be that the owners of Vermont Yankee may amend or revise such cost assessments?
No, it's for the Public Utility Commission. And
so I read that as...
Yep, I can see why you read it that way. We could simply put a period after such expenses and say the Public Utility Commission may amend or revise such cost assessments.
Mr. Chair, I have two other questions, if I may continue.
Go ahead.
So, Chris, or does anybody recall, my sense is this language for handicap was likely drafted as part of the original settlement between the state and Entergy, 2013-14.
I want to say it was 12, but it has. No, but there must have been 13. It must have been winter 13.
It was not part of the settlement.
No, but no, it was not part of the settlement, no, but it was, but I think it came out of the settlement concept. I mean,
It was a logical...
It was not in the settlement, but it was...
It was intended to be a successor to VSNAP, which had its own issues.
So my question, larger question is around, I'm guessing that there's probably some negotiation between the advocates and the company and the government.
I can't speak to that.
No.
I just know Mr.
Can anybody speak to that? No? Does anybody recall that? And then, I guess...
done quickly.
Yeah. And then my last question, and I don't know if this is appropriate or they'll be willing to do so, but does North Star want to weigh in on this at this point?
We have panel members here.
I'll open it up to North Star members on the panel and or North Star Council.
Sure. David Pearson.
No.
So, well, looks like Mr. DiCarlo's going to step up, so we're going to hand it over to council.
Rick DiCarlo, North Star Council. I think this is a potentially workable solution, but we'll have to internally confer and report back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, I think my final comment would be one that I had suggested to you earlier. If there is consensus on the panel or some place on the panel, and the intention is to try and move this year, I would hope that there would be some consensus on the panel and that the panel itself would engage with the commissioner in moving this legislation forward.
Sure. So kind of let me recap everything that we've been discussing since we received this proposed amendment. From what I'm understanding, as a consensus of the panel, please correct me if I'm wrong, I will start at the, looks like the second sentence of the proposed amendment. Funds for this purpose shall come from the owners of the VYNPS, as the Commissioner of Public Service may consider appropriate not to exceed $35,000 annually, and to terminate at the time of partial license terminations and site restoration is complete. That kind of seems like the general consensus of the board, that $35,000 dollar number is acceptable, and that it is to terminate at the end of partial license termination and site restoration. And then at the bottom of that amendment, there add a period as of reasonableness of such expenses, period. The Public Utility Commission may amend or revise such cost assessments. Now I'm looking for a consensus on those particular terms of this amendment, please. Go ahead, sir.
Chair, I just had a question of the commissioner before getting to your amendment, if that's okay.
Sure.
Just for clarification, Commissioner, you're saying that this fund, if this funding were to become available, it would not go to pay for the costs of Department of Public Service staff?
That's correct.
So I'm wondering, so in effect, it does bring greater capacity to this work that we're doing here, so which I think is a very good thing. And I'm wondering if we can clarify some of the language, because I also heard that there were a couple of things that the public, or if we could add a word like public engagement education in there, to the list of things that could be considered, so as to expand upon the possibilities that currently exist.
So you're talking, let's look at the 1, 2, 3, fourth line down in the underlined portion.
Right, so
service to hire experts, comma.
Contract for services, comma, and provide for materials and other reasonable and necessary expenses for the panel. If the rest of this panel were to agree, I just think it would be good to add some language around, because we've been talking about whether it's attending a conference or doing some broader public engagement in some way, right? I've heard that tonight. So I'm not always the best at wordsmithing.
Okay, so service to hire experts, public engagement and education, contract for services, and providing materials and other, would that be satisfactory?
I'd like some specificity. Contract for services, cover expenses associated with public engagement, or and education. I mean,
May I ask as a point of clarification? I understand what you're driving at, Representative Coffey. In my opinion, that would constitute a reasonable or necessary expense if the panel decides that's what it wants to do, and the commissioner decides it's appropriate. Is it your concern that you'd like to have it specified such that it's removed from the discretion of the commissioner? And it's okay to say yes, I won't be offended.
It's mostly more about the intention of adding this in here to just reflect that. So I don't want to belabor the point. And so my second point is to follow up on the chair's comment about how long this funding would last. If we look at the full statute, I think I would prefer something simpler that said that this would not to exceed $35,000 annually for as long as the handicap or the panel exists. Because I don't think it should be linked to what we think the process is going to be. The rest of the statute doesn't do that.
Yeah.
So my 2 cents.
So let's tackle that portion of it, because the public engagement and education is easy enough to add into that wording. Let's look at the termination of this actual agreement, what the panel feels is necessary. I mean, we can feel it's necessary that we exist for the rest of our lives and get, involvement in this as long as the spent fuel sits on the ISFSI pad, which, if that's what the panel wants to do, that's what the panel wants to do. But at that point, North Star is no longer, in my estimation, is no longer on the site, no longer responsible for the site, because they probably turned it over at that point to some other entity. So how do we, as a panel, charge a company that's no longer in existence in the state of Vermont to fund a panel that we decide, we're just gonna continue this because we have this money, because we still have spent fuel on the pad. That would be my only concern. It seems to be fairly open-ended in that respect.
Mr. Chair, if I may. I appreciate the sentiment that you're expressing. I really do. This has been an exercise in people of good faith trying to set reasonable expectations and reasonable limits. My memory and others on the panel and in the end counsel to the agency may be able to correct me, is that North Star has acquired this site. So when decommissioning is complete, they don't simply turn it over to somebody else. It is their property. They may not have boots on the ground anymore doing decommissioning activity, but they do still own it. So I take your point, though, that we really are getting at the existential question of how long do we expect handicap to continue to exist. And the legislature, at least in prior iterations of this statute, has not specified an end date. I suppose I have sympathy for the simplicity that Representative Coffey has pointed to. But I suppose we could add some, I don't know, I would defer to my legislative colleagues. Is there sunset language that could be put in, or I really don't know.
I guess to your point, Commissioner Tierney, yes, they will still own the property after decommissioning is done, termination of the license, partial termination of the licensing, and site restoration happens. But what is it to say that, you know, they don't turn the property over to a developer, to the town of Vernon, whatever the case may be, and at that point, whomever that is, the developer, the town of Vernon, Wyndham Regional Commission, BDCC, now owns the property, and we are continuing to ask North Star to fund a panel when they have no skin in the game at that point.
Well,
just because we want to continue a panel because we still have radioactive material that sits on the ISFSI, but maybe they're out of the game at that point.
I take your point, though. I would note the language points to the owners of the station.
So that could potentially, this $35,000 could potentially become the problem of
whoever acquires the site. That's correct.
Yeah, the town of Vernon as an example.
And that's a problem. I completely see your point.
Yeah.
I think Chris had a question.
Well, I was just going to.
Which I will clarify, because there was mention from the public that as of yesterday, I have no tie to the town of Vernon. I am no longer a selectman in the town of Vernon. I have no, there is no tie for the town of Vernon with me any longer, with the exception of maintaining the office of Deputy Emergency Administrator. So I am not, I'm speaking in generalized terms at this point.
So I was just going to say, I'm looking at, I don't have the enabling statute in front of me, but I've got the our charter in front of me. And handicap, I think this is Paris language, handicap shall advise the Governor, General Assembly, and agencies of the state on issues related to decommissioning. That's nuclear. Now, I mean, I would like to see it go through site restoration too, but you could logically say handicap would sunset upon the completion of decommissioning, and then maybe leave an escape clause like this could be reconsidered by the legislature at that time, but that may be the language that you use because that's the actual purpose of the, I mean, it's imperfect to me, and I would defer to the rest of the panel because it seems like it'd be worthwhile for, you know, to have the panel in existence for the completion of the non-radiological decommissioning as well. And maybe that's, and I'd have to look into in detail at the enabling statute because maybe it talks about non-radiological. Does it? But anyway, I can, but that may be an approach to take, just reflecting on what it says. I am just forgetting, I'm not remembering from the last meeting. Are we supposed to meet again soon, or is this?
God, I hope not.
So I'm almost wondering if we agree in concept with what the commissioners put forth, and if we've heard from North Star that this seems within the realm of possibility of something they would consider, and you'll take it back to your internal counsel, what if, and what if the public service department, North Star had a conversation, come up with some mutually agreeable language, we wouldn't have to meet but get it back to the panel, but then frankly, the individual panel members could always go testify.
Sure. I guess to Representative Sebelia's point is that we need to come to a general consensus as a panel tonight on the dollar figure, a termination date if we so desire, and then I think your point is well taken that allow the powers that be go forth in making the agreement based on our suggestions. I guess I'll start with one particular item. Does look for a consensus of the panel of $35,000. Does that seem to be a good start or the place where we need to be to continue to grow from here as the handicap and get the things that we need to get done? So I'm going to ask for a consensus on that particular section. It is the $35,000 that was, brought forth to us by Representative Sebelia and Coffey, acceptable to the panel as part of the amendment to 18 VSA 1700 G6. But
So, can you ask those questions? I think the frame that Chris has, like if that's a goal, is for North Star and the department to see if there is something they can agree to with the items that you're asking for consensus. Is that what we're doing, Mr. Chair?
yes,
Okay.
that's exactly what we're doing.
Okay. So,
May I ask for clarification on this, though?
Yes.
I have tried very hard to avoid being in that very position of it being North Star and department. Go work it out. That's exactly why I prepared this language tonight, so that this panel can decide whether it wants to move forward on this basis or some other basis. If we get consensus on the $35,000, that's a very clear instruction. If we can get consensus on end date being when the handicap, for as long as handicap exists, appreciating there are members on the panel who don't necessarily support that, but if we can get consensus on that, that's clear direction. If we can get consensus on the public engagement piece, that's clear direction. And then I can speak for myself and say that I'm happy to take this amendment, if need be, to the legislature, or our legislative colleagues could put this in if they're willing or not. But I don't see what my speaking with North Star is going to add to this. North Star can certainly testify in the legislature as it sees fit. And I have high hopes that, based on council's comments tonight, that testimony would be largely supportive, but I would leave that to you. I think that distance is healthy, in my opinion.
So I guess that's my goal, is to hit those three things: the dollar figure, the termination, the language of public engagement, get a consensus on those things. And I think what Representative Sebelia was kind of aiming at is that we come to an agreement on how that wording happens between your department and North Star. So the clear direction from the panel for dollar figure, for termination, for how public engagement should happen, and then you guys figure out the legalese between yourselves, because that's not our expertise as panel members, is to make those.
That's the part that's making me uncomfortable.
Okay. I would love to be able to give you all the legalese to make this thing work, but I don't know. Mr. Irwin, you had a question, comment?
Just on the notion of the possibility that another property owner would be potentially saddled with the responsibility for funding the handicap. I wonder if changing the language from owners of the VYNPS to owners of the VYNPS license or licenses would help in that regard, because it's either going to be the license for the ISVC and the plant in decommissioning, which are two different parts of the Code of Federal Regulations, or it'll be just the ISVC, because the other part of the plant would have been fully decommissioned, license termination would have been completed.
That makes a lot of sense to me. I'm not sure about anybody else. Go ahead.
I'd like to, correct me if I'm wrong, Corey, but the license won't really be terminated. What will happen is, once North Star has finished the decommissioning and reduced all the contamination to appropriate levels, the property will be released for unconditional use. They would still have the license for the IFAC, but the rest of the property would be released for unconditional use. Am I out of turn there, Corey, or is that pretty close?
That's very close. The Part 50 license will sustain until the ISVC is finally decommissioned. It's all the same license. But the general terms for which you're describing, I'm sure language could be developed that would satisfy what we're talking about.
And I think that's Mr. Irwin's intent, is that whomever the property goes to, that the onus still stays on North Star as a licensee of the ISVC or whatever, still exists. Is that correct, Mr. Irwin?
Yes, that is correct. The license is really the key to the problem.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I've had a suggestion from my council, the wonders of technology. If we had a three-way involvement here where Ledge Council were involved as well in these discussions, that would make the department more comfortable, so that the legalese piece that you're talking about would be worked out between Ledge Council, North Star, and the department. That gives me some comfort.
And I'm completely okay with that. So let me circle back to where I started.
Sorry.
No, that's perfectly fine. We're working through it. So as a panel, I would like to get a consensus on the dollar figure of $35,000 annually is acceptable to us to be able to move our work forward. And just give me a yes or no. Please start with you, Chris.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Abstain.
Abstain.
On the phone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So we have a majority in agreements on the dollar figure of $35,000 annually. Let's go to the easy part, the public engagement side of it. So adding the language, again, fourth line down in the underline, service to hire experts, public engagement and education, contracts for services and provide materials and other reasonable and necessary expenses of the panel. Noting that obviously this is how the money gets spent is completely up to the public service department. Adding simple language such as in public engagement and education. Is everyone happy with that, or general consensus? Chris?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Abstain.
Abstain.
Okay. So we have that. Oh yeah, sorry, on the phone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So you have a majority agreement adding simple language regarding public engagement and education to the list of things that will become necessary of the panel. So to the hard thing, termination. We heard a couple of different options. regarding the owners of the VY NPS license or licenses is an option for us. That seems to make the most sense to me at this point. So let's get a general consensus of, does that make the most sense as a termination, standard?
You can say that.
So, let's see, funds for the purpose shall come from the owners of the VYNPS license holder. Is that correct, Mr. Irwin?
Yes, and I've been corrected by Corey that it is just one license,
Yeah.
so it doesn't have to consider multiple licenses.
So that would be the termination, the terminology used in that first sentence. So whomever is the license holder for the property is responsible for going forward.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
may I interrupt our process?
Yes.
So I need a moment to actually process the negotiation aspect that has been put out here. And it seems that we're going to do all of that like very publicly. So I'm wondering if we could get the department's counsel to come and we could ask maybe some questions just about process.
I guess I'm confused. What are you looking
The
for a
department is
process on?
recommending that, the department council is recommending that rather than having North Star and the department go and kind of fine tune this and bring it to the legislature, that the legislature and the administration and North Star fine tune this. And so I'd just like to ask him to clarify and kind of walk us through that a little bit. Because I've had no time to think about that or ask legislative council or anyone. So, and I'm getting, like we're kind of almost at the bottom of the slide and I'm feeling like, oh, we're gonna catch this. Do we want to catch this? So can we ask?
I'm certainly happy to ask Mr. Porter to step to the microphone, if that's all right with you, Mr. Unruh.
Absolutely. Come on up.
Thank you. Jim?
Almost made it out of here cleanly.
Yeah. Well, and I have to pick up a soccer kid.
Okay.
I have to leave in 20 minutes at the most. My question is, I want to understand the difference that you see between the department and North Star fine-tuning this, and the department and the legislature and North Star fine-tuning this, and what assurances you'd like to give me that Ledge Council will see those same.
So what was in my mind when this came up was the commissioner seemed to have some reservations about the department and North Star going off in a room and drafting the consensus of what you vote on tonight. And I guess my thought would be to have a lawyer from Ledge Council, since we are talking about a bill or a bill amendment. And we've done this in the past with other parties, just sit down with Ledge Council sort of as an intermediary, another party to be there. And, we could just both talk with them, was my thought.
Okay, but I want to just make sure that we're all aware that whatever agreement we might put forward, we'll have to go through the whole legislative process. Any of the folks in the audience, in the public, anybody in the legislature that would like can engage in this process. And any legislator can access Ledge Council and, work to.
Oh, right, and to be clear, I was only going as far as coming up with a draft of a bill that we would submit to the committee. And frequently Ledge Council has little fixes that help with drafting as well. Just that I think we would then come back and share with the committee, not necessarily at a meeting, but.
Okay, great. That answers my questions and I am comfortable now. Thank you.
Okay, so let's go back to the,
Mr. Chair,
Oh.
it appears North Star's council may have something to say.
absolutely, come on up.
Thank you, Greg DiCarlo, Counsel for North Star. I just want to clarify that my earlier comments were premised on termination at partial license termination, not later. Any questions about that?
You're aware that's not, there's no such thing as a partial license termination. It's a release of property for unconditional use. It's semantics, but words are kind of important sometimes.
It's the shrinking of the license from its current size down to the ISPC only is what I'm referring to. We can work on the proper language, but that's what we're looking at as a potential workable solution.
If I could be heard on that point.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I think we've gotten to the place where the committee itself has to decide what it wants to do. And then that conversation that Mr. DiCarlo is teeing up is one worth having, and exactly why I would want the antiseptic of Ledge Council being present. Because at the end of the day, we're talking about a piece of legislation that we will put into the hopper of the committee process. And at that time, I would expect North Star to, if we can't come to closure on the point, you show up and testify to that effect. But that shouldn't foreclose this committee from deciding tonight on what it wants to put forward by way of proposal. And I expect, I could be wrong, that we're going to need to have 2 consensus votes. One's going to be on this termination that's tied to license termination and site restoration, and the other to the proposal from Representative Coffey that the obligation simply be coextensive with as long as handicap exists.
Okay, I'm gonna abstain from weighing in on this last piece because I don't feel like I have enough information.
So I guess, Chris, there's a couple different options on the table right now, and I'm just going to be looking for the board, and obviously, feel free to abstain if you feel the same as Representative Sibilia, that you don't have the proper information to make a decision. So we have essentially 2 different proposals on the table as far as timeline goes. One from Mr. Irwin about license holders, and that, this is kind of perpetual to license holders to the end of handicap, and 2, to the partial license termination and restoration would be the second option to put an end to this particular agreement. So I guess I'm looking to you to see which one you lean towards to get a general consensus from the handicap panel. So we'll start with you.
So I have to start with a question. Because what I had originally thought was terminate handicap upon the, because just looking at at some level I'd like to change the statute to say site restoration. It's actually in our name because I was trying to figure out, was the intent of the statute nuclear decommissioning versus decommissioning and site restoration, but it's actually in our name, the Nuclear Decommissioning Citizens Advisory Panel. So what I was proposing was that the handicap would sunset with the completion of the nuclear decommissioning, which I think goes back to what you were saying, is basically the license is the partial release, and then all that's left is the ISPC. And then I'd also suggested potential language would be at that point the legislature could take up whether or not to continue, handicap should continue once it's just the ISPC on the site. I know that sounds real complicated, but I think what I was, and I'm kind of looking down at Bill to see what he would suggest, because he's more of actually the expert on this question.
Well, I don't know if I'm an expert for sure, that would be debatable, but the language that is in the 2-page presentation by Representative Sibilia and Coffey, number 3, time horizon of North Star funding obligation, the language that's described here, where does that come from? Is that in NRC regulations? Because as Mr. DiCarlo just explained it, actually that is what I was describing. It does not eliminate the burden on the license holder of the ISFSI. It just has narrowed it down to release of the rest of the site for the decommissioning purposes, which is everything but the ISFSI. So I'm actually more comfortable with the original language as presented in the item number 3, time horizon and North Star funding obligation, than I was when this discussion started.
May I ask a clarifying point, Mr. Unruh?
Yes.
So, Dr. Irwin, if I understand you correctly, if we were to insert the phrase North Star's funding obligation to support handicap activities shall terminate upon North Star's submission to the NRC of its partial license termination application, that would make you comfortable?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I'd put that out for comment to the rest of the panel. I could agree to that too. I would be comfortable with that too.
Okay. Chris, you good with that? Yes. Laura, you're abstaining, or are you good?
No, I mean, that's clear enough.
Okay. Sarah?
Yep.
Yes?
Yep.
Bob?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yes.
Yep. North Star representatives?
Abstain.
Abstain.
On the phone?
I'm good with that.
Yes.
Okay. We now have a clear directive from this panel to the Public Service Department, and from my understanding is that we are looking for the Public Service Department, the Ledge Council, and North Star Council to get together and make the legalese work. Is that my understanding, panel? Chris?
Yes, and then the idea, I think, is we wouldn't meet to discuss it again, but whatever is negotiated would come back to the panel so that we can, individually if we like, or whatever, or however we want to communicate it individually, communicate that to committee.
May I ask how exactly that is done? I'm hearing no further meeting, but come back to panel.
I just meant like Tony would send us, this is the language they agreed to.
And each individual, so there would be no hit return all.
Unless folk want to meet again, I just don't know that we're gonna, I don't know that this panel is the best way, and I'm also being mindful of the public input, so the public needs to see what it says too. I just don't know that we're gonna need to be in the business of wordsmithing legislative language. So I think what we're agreeing to is the concept that's been presented here, so we're agreeing to the concept. And then the answer, frankly, may come back, hey, Public Service Department, in a meeting with North Star, with Ledge Council present, we couldn't come to an agreement. But at least we know that we agreed to the concept that was presented by the commissioner.
So are you looking for, once the wording is acceptable to our parties, what are you looking for the handicap to do, in your opinion, from there?
Well, I'd like to be clear what handicap would like to have happen if North Star and the department don't come to an agreement.
Then we start all over again.
So, well, that's, so
We
that.
agreed to this concept that was handed out
So,
by the commissioner.
that's right. So that's an option. So one option is the commissioner handed out language. We've made a number of different suggestions. And what I'm hearing is North Star come back with any fine tunes with the department and work with the legislative council to work that through. So North Star may come back and say, yeah, no, we're not agreeing to that.
So let's get a little bit of clarification right now why we can, and I understand, Mr. Carlo, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, and ask, based on what the handicap panel has put forth tonight, what is the general consensus? I know you probably can't give us a clear yes because you need to do your due diligence on your end, but based on what the panel has put forward this evening and kind of the limitations and that kind of thing, what is your general feeling of how North Star will react to a negotiation in that towards that end?
Well, you're correct that I can't make a final determination tonight because it's ultimately not up to me, but I am very encouraged by what I heard as the end result of the panel's decision, that we will be able to come to an agreement quickly. If in fact what has been discussed here is what ends up in this final draft.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, I'm not asking, I'm not asking for North Star's permission to proceed, but whether or not the panel would want to proceed or would want to meet again if there was some conflict. That's what I'm asking.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I have great faith in the efforts of these three bodies that we've identified here to act on our behalf, given the goals as expressed here tonight. So I don't think that it would be necessary for us to go beyond our individual rights to go to the hearings about this matter and discuss them as individuals or as representatives of agencies in the legislative process. I think that we've made our position known fairly clearly, and I appreciate the language, the efforts that everyone's made here to provide us this really good basis to make these kinds of recommendations.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, may I? Representative Sibilia, I know we're about to lose you because you're turning into a pumpkin. And Representative Coffey, what is your best estimation as to the time remaining for what we need to accomplish? If the department is able to sit down with a representative of North Star and Ledge Council, say within the week, and if the department is then able to kick back to the members of the panel individually the revised version of the language I've passed out tonight, and if that is posted on the website of the department for public comment for an acceptable period of time, a week perhaps, do you think that is sufficient, that there is still sufficient time to have this then go through the legislative process this session?
So the bill will have to, as you know, it will have to go through crossover. So it'll have to be heard in the House. Crossover will be the week after town meeting. And then it will have to go to the Senate.
Yeah.
And then it will have to, if there are any changes made in the Senate, it'll have to come back to the House. The House would have to agree or not, all of that. And then the governor would need to sign. So in terms of moving it through the House, it would have to move through the House by the week after town meeting. So the chair of the Energy and Technology Committee has been kept apprised by Representative Coffey and I of what is being discussed and the possibility for this coming through. It is true, we have some very significant pieces of legislation. So
So if the proposition is, what I am stumbling over the mechanics here more than anything else. If we are able to reach the latest greatest version of this proposed language and get that back to the individual handicap members for their review, and to do so electronically, do we run afoul of any open meeting laws or anything like that? And so if Mr. Unruh gets sign off from all the handicapped members in a manner that is lawful, then, and in the interim, the department has posted this for public comment on the website, it would seem to me we should be able to get this into the legislature in fairly short order.
Just for clarification, I don't think it's necessary for the handicap individual members to sign off on anything in particular. Okay.
That helps me. Yeah, that's what I'm asking basically.
But it I think we've all expressed our opinion, and to Mr. Irwin's point, you know, if we wanted to pursue it individually, we have that option.
As long as it's clear that the representation that will be made in the legislature is that this final version, subject to the guidance you've been given, is the will of NDCAP.
And I think I feel that we've done that tonight in a public manner.
And I'm certain the minutes will be
Reflect as
will
much.
be, yeah, helpful. And in terms of public notice, Commissioner, I mean, the public can engage on this legislation. It's hanging on the wall right now.
Fair enough.
So we have the bill that is up on the wall in energy and technology now. What we'll be doing is making changes to that.
Okay. So what I'm taking away from this is that the department has a mandate to proceed from NDCAP, meeting with North Star and Ledge Council to get the final version of this and get this thing rolling. Fair enough?
That's my feeling as well.
Okay. I feel I'm moved by the spirit to comment that I feel this has been a very productive meeting tonight, and I thank my colleagues for their patience and persistence.
Absolutely. Do we have any additional input from the panel before I turn it over to the general public?
Did we agree to this in concept?
We should probably do it formally before Representative Sibilia turns into a
Because the other ones
pumpkin.
we've gone through, you've got yes, 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 you want yes on this, what the commissioner gave us?
Sure, with revisions, absolutely.
So I would agree that yes, well, supporting the concept presented here by the commissioner.
With the revisions that were made?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there others?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
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 Okay, great. All right, so we have a direction, we have a means to an end, and I will open it up to general public comment to the panel. Seeing none, we are adjourned.
I want to point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Energy Week, number 359. What do you think of that? Here's
Time's
Tom.
flying when you're having fun.
Yeah, right. Here's Tom looking like a deer in the headlights. Tom maintains the stuff, you know, the engineering on the show, and he has
like
to
I'm
keep,
doing right now.
He has to keep up to date on what's there, and that means studying the monitors. So he always looks like he's staring at something. Well, he is staring at something. Every day I get up and go to the internet and find all the news that I can about climate change and energy, and I put items together, each item in a 50 or 55 word synopsis with a link to the original, and I put 10 to 15 of these up together at my blog, geoharvey.com. And the show that we do every week is based on the material that goes onto that blog. We have some exciting stuff this week.
Yeah, it's a good week.
We do. This week, today is February 20th. We're recording the show on Thursday morning at BCTV in Brattleboro. And so we start a week ago, Thursday, February 13th. And if you want to read the articles that we're talking about, you can go to geoharvey.com and click on the date on the calendar, or you can go to the link that I have, which goes to a thing called energyweeknews.wordpress.com.
Right.
And I have put that link on the show links. So if you're watching this through a system that retains those links, you can actually click on the script that we use for the show, which is a little easier to get items on. And we are probably going to start doing podcasts.
That'd be nice.
So,
yeah. Well, I do know that from having read these things, that some of these things are worth following up on.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we'll try and alert you to some of them, because some of them are in the category of can't miss.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of those this week. So should we just start?
Might as well, can't dance.
Okay. Starting Thursday, February 13th, with an item from Clean Technica.
And we're starting off with a picture here.
Of that is said to be a fire, and people heard an explosion, and the people who said it was a fire said, no, that's a fire.
Oh, there wasn't any explosion.
There was no explosion there.
Well, that is an Exxon plant.
Yes.
As it says there. And it says it's burning, and that's a good
think,
observation.
I think it's at least burning.
So the caption here is, Exxon plant catches fire. Now you got the word. You got the floor.
The Exxon. This is the person who wrote this is a regular writer for Clean Technica, and she lives in Louisiana. The Exxon plant here in Baton Rouge has caught fire, even though officials say there wasn't an explosion. Several witnesses reported hearing one.
Well, you know how those witnesses lie.
Yeah, well, they're all paid to lie by leftists. I also heard what seemed like an explosion. I live 5 miles away. They also say the fire is out and no one was hurt. Well, okay, it was a minor fire that just lit up the sky.
This one's worth looking up. There's a fire video, which is kind of boring. It's just a fire, but it's a short one. And there's a lot of pictures in this one. This is pretty good. And I'll read a quick rundown on it. The plant is an oil refinery and a chemical plant that works with plastics. So it hires about 7,000 people. So this is a big plant.
Yeah.
There have been multiple reports on both Twitter and Facebook by people who heard a loud explosion. But you know how they lie. The problem is the denial by our leaders instead of trying to create viable solutions. They wouldn't do that.
Well, I think you should remember, I think almost everybody has had the experience of having a rubber balloon explode.
Yeah.
And the fact that something explodes doesn't mean that it's, and if you take an egg and you put it in a microwave, in the shell,
it will explode.
It'll explode, and it'll make quite a mess. So the fact that there's an explosion does not of itself.
Well, there's a difference between an egg exploding in a microwave and a chemical plant exploding.
Yeah, and
if you live 5 miles away, I would be concerned too.
Yeah, I have actually been at chemical plants where there were explosions.
While you were there?
While I was there, yeah.
Oh, nice.
And I had to clean up. I had to clean up after a couple of them. One of them, it was just so amazing. A guy, you know, when you're making chemicals, sometimes you substitute one thing for another. So you
don't tell anybody.
No, you can. This is allowed, you know. And this guy was making something like a pound of silver suboxide, and it was called for, I don't know, it was
3 grapes,
potassium,
2 bananas,
potassium,
something or other,
potassium chloride, potassium chlorate. And he didn't have it, and he didn't have the sodium chlorate because you can figure out how to change the. So he used ammonium chlorate, whatever it was an ammonium compound, and ammonium compounds with silver is a no-no. You do not mix the two. And so he washed it out, you know, everything was fine, but what he didn't realize was there was enough of this stuff left.
Yeah.
And of course, what was the last thing he did with it in the day? He put it on a tray to dry and put it in the oven and walked out and drove home. And when we came in the morning, the oven was lying on its side, the door was blown off, and there was silver suboxide all over the floor. and I was the one who had to sweep it up, and sweeping it up meant dragging a broom across the floor, and it would go pop, 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 pop,
oh, no
pop,
kidding.
pop,
Oh, boy. Oh,
yeah.
boy. Now let's move along here. We got one coming up
from
here
Renew Economy.
Renew, yep. New billion-dollar mine looks to solar, wind, and batteries for 80% of power needs. And that's interesting.
I really, you know, this kind of story comes up over and over and over again. Australian mining company Oz Minerals. Australians love to refer to their country as Oz.
Yeah.
To power its proposed $1 billion, that's Australian dollars, so it's only about 750 million American dollars, West Musgrave copper nickel mine with up to 80% renewables. A study shows the deposit has potential to produce 28,000 tons, T-O-N-N-E-S, which is metric tons.
It's only a little bit more than a ton.
Yeah. This would be 31,000 tons maybe, short tons.
I don't think it's that much. Well, 28, 30, 31.
Yeah, something like that. And 22,000 tons of nickel a year for 26 years. That's a lot.
That's a good amount.
But, you know,
it's going to be a big mine.
You need the electricity. You can't afford to put in transmission lines. You don't want to drive diesel fuel there constantly. So what do? Use renewable
Well, it makes
power.
sense. I mean, Australia is a big place.
It sure is.
And this is in the lower southeast, I guess, of Australia.
I don't remember. I don't remember where the most.
Yeah,
of
it's in the south. Well, whatever it is, it's not near power.
Yeah, well,
and they're generating the power themselves.
Yeah,
which
most
makes a lot
of
of
Australia is not near power.
Well, quick takeaway here. West Musgrave would become one of the largest fully off-grid renewable powered mines in the world. This is called West Musgrave.
Yeah.
The company proposes a 50 megawatt base power supply using hybrid solar, wind, battery, and diesel.
Okay.
So they're running everything they can when they need it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Consistent solar and wind resources are available.
Yes.
Okay, which is common in Australia. Really.
Yes, it is, absolutely.
Higher wind velocities at night offsetting the lack of solar.
Yes.
So it balances itself pretty well.
Yes, and you throw in batteries onto that, and you've got a way to keep going.
And we got a picture, another picture coming up.
We have an item here from CNN.
This is New York City, the Battery.
That's the
Battery.
Battery.
The very bottom of Manhattan.
Is that related to a
Revolutionary times they had guns there.
Battery?
Huh?
Lithium-ion battery?
No, in revolutionary times they had a battery of guns there.
Yeah, which, by the way, is where the term battery comes from for electrical batteries.
It does, yeah, absolutely.
It used to be a whole bunch of jars.
A collection of guns was a battery.
That was a battery, but the first electrical batteries were collections of jars. and they reminded people of that time with
Okay.
batteries.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay.
Well, the article says, and that's a picture of smog in case you hadn't guessed it.
Well,
Okay.
the caption says so.
And it's smoggy down there a lot.
Yeah.
A study, air pollution can cross state lines and with deadly consequences.
You know, I put this in here.
Well, it's true.
It's true. And it's something that we've known all along and we've been talking about for a long time. And
But you don't think about it.
The study was published in Nature. Okay, so it shows something new. A study shows that air pollution can contribute serious health issues hundreds of miles away.
Well, that's something you got to think about.
Yes. The
And
study,
we're right here getting that.
Absolutely.
We get the effluent from Ohio.
From Ohio, Illinois, Indiana. You know, when I was a kid, we used to drive through Indiana. I remember one of those factories had 14 smokestacks. And I could smell Gary, Indiana from upwind, like 10 miles away.
Wow.
And it would give me a headache. By the time I was in Gary, I had a serious headache, and it would take me an hour or two to get over it.
Wow.
When we drove past. A study shows that air pollution can contribute to serious health issues hundreds of miles away. The study published in the journal Nature found that around half, and this is the important thing, this is the reason why it went into the blog, around half of pollution-related deaths in the United States occur outside the borders of the state where the toxic air originated.
Well, as I already mentioned, we're the recipients here. And I'll read what it says. A group of states in the Northeast are significant importers of air pollution. And they showed a map. And it's from New York and all the rest of New England.
Yeah, and what does this tell you? It tells you that in order to deal with the problem, you have to engage the federal government. Because
well, you can't tell Ohio what to do.
You can't tell Ohio what to do.
Well, since 2018, emissions from commercial and residential activity, which is home heat and cars, okay, have been the largest source of air pollution from human activity tied to early deaths.
Yeah.
Significant interventions to reduce these emissions will be needed. Duh.
Yeah, duh.
Okay. EPA regulations have been very successful in improving air quality. It's important that these are not rolled back.
Well, they've already been rolled back, and they're
Well,
being
they want to
rolled
eliminate
back,
them.
and, yeah, they
anything Obama did is verboten.
I got news for you. They're rolling back regulations that were put in by Richard Nixon.
By Nixon, I would have said Bush.
Well, certainly by Bush. There was a thing that came up later in this. I don't know if it made it into the show, but there was one that was very important. It was done by George Bush Sr. Okay, we're up to Friday, February 14th.
We got an interesting picture coming up here.
Not quite. We have the groundwater.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting ahead of myself here.
Eureka alert.
As groundwater depletes, arid American West is moving east.
Not good news.
And temperatures moving north.
Yeah.
This doesn't say that, but it's a fact.
It's true. Even under the modest climate warming scenarios, the continental United States faces significant loss of groundwater, about 129 million cubic meters, enough to fill Lake Powell 4 times or 1/4 of Lake Erie. A first of its kind study has shown.
That's a significant amount of
it's
water.
It's a fair amount of water, yeah.
Well, what it says here is depletion of groundwater will be more disruptive to vegetation, streams, and rivers in the eastern U.S. than in the arid Southwest, where deep groundwater already is largely disconnected from surface waters.
Yes.
Okay, so what they're saying is we're taking the groundwater, we're drinking it, taking it out of the ground, and it's not refilling.
Well, it's being refilled with fracking waste.
Yeah.
I mean, really.
It's salty water.
Yeah. Okay, now we have that
Then we got a nice picture. This is the Living Memorial Park.
In Brattleboro.
Oh,
except that it's backwards. It's left to right switch. Tom
yeah,
said
they
that
have
to
the
me.
camera backwards here.
That's right. They have a backwards camera.
It does. It looks very much like Living Memorial Park.
That is not Living Memorial Park. That is in Ruhpolding, Germany, which is almost on the Austrian border. It is in the Alps at a major ski resort.
That part of it's amazing.
Well, this is a beginner slope, as you can tell by the fact that almost
it's all
everybody.
little kids in there.
Yeah, either that or it's a bunch of adults, and some of them are twice as tall as the rest.
Well, there's a 3-minute video to look at that's kind of cute.
Yeah.
And I'll mention this. Living Memorial Park is probably the best bargain in skiing anywhere in the world.
You said
You can
that.
ski all day for $5.
Amazing.
Absolutely. Love skiing? Enjoy it while it lasts.
This is from CNN. This is not some kind of a joke. This is love
No,
skiing,
this is
enjoy
real.
it while it lasts. A report from the International Olympic Committee, again, you know, this is obviously a group of people who were put together under the influence of socialists in China, examines the impact of climate change on future winter games. It forecasts that an increase of 1 degree Celsius, which is 1.8 degrees Fahrenheit, would push the snow line up by 150 meters. The ski season may start a month earlier and finish up to 3 months, a month later, and finish up to 3 months earlier, the committee said.
Well, locally, it's already affecting Stratton Mountain and Mount Snow.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they're quite concerned.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The ski industry in New England is all kind of concerned, and maybe in northern Vermont it's not as bad as it is in southern Vermont. But
Well, there's a big difference. I mean, northern Vermont is still pretty chilly.
You know, I think it was Friday, Tom, we had, I think, the coldest night of the winter.
We could very well have.
Here
It's
in
been this
Brattleboro.
week, yeah.
Yeah, and
Last night was up there, too. Down there.
The NOAA said that it was, I think it said it was 7 below. And
That's pretty cold.
7 below would put us into agricultural hardiness zone 6, where we were, when I was a kid, in hardiness zone 4B or 5A. And
You have to explain what that means.
Okay, what that means is things will survive now that would not have survived then.
Okay.
And the things that survive, we've got peach trees that are growing as you know, just growing.
And that's natural, right? I mean,
Bam, out of the ground.
Yeah.
The seed was probably planted by a squirrel. And we've got, I know that there are pawpaw trees growing as volunteers.
I don't even know what they are.
Pawpaw is an interesting fruit that tastes like a banana and looks like a green potato. And it's full of seeds, full of seeds. The seeds, by the way, are poisonous, but you're not going to worry about that because they're about twice as big as a lima bean. And they're about as big as a large lima bean. They're thick and they're hard, but the material that's in there is very, very, very sweet. And I've read, you know, only a boy can eat 2 pawpaws. But anyway, these things are just coming up. And they weren't there when I was a kid. Well, other things are coming up too, like woolly adelgids and deer ticks with Lyme disease and all that kind of stuff. So
the climate is definitely changing.
The climate is changing, and anybody who thinks that it isn't just is out of touch. Okay.
Well, let's move on here.
Move on. Okay.
From Clean Technica, the true cost of a society based on automobiles.
This was one that I thought was just
interesting article.
Yeah, this is important.
This one is close to a must-see, I think.
Yeah. Researchers at Harvard Kennedy School set out to find out just how much money the state of Massachusetts and its citizens spend each year to maintain a transportation system based on private car ownership. The answer, they said, is a staggering $64.1 billion. And
it's staggering. How many people live in Massachusetts?
I don't remember, but this was I think it was $5,000 some odd dollars per person.
Well, here it says $14,000 for every household.
$14,000 per household.
Per household.
And that was that the total, or was that just the tax share, or was that the?
That's I'll read that.
Okay.
We don't pay to use the roads. Okay.
Yeah.
These are public costs. Indirect externalities that come from public funds. So they're lumping all of these indirect. You don't pay it, but you do pay it.
Yeah.
Okay. It comes out to around $14,000 for every household in Massachusetts.
That is in addition to what you spend on your car.
Well, that's the next sentence. Households with private vehicles pay another $12,000 in direct costs.
Okay, so an ordinary household is going to be spending $26,000 because we've got cars.
Bingo. Costs also include less obvious intangibles, such as the effects of pollution,
Yeah, okay.
the value of land set aside for parking lots, lost productivity from sitting in traffic, and various costs associated with injuries and deaths. And it finally ends up by saying the cost is much larger than we have realized.
Yes.
And they use the word staggering.
I want to point out that what they're not saying is how much it would cost to run the society without the car. So it's not like you would all of a sudden have $26,000 if we didn't have
It costs
cars.
you something to maintain a horse.
Or, you know, public transportation is probably...
That would be nice.
Well, just think of Brattleboro, for crying out loud. If we had a trolley system that was just running every 5 minutes, you know.
We used to have one.
Constant trolleys.
Right in this building,
absolutely.
you can see pictures of it.
Absolutely. And let's just say, for the sake of argument, that trolley system consisted of, had tracks that ran in a grassy street.
Yeah, yeah.
Would that be nice?
Bucolic is the word.
Yeah. Well, you'd still have to allow trucks and things like that to get in there, because you've got to allow people to move in and out of their houses. But, you know, these things can be dealt with, and I think we could have a much different society that would... I don't drive, and the amount of money that I save by not driving is really big. It's important.
I'm sure it is. I mean, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. If I did drive, I'd have to give up my apartment.
Would you really?
I think so.
Yeah.
So I've got a choice of having a place to live or living in a car. Okay, we're up
There's some people doing that.
There are. We're up to Saturday, February 15th.
We got a picture
We have
coming
a
up
picture
here.
of
Let's start off
firemen in
with the
New
picture.
South Wales. There they are.
They are celebrating rain.
That's right. We have an item from the BBC.
And it says, how much rain did it take to put out the New South Wales fires? And that's something, if you don't know what they are, you haven't been watching this show.
No, I mean, some of these fires they were so big. There were fires there that were like 95 miles long.
Well, as we talked, there was some fires there that were about half the size of Windham County.
Yeah. I think there were fires that were bigger than
Bigger
that.
even.
Since July, there have been fires, sometimes hundreds at a time, burning in New South Wales. There have been fires in every state in Australia.
Yeah, this just happens to be about New South Wales,
About New South
which got
Wales.
hit pretty hard.
And the storms that came also hit Queensland and Victoria. And
they also hit pretty hard.
Yeah. Things finally changed when the rain arrived in New South Wales last weekend. It was a massive dump of water, more than 400 millimeters, which is 15.7 inches in some places. And
Well, Irene was bad in Brattleboro, and we got about 6 inches.
yeah,
So
but
this was 16 inches.
yeah, the flooding that we had in Brattleboro mostly came from up in the mountains, and it
Well, it cost me a car.
The flooding in Brattleboro.
Yeah, my car got flooded.
Flooded.
I brought it to the mechanic, and his exact words I remember today. That's toast.
Yes. Well, I came across other pictures, and one of the pictures was just a sign that was kind of scrawled on a piece of board in front of a fire department, rural fire department, and it said, "Gone jumping in puddles."
Well, since July, there
Yeah.
have been fires, sometimes hundreds at once, burning across New South Wales, which we've talked about
Yeah.
on this show.
Yeah.
And it also says here about last Thursday, authorities announced that every single fire in the state had been contained.
Every single one.
That doesn't
And now
mean
they're
they
all-
put them out.
Well, yeah,
What it
but
means
now
is
they're out. They're
they're
all
out, yeah.
out. And by the way, if anybody wants to have some fun, go to YouTube or a place like that and do a search there on the word koala and the terms belly rub or tummy rub. Because what's happened is, these koalas got hurt. A lot of them, you
we
see
showed a
pictures
picture last week
of them looking like they're wearing socks and mittens. They're in bandage.
bandages.
And the koalas apparently just love tummy rubs. And people are giving them, they have koala hospitals for these little animals. And they'll lie there and just, they're in heaven with these tummy rubs. And the people who are giving them the tummy rubs look like they're having a wonderful time too. Okay.
Well, if it doesn't rain, it pours because the rains caused intense flooding.
Yes, they did.
But
Okay.
they filled up reservoirs and dams that desperately needed it.
Yes, that's true.
So, it's not all bad.
No, it's not all bad. Our next item is from oilprice.com. We're still on Saturday, September
This one's
15th.
interesting. A third of fossil fuel assets may soon be stranded.
I don't buy this. Well, let me read this. Fossil fuel companies hold vast oil, gas, and coal riches that they frequently tout to the investing universe to help elevate their market values. Few, if any, have ever told investors that large chunks of these assets could be doomed to being forever buried in the ground. Well, I got news for you. It's already come to pass with oil companies, where oil companies that have been going bankrupt have sold their assets, and people would not buy, they wouldn't even bid on coal mines. This has been
actually happening.
And to say a third of the fossil fuel assets may be
So
stranded?
you're saying it's going to
I
be
think it's
virtually
going to
all
be,
of it.
well,
Eventually.
yeah.
And eventually it's not going to be very long.
No, I don't think so. And so, there it is.
Well, renewables are getting so cheap, you can't afford to use
Fossil fuels. Yeah, absolutely.
It's economics.
Absolutely.
Well, nearly $900 billion worth of reserves, or about 1/3 of the value of big oil and gas companies, is at risk of one day becoming worthless. If governments aggressively attempt to restrict the rise in temperatures to 1.5 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels, that's pessimistic.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be economics that's going to determine it. It's not going to be government restrictions.
The Dow Jones coal index hit, I think it was 12 point something this week.
They're going to stop doing that.
I think I've been surprised that they're still doing it, because the companies just keep going broke one after another, and
we talked about Murray. Was it Charles Murray, one of the biggest owners of coal mines?
Robert Murray.
Robert Murray, yeah.
Yeah, and he went broke.
He's going broke.
Yeah, they've all
one of
been
the richest
going
men
broke.
in the world.
And the oil and gas index is down. And I came across an article saying that ExxonMobil had lost 41% of its market value, and I looked at the oil and gas index and found that it was off by 47%. ExxonMobil was actually doing a little better than the rest.
It's still, no matter what, it's economics.
Absolutely,
it's money.
yeah. Okay.
Well, we got an interesting picture here coming up.
We have an interesting picture. There's the interesting picture.
Oh, that is interesting.
This is from National Geographic, and this particular article is one that I found really, really
If
interesting.
you haven't figured it out, that's a locust swarm.
Yeah.
Okay, and boy, they're swarming.
And in that part of Africa, in a lot of places, people go out and they put up nets to capture the locusts, not because it's going to make any dent in that mess of insects, but because they want to eat them for dinner.
Well, the article says it's about East Africa, but when you look at the article, it's more about Saudi Arabia, I think. At least the maps.
Yeah, the maps center on Saudi Arabia, and I'll go into that.
But these are all around Saudi Arabia anyhow.
Yeah.
Ethiopia, Somalia.
Yes.
What's the other one over there? Well, Kenya. Okay, all of Northeast Africa, and it's just the other side of the Red Sea.
And
from
also
Saudi
into
Arabia.
Iran.
Huh?
Also into Iran. And
That's all the way across Saudi Arabia.
What do you got for a title?
A plague of locusts has descended on East Africa. Climate change may be to blame.
Well, I would say climate change almost certainly is to blame. A plague of locusts is descending on East Africa, and by the way, it's also moved into Iraq and Iran, threatening the food supply of tens of millions of people. Desert locusts thrive following periods of heavy rainfall that trigger blooms of vegetation, such as a series of cyclones that happened in the last 2 years. Okay, what has happened here is we have an ocean event that's kind of like La Nina and El Nino, and it's been exacerbated by climate change. And
It's in the Indian Ocean, isn't it?
It's in the Indian Ocean, and what has happened is where it's usually kind of cool south of Arabia in the ocean and warm west of Australia, it's reversed. And so
these desert areas are getting rain, lots of rain.
Desert areas are getting lots of rain, and Australia didn't get any. So This drought that's been going on in Australia
Directly related to this.
is directly related to this. It's the same event caused them, exacerbated by climate change. And what has happened is this cool, warmer than normal air in the Indian Ocean produced 3 cyclones that hit Saudi Arabia and dumped massive amounts of, hit Arabia, I should say, not just Saudi Arabia.
Well, it was in the empty quarter. They call it the empty quarter.
Yeah.
Because it's unlivable. Even the Bedouin don't live there.
Yeah. And what happened was that produced this bloom of desert plants that have been just, seeds wait around until water comes and then they really quick go through a life cycle. Well, that produces a situation where the locust eggs, which have been waiting exactly the same way.
Probably 20 years.
They're up and running and they see all this vegetation and the first thing they do is eat it. And the locusts, because there's so many of them, go into a part of their existence in which they're very...
again.
They go in. They become very aggressive and very social with one another, where normally they wouldn't be like that. And they got hit 3 times with locust plagues in 2 years, and these plagues moved into northeast Africa and
across the Arabian Peninsula to Iraq and Iran.
Exactly, and so the cause of this plague, which they're saying is going to lead, it could lead to millions of people dying.
Well, this is what they are. This is what the article says.
Yeah.
City-sized swarms are wreaking havoc as they descend on crops and pasture lands, devouring everything in a matter of hours.
Everything.
They eat everything.
Everything.
Even old shoes.
I believe
Human activity has made an ocean circulation pattern misbehave, which is what you just said.
Yeah.
Triggering a weird confluence of events that has caused the infestations. The scale of the locust outbreak is like nothing in recent memory.
I look at this, and when I was a kid, the place that I lived in Illinois got hit by a locust plague. And that looked like clear skies compared to this. I mean, they made a racket. You'd hear them not chirping, but you'd hear this, what sounded like a constant whistle of these things all day. They were driving everybody crazy, and they were nothing like this. That was 17-year locust.
Wow. Oh, that's a different animal.
I know it's a different animal, but the plague that we had.
Locusts are like grasshoppers.
Yes, they are. Well, 17-year locusts are also kind of like grasshoppers. These are actually called, the ones that we're seeing in that picture are actually called short-horned grasshoppers.
Okay, I can believe that. Yeah. They're grasshoppers.
They're grasshoppers. Okay, we're up to Sunday, February 16th, and we have a boring
here.
We have a boring story.
Yeah, it is. That happens to be a boring tunnel.
And this is from Clean Tech.
It's interesting if you look at the. Well, it's basically a very short, very fast subway.
Yeah.
Okay,
exactly
running from a couple of places in Las Vegas that are only about a mile or 2 apart.
Yeah.
So, first tunnel for the Las Vegas Loop project has been completed, and you're looking at it there.
The Boring Company was.
That's the name of them.
That's the name of the company, and this is related to Tesla. It's a company that was started by Elon Musk.
Yeah, Tesla's involved, yeah.
And Elon Musk has a funny sense of humor, I think. He named this thing the Boring Company. Has completed the first of 2 tunnels it is building for the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority. The tunnel's electric trains will take about a minute to cover a route that it would take a car on the surface about 15 times that. And
have you ever seen these boring machines?
No, I haven't.
They are huge, round things that go through the earth.
Yes.
Cutting a 20-foot hole.
Yes.
And it takes a crew of about 20 people to run one.
Yeah.
I got a picture of one of them with the crew standing in front of this machine.
Yeah.
And the machine dwarfs the people.
Yeah, but what they're doing is boring a hole through the ground.
That's exactly what they're doing.
So they called it the Boring Company because it's boring.
Well, quick takeaway here. Well, you're gonna read about it, aren't you?
No, I've
Have you read it?
Yep, I've read it.
Yeah, you read that one. Well, this particular part of it is 0.8 of a mile long.
Yep.
It's the first of a part of it. It's going to connect buildings in the convention center.
Yes.
Okay? The system will have 3 stations, one at each end and one along the way. And this is this interesting part, carrying up to 4,400 people per hour at speeds of up to 150 miles an hour underground.
Crazy.
This thing's going to zoom.
Yes, it is.
The vehicles operating inside the tunnels will be built on a Tesla chassis.
Well, of course.
And be capable of carrying up to 16 passengers each. So they're like mini buses, but there's a bunch of them chained together.
Yeah, these are small
So they're subway
vehicles.
trains.
Yeah. Okay, should we move on?
Yeah, we got an interesting one here.
This is from Daily Examiner, and I found this one, this particular article is really, really interesting to me.
How solar works on cloudy days may surprise you.
Renewables are the dole bludgers of the energy system. This is from an Australian anti-renewable politician who said that wind and solar are the dole bludgers.
Well, a
which
dole
means,
bludger is a welfare cheat.
Yeah, it's a welfare cheat, basically. They're getting something and they're not giving anything, is what
Well,
he's
they'd
saying.
rather rely on the dole than go to work.
Absolutely. They can only work, they only turn up to work when they want to, said Australia's ex-Federal Resources Minister Matt Canavan recently. I decided, and this is the author obviously, to crunch the numbers about solar production on rainy days, and the result was a pleasant surprise.
Well, I had to look up what a bludger was. And according to the article, it says, in my books, a bludger does nothing at all.
Yes.
Okay. My system on a rainy day, he's talking about his own solar system, produces 56% of what it does on a sunny day.
Yeah.
So it's not bludging.
No, it's not.
On economic grounds alone, there is no reason whatever to keep pushing and subsidizing coal power plants.
Which are
Now,
the
he's
real
talking about
bludgers.
Australia.
They're the real dole bludgers.
They are, because they got a lot of coal. They don't know what to do with it. The government wants to sell it. Nobody wants to buy it. Well, they are selling it to places like Indonesia.
Yes, they are. And
But they're not going to be selling it
I
for
want to point
long.
out, I'm not calling coal miners dole bludgers. I'm
No,
calling
not
coal
at all.
companies. I always thought coal mining had to be the worst job you could possibly have when I was a kid. Just hard work.
It's hard work underground, and I've been in a coal mine.
Yeah.
You know.
I
It's
was
kind
in
of funny. When I came to the coal mine, I went down underground. They gave me 2 hammers.
Yes.
And what did they give me 2 hammers for? I found out to walk with.
To walk with.
It was only 4 feet high in there. So you're bent all over, and you use the hammers
gosh.
as crutches to
Well,
walk on floors.
I went in a coal mine when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's deep, about, I'm going to guess 50 feet, underneath the Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago.
Oh, a demo mine.
They had a
real mine though, wasn't it?
It wasn't a real mine.
It was a demo
It was a
mine.
demo mine that they had put together. They did a pretty good job, I think, but they had the coal equipment down there, and little kids could go down and go into chambers that were a little bit bigger than 4 feet.
Well, I can't imagine working all day in a 4-foot overhead.
No.
And not all coal mines are 4 feet.
Yeah.
Some of them you can walk around in.
Some of them were open pit mines.
Well, that's something else again. Yes.
Okay.
Interesting one coming up here. Sea levels in the U.S. And we got a picture here, don't we?
We do.
I'm gonna, while I'm talking about it, I'll try and get the
And I have no idea where that picture was taken. It was taken on one of those days when the sun turns green, though.
No, I don't know where. It doesn't say where the picture came from.
No, it doesn't.
We know who took it, but we don't know
That's right.
where
Yeah.
it was. Well, what it says is sea levels around the U.S. aren't just rising. They're accelerating year on year. Sell your shorefront property, guys.
There was an article in the news today, and I don't know if we're going to have it next week or not. I think we will, but it's about flooding at the tidal basin in Washington, D.C. And
That's scary.
Sunny day flooding, and guess what?
Sunny day flooding.
It is not just sunny day flooding. It is happening twice every day.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, where's the basin in relation to the city?
It's in the city. It's the Jefferson Monument.
Yeah. Okay.
I think
So
overlooks it.
this is the Potomac.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And
The Potomac.
The problem is the land has been subsiding and the ocean level rising, and the combination of the two of them means that you get high tide flooding twice a day.
Wow.
And they're going to have
And
to.
this is inland.
Yeah, and they're having to...
I mean, the river's backing up.
Yeah, and they're having to figure out what to do about that because there are times when the paths
Put the picture up
through
again.
the tidal basin are just closed. Okay, this is from Science Alert.
Sea levels around the U.S. aren't just, I said this,
You
didn't
did
I?
indeed.
Aren't just rising, they're accelerating.
The worst case scenario for sea level rise in the United States is more than just a dim possibility. It's getting more likely. An annual report card for U.S. coastline shows that sea levels are speeding up in most places measured. Sea level rise is speeding up in most places measured. The acceleration is fueled by climate change.
Sell that shorefront property, folks.
Well, the acceleration depends from place to place
From
because
place to
in
place.
a lot of places the shore
Shore is receding.
In a lot of places, the land is going down.
That's happening in Louisiana.
Yeah, and that combination is really bad.
That's
but
devastating.
in some places like Greenland,
yeah,
the relative the sea level relative to land is actually going down because the ice
Greenland
is melting
going
and
up.
Greenland is going up rather fast. Okay.
Well, according to this article, NOAA, who you all know, thinks sea level rise is slowly accelerating around the world, and it's been doing so since around 2013 or 2014.
Yeah.
Even if our emissions stayed low, global sea levels would very likely rise at least a foot within a century.
I would.
If emissions grow, the waters could rise as much as 8 feet by 2100.
Which kind of means that Mar-a-Lago will have water sloshing through its front door.
I would imagine it's going to happen
not quite that, but
before very long.
Yeah. Okay, we're up to Monday, February 17th, and we have an item from Clean Technica.
This is an interesting one.
Yeah.
Political commentator bombs on 21st century energy.
You know, this really says something about how I collect news because I saw the material about Fareed Zakaria coming up, and I said, wait a minute, I'm not going to relay that until I know what's going on.
You know what he says.
Not just what he says, but I want to see more on this. A video segment and column titled Bernie Sanders' Magical Thinking on Climate. In that segment, Fareed Zakaria of CNN communicates several falsehoods and misleading claims. His talking points definitely stem from energy industry and propaganda sources, not from good science.
Well, I got 4 takeaways from Fareed.
Okay.
He claims nuclear is a better option than renewables. Okay. That is false. I mean, they're closing nuclear plants early because they cost so much to operate.
They're completely paid down. That's when their power is cheapest, and they still
can't
compete.
Well, the fact is nuclear is actually several times more expensive than renewables.
Yes.
Okay. Another claim is that 5% of energy consumption from the U.S. comes from renewables, whereas the fact is it's 18% right now, and it's going up.
Well, there's 2 things mixed up there. One is energy, and the other is electricity.
Yes.
The 5% of energy happens to be wrong, but it's not as wrong as the 5% of electricity that seems to be implied.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And finally, Fareed cites energy market data trends from 2005 to 2016.
Which is
and it ain't those days anymore.
It's useless. This is one of the things that you have to be careful about. Whenever anybody's talking about citing something from the DOE or the market or whatever, you have to make sure that the data is as fresh as possible.
Well, this guy's trying to make his points, and I think his points are kind of loose.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, but this is I don't know this guy, but this is apparently what he does. Yeah.
He's well thought of. But you know, early on when I started doing my blog, I started to realize that there were certain organizations that are absolutely adamantly anti-renewable, that are absolutely adamantly, you know, and you just go down this list. And when I started,
they got money.
And they quote sources sometimes.
Yeah.
But they will do things like say, solar power is too expensive according to the U.S. DOE, and then they'll give a price. It costs $8 cents per kilowatt hour.
That's 2004 data.
Right, and what I had to do, I mean, they would give a very precise number, but not tell where in all the DOE sites this came from. And I started doing the research to find out where it came from, and I found out that they were consistently 3 or 4 years behind the time in a market that is changing by 14, 18, 20% per year. And at that level of change, you cannot source anything If data is a year old, it's obsolete.
It's obsolete already.
Yeah.
It's
And they're going back 4 years. So why? I think to prove a point that happens to be not correct.
Well, we got an interesting picture coming up.
We
here,
do.
and I'll bring it up if I can.
That picture is a picture of a desalinization plant.
It is that, and I lived in Saudi Arabia where all the water we drank was desalinated water. In Saudi Arabia, you drill a water well and you get oil.
Yes.
I mean, it's literally that true.
I read that King Saud, when the British said, "Can I look for oil here?"
Yeah.
What he was hoping was that they would come up with water.
That wouldn't at all surprise me. Wouldn't at all surprise me. Well, desalination is important in a lot of parts of the world.
Yep.
And it takes power. So what they have decided to do, which makes a lot of sense, instead of using power from the grid, they're using power from the sun.
Yep.
Which incidentally, they're also shielding their reservoir.
Yes.
So it's not evaporating. It makes a sense.
Got a title?
Yeah, solar desalination plant brings clean water to desperate people.
This is in Clean Technica. Nonprofit Give Power was a spin-off from Solar City in 2016. By the way, Solar City is now part of Tesla.
Okay.
Okay. Its mission is to bring solar power to areas of the world without access to electricity. But seeing a great need for water, it developed a desalinization plant that could fit in a shipping container.
Well, last week we called that a sea can.
A sea can, that's right. And this picture, I think, probably shows a couple of shipping containers worth of these things. I might
Well,
be
there's
wrong.
something in the back that you can't really tell what it is.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff going on there, and I would think that would be 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 shipping containers worth of stuff, because those tanks, those are water tanks, I believe.
Yeah, they are.
And they
That's not going to fit in a shipping container.
No, that whole thing is not going to, unless those tanks are collapsible. Okay.
Solar, I read this one, didn't I? Solar
Yeah.
desalination, yeah.
We could go on if you want.
Well, I got a couple of quick takeaways.
Okay.
While installing a solar power system, the staff noticed an even more pressing need than electricity. Okay, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
So after 5 years of drought, these people had no clean water to drink or bathe in.
Yeah.
So the Give Power team invented a solar powered desal plant.
Yeah.
Duh.
Yeah.
I could have invented one.
You know, there are places in the world where people have cattle.
Yeah.
And where water is so precious.
The cattle get it.
That the people bathe in urine from the cattle.
I haven't heard that one, but okay.
Yeah. I've seen pictures of mothers washing their children with urine from cattle. Now,
Well,
they have to rinse with water, but...
With this desalination plant, what they claim about it, can operate 24 hours a day.
Yes.
So it's...
Well, yeah, I mean...
The plant is operating 24 hours a day, so it must have some battery backup.
Yeah.
Okay, it can transform up to 18,000 gallons. This is just one shipping container of brackish or salt water into clean, healthy drinking water.
That's per day.
Per day.
Yeah. That's a lot of water.
It makes a lot of sense.
It does
in
indeed.
Arid areas.
And by the way, I want to tell a little story, a very short story here. The house that I
I'm
lived
timing
in...
you.
The house that I lived in New Hampshire,
yeah,
was originally dependent on shallow springs.
Okay.
And the springs would start getting a little bit worn out by the end of the summer.
Okay.
And so the story that I don't remember this, but I remember people talking about it. My grandmother, on one occasion, bathed in the water that she had used to boil the corn in.
Wow.
That's how precious water was.
Water was precious.
And we
wasn't
take
it?
this
Yeah.
for granted.
Yeah.
We really do. But in much of the world, you know, my brother, by the way, invented a filter that is useful in places like Bangladesh, where a third of the people in Bangladesh live in areas where the groundwater, the wells that they have.
It's brackish.
No.
Salt?
No. They're tainted with arsenic.
Arsenic, oh
A
wow.
lot of people are dying because of arsenic in the water.
Yeah, yeah. And this filter that he invented takes arsenic out of the
No,
water?
it doesn't. It takes it's better than that.
better than.
The government.
I know it's a good filter.
The government of Bangladesh took water directly out of the Ganges River and put it into Reed's filters, and what came out had a bacteria content of 0.
No kidding.
Yes.
So this is quite a filter either then.
This is quite a filter, and he's got patents on it, but the patents are no good because you can make those filters so easily, so cheaply. Any village potter.
So you don't need the patent. Don't need to use the patent.
You can cheat on the patent, and Reed can't. What's he going to do? Run down 20,000 village potters to get $1.50 from each? So he's done something that's good there. But what it is it's ceramic, and it's porous, so the water will leak through. But it's washed with silver compound that has been set up, and silver is a super deadly poison to microbial life forms.
Interesting.
And I was telling this a couple of weeks ago, and there was something green, and I said it reminds me of my brother. He's got argyria, which means that he's turned slightly blue.
I knew a woman like that once.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why she was, but she was blue.
Yep.
Yeah.
We have got a couple of minutes to finish up.
Wind solar generating capacity is rising.
The share of U.S. grid electricity generated by natural gas will be relatively steady from 2019 to 2021 at 37% in 2019, 38% in 2020, and then falling back to 37% in 2021. That's the first time I've seen the EIA say that. This is according to the Energy Information Administration. Meanwhile, the share generated by renewables will rise from 17% to 21%. This is from
So this is grid electricity we're talking about.
Yes, this is from Callanish Energy.
The increase in renewables share is a result of expected additions to wind and solar generating capacity, which we've been talking about. I mean, it's economics.
Yep.
Coal will fall from 24% in 2019 to 21% in 2021.
You believe that?
And it's going to keep going.
I don't think it's.
I
don't think it's even going to be close to 21% in
Nuclear
2021.
will be slightly lower than 20% by 2021. Well, nuclear is too expensive to keep running.
Tom, we've got about 7 minutes to
6 minutes and 50 seconds
to do 6 items. So we're going to have to go through these really fast.
Well, we'll get a nice picture of Jeff Bezos here.
Yeah, this is from CNN.
There he is. Jeff Bezos commits $10 billion to fight climate change. Well, he can afford it.
Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos announced a new fund called the Bezos Earth Fund to back scientists, activists, and organizations working to mitigate the impact of climate change. Bezos will commit $10 billion, quote, to start, end quote, he said. The initiative will begin giving out grants this summer.
Well, it compares with $36 billion committed by Warren Buffett in 2006.
Yeah.
And $16 billion pledge by Helen Walton of Walmart.
Yeah.
Okay. Bezos calls, and he's right here, climate change the biggest threat to our planet.
Yes. Let's go on. Clean Technica.
USA had the largest CO2 reduction in the world in 2019. Well, that's interesting.
This is a good piece of good news to share that might have slipped under your nose. The USA had the largest CO2 reduction in the world in 2019 on a per-country basis. The entire EU, in total, did slightly better. The news comes from data gathered by the International Energy Agency.
Well, if you look at this, it's kind of grim because the EU and the US and Japan are the only 3 countries in the world that went down.
My bet is that there's
well,
other countries
some of the ones
down.
in Europe because they're part of the EU.
Yeah, I would bet that there are other countries that just didn't make it into their
Maybe they didn't make it.
Graphs.
Well, the remainder of the world, this is from the article, is actually increasing its CO2.
Yeah. Public News Service has
we
an
got
item from
another
Louisville,
picture here of
Kentucky.
Louisville.
And this is interesting because it's Kentucky this is coming from.
Well, I've been to Louisville, and it didn't look like that when I was there. Louisville is the 160th city to pass 100% renewable energy resolution.
In Kentucky, the Louisville Metro Council voted to commit 100% renewable energy use for the city's operations within the next 2 decades. That seems kind of slow to me. The city will work to shift public transit and other operations to run on clean energy such as electricity from solar power, electricity and solar power.
Well, I flew into Louisville one time when I was working in a mining cable industry. And we drove up from there to Pikeville where the mines are.
Yeah.
And we got up there at night, got up there in the morning, went to a nice motel up on a mountain.
Yeah.
Got up in the morning, and as we were walking out in the parking lot, I noticed that all the mountains that were visible were plateaus.
Yes.
And I remarked on that. And my friend says they're not plateaus. Mountaintop mining, they took the tops off the mountains.
They took the tops off the mountains. Okay, we are up to Wednesday, February 19th, and we have an item
Last
here
day
from
here, we got a nice picture here.
Mid-Hudson News and a nice photograph.
That is
Where
Vassar
is that?
College.
That's Vassar College. That's not some palace someplace.
No, it looks kind of pretty.
Yeah, okay.
Old building, but it's a pretty campus.
What do you got for a title, Tom?
Vassar College to buy renewable energy.
In Poughkeepsie, New York, or Poughkeepsie as local people say, Vassar College has announced an agreement with its energy provider to purchase electricity generated solely by renewable sources. The new contract with the energy supplier, EDF Energy, is effective on beginning July 2021. Vassar's goal is to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030.
Well, they've been moving to 100% renewables for a long time.
Yes,
so they're on track.
Okay, an item from vtdigger.org.
Yeah. Senators, this is about Vermont, by the way.
Yes.
Vermont senators. Senators consider requiring utilities to buy more local renewables. It's very controversial right now.
It is. A proposal discussed by the Vermont Senate Finance Committee, S-267, would require utilities to buy 100% renewable electricity by 2030. And 20% of that would have to come from smaller in-state sources, double the amount currently required by law.
This comes from VT Digger, and if you're interested in this is a very informative article.
Yes.
It's long, it goes into detail.
A lot of material from VT Digger.
And it's all about Vermont.
Yes.
So three of the state's utilities, which is the Burlington Electric Department, the Swanton Electric Department, and the Washington Electric Co-op, are already 100% renewable.
Yes.
Okay? The state's largest utility, Green Mountain Power, has committed to doing so by 2030.
Right.
Okay? Vermont has the highest clean energy employment rate in the nation.
Yes, but what's controversial about this is they want 20% of that to be local, where it had been 10%. So.
And Green Mountain Power is buying a lot of it from Hydro-Quebec, which they own, or which owns them.
Yeah. Okay, we have one last item from Clean Technica and a boring photograph from the owners of the boring company.
Well, that's a picture of a Tesla battery being made, and apparently all those little round things are cathodes.
Here, I thought those were beer cans. What do you got for titles?
Tesla Shanghai Model 3. They make this Tesla Model 3 in Shanghai.
They do.
May go cobalt free using CATL, that's a company, C-A-T-L, LFP cells. And you're going to explain what LFP
An LFP cell is lithium iron phosphate, and it is very often called in energy circles LiFePO4, LiFePO4 is the chemical symbol, but these people are calling it LFP.
Well, F stands for ferrous, so it's...
Yes, that's right. Tesla is in talks with battery producer CATL to supply lithium-ion phosphate cells for the Shanghai-made Tesla Model 3, Reuters reported. LFP cells are relatively cheap, simple to package, and require no scarce minerals such as cobalt and nickel.
Exactly.
And this is something
there's mineral supply constraints.
Yeah.
You can't get cobalt. Nickel's fairly abundant still.
Yeah.
But it's you got to go some to get it. But cobalt's in trouble.
Well, cobalt, we have the problems with child miners in Nigeria and stuff
That is
like
a problem, yeah.
Yep. Okay, we are pretty much up to the end of the show, and so I have a last message for you, which is have an astonishingly easy week. Why don't you put us up and we can wave goodbye?
I will do that.
There you go.
Goodbye, folks.
Have a good week. Come back next time.
We're gonna call the meeting to order at about a little before 1:15. Some of it's my fault because I was here late, and some of it's because we waited for the guy in the back who will wave to, but he won't talk to us because he's not as much fun as the other guy who records. So, additions or deletions to the agenda? Anybody? I've got a couple. I got a couple letters. And I have a negotiation in executive session.
Executive, so we have to add that to the zone set. Oh, that's right there, sorry.
Down, yeah, we have an executive session. Okay. Peter, you ready to rock and roll, buddy? Okay. You're the only public. Cool. We got the minutes of the February 3rd, 2020 meeting in over there in Wardsboro.
The board members present are incorrect. Laura wasn't there. Barry wasn't there.
And I was not there.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
Laura and who?
And Barry.
crossing you out.
We're crossing you out, Barry.
Crossing you out.
Okay.
Okay.
With, except for those corrections, is there anything else?
Good to me. Make a motion to accept.
Okay, Mark makes a motion to approve the minutes. Rick seconds it. If there's no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Cool. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Barry will abstain. Cool. So old business, equity is just there as a placeholder. We're gonna have to probably pick that up beginning of March. Probably the second meeting in March. Website design, that's a placeholder, and let's look at that in the second meeting in March also. So we had two complaint policies, and it got a little confusing. So at the last meeting, I believe we approved the complaint policy that deals with personnel, complaints about personnel. And for some reason, the third page of my minutes is missing. Just make sure that we approve the personnel one.
Did we approve it?
We didn't approve it, we would have adopted it.
We would adopt
Not adopted it, we would have voted to oppose it.
Opposed it. Original information, other business.
Oh, here's page 3 of 3. Complaint policy. Sharing policy. And just show copies of policy and complaints about school personnel, that a book will be available, as policy. So we didn't vote on it.
Because we wanted to present it today in Dover.
Okay, perfect. So now that we're in Dover, the complaint policy on personnel, does anybody have a issue, question, comment on that?
So,
Public complaints about personnel, code D10.
yes.
Everybody good with it?
It's the same as the ones previous, right?
Yeah, it's a little. It's got the same steps. It's just written a little different.
Okay.
You know, they add things like the district places trust in its employees.
That's one where they had to change compliant to complaint.
Right. Change the wording.
That complaints.
The compliant.
Because it was compliant in a couple of places.
Complainant. The complainant. I think this is the one I got.
Yours is probably, looks like it's been fixed.
It's in the third paragraph.
For a second.
Towards the bottom.
If the issue's the complaint, compliant, okay.
Compliant, basically.
Right.
Issue.
Complainant. Official.
Okay, so I changed that and initialed that. Was there any other place where that was the problem? So somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. warn. Policy D10, public complaints about personnel.
Second.
Please have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And actually, it's unanimous, so. Okay, the second one we got was on complaint procedure for non-personnel issues. And that was supposed to get updated to be River Valley's not Dover centric.
This one, right?
Yep, and I don't see that I ever got it. And it's got the same coding as this one. So I would say we're not quite ready
Bill was gonna
fix this for
fix
us.
it to make it non-personnel.
Right, and I don't know what
Non-personnel.
happened. Okay, so that'll have to carry over, and we'll have to make a note that Bill needs to deal with that.
Yeah, all that was the Dover one, right? Is that right?
Yeah, I don't see,
It's got the same code, D10.
yeah, and I don't see that he changed that for us.
It wasn't included in the email you sent us for the
No.
document, so.
Okay, so we did post policy F13 at the last meeting, and that was the residency policy.
Right.
So if we posted that on the 3rd, it's been 2 weeks, just 2 weeks. So we can vote that one if you folks want.
What was the number at 13?
That one is F13, correct. And remember, we're just approving the policy, not the affidavit and the checklist. That's an administrative procedure.
Right.
I make a motion that we adopt F13, residency policy.
Okay, so I have a motion. Do we have a second?
One second.
Okay, Rick seconds the motion. Is there any further discussion? Okay, if hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Do I?
No.
Oh, you voted for it?
Yep.
Okay, then it's unanimous. Everybody's in agreement. Boom, complaint policy, and we also wiped out the residency. And then we can work on that. Under old business, I forgot to add this, but on March 11th, 2020, Senator Bratt is he's head of Senate Ed, from 4 to 6 p.m. in Montpelier on March 11th, 2020, 4 to 6 in room 11, the big room. Senate will be having a hearing on the weighting. The Senate Ed will be having a public hearing on the weighting issue. All but a few schools in Windham County are impacted negatively by the weighting as it currently is. If it was to change to the new weighting study, which we have, I know why, because I was going to do this in the weighting study down below. So actually, let's hold that. Does anybody have any other old business? Okay, we'll move into new business, River Valley website links. Mark, you got that with you?
I didn't print it out,
printed
but I can tell you, I created 4 essentially shortcut links to make it easier for us to access and communicate different portions of our online world. First is video.rvusd.net. That takes us directly to the BCTV page with all of our videos. The other is board.rvusd.net. That takes you directly to the WCSU board page for us, where all of our documents are.
I'm going to try it down for Peter.
Okay. And then dover.rvusd.net takes you to the Dover website, and wardsboro.rvusd.net takes you to the Wardsboro website. And I did renew the rvusd.net domain for another year, because it came up in the beginning of this month, I think. So we had that.
Where did the Dover and Wordsboro links go to before?
There weren't any links.
Oh, there weren't
for
any links,
RVUSD.
okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to change our online world to rvusd.net.
Okay.
So right now it just points to Wardsboro school.org and Dover school.net. Yeah.
Great.
And if there are any other shortcut links that people think would be valuable to have, they're very easy to create.
This is all from the
rvusd.net. Yeah.
Okay, not from the school sites.
Correct.
But I know at the meeting there were some concerns that the school sites had some issues with their links being not active.
They're
very old.
They're old. There's some
Yeah.
old stuff on both websites. I've started working on a new template for the district, something that isn't going to cost us any money, but that we can put together a new site very easily, so we can kind of move over to an rvusd.net website with a Dover and a Wardsboro separate site, but all together. I'm hoping to bring a mock of that on the second meeting in March, so you guys can see it. And
That's when we have our discussion on updating.
that's
Yeah,
why I'm going to read that.
Nice.
cool.
Is there a way we can repair some of those links that are?
I don't have access to either
You
of
don't
those.
have access.
Tammy is for Wardsboro and Matt is for Dover. They're the ones that have the access to currently to those sites.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'd love to.
Whether we should just kind of look at the sites and see if we can find anything. Who do we?
We did, Anita did send an email to us, which Rich had given to Matt to take care of. I know that some links on the Dover town website got updated.
Right.
After that meeting, so it's possible that things have gotten updated on the school websites as well.
Okay.
Possible things have gotten better,
Possible.
but not probable. Just possible.
I will let you know at the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay, we good with that? And just write them down.
I'll give them to
Peter, so he's gonna write them down for you that you have them, and then you can give them to, we can give them to
Okay, thanks.
newspaper. Okay, next thing is the school district meeting review. So, everybody that's here was there. Everybody that was
here.
Everybody out there was here also. So what'd you think of it? I didn't think it went bad. What'd you think of it way out back?
I wasn't there for that one, actually.
Oh.
Somebody else, but
It was
I
somebody
did
else?
edit it, so. Looked good.
It looked good? We're gonna get like the most views for that one, you think?
Probably.
Another award.
Probably because of the editing job.
That's right. That's true.
You good, Peter?
That was Dr. Backus conducting, yes?
Yes.
As usual.
The old quack.
Yeah, I thought it was a good meeting. I thought that there was some good. It was more unified is what we're trying to accomplish between the residents of both towns. It was almost couldn't distinguish between where they were from. They weren't taking the audience wasn't taking a perspective of their towns. I felt like they were talking more about the district as a whole. Kind of got that vibe a little bit. I thought that was great.
I can't think of one question that was specific, was there? There was like, where is the IB?
Yeah, I think Randy might have said something that was town-specific, have but I think that was about it.
Yeah,
That's a really good point, though.
I thought that was good.
I mean, we didn't get explanation for the no votes.
No, and I don't think you would have gotten any. I think
Right.
sometimes people just. So yeah, and in the vote on the budget, there was 34 ayes and 14 nays, but it was still over 2-1. And then a lot of people didn't vote. I didn't vote for the budget because I never usually do. A couple from the front did because they remember Andy pointed at the table.
I did, yeah.
He did.
I thought he was like, all right. But maybe I didn't.
So I think if you look at the first three, they went fine. There was, was a little question what people do.
Yeah.
I think the auditor thing is, Bill's supposed to look into that for us. So, and if we are required to have auditors, then we'll just have to appoint some. The stipends for the board was, I don't think there was any questions. Pardon? And then the mileage, it just, what was it? And I was wrong. It's like 57.5 or something. I thought it was 55. The 200,000 seemed to go okay. And then, as somebody said, the budget, you know, there was some, I thought there was really good discussion. And what, I guess, like somebody just said, the only thing that surprised me a little bit is if there were people who were opposed to it, that they could have tried to amend it. But I think it's hard to stand up and make an amendment. It's easier just to say nay.
As we saw later on in the agenda.
Yeah.
Right.
And then I think the tuition rate was fine. I think next year, I used to always have a list of that, and so, you know, I think Randy made mention of that. So we'll just,
Mark, that you had some of the tuitions.
yeah, or at least the numbers. But
Yeah, I had the number of students. Yeah.
But it would have been nice to have had how much the tuition was for the different schools, and we're reaching a little bit. The reserve fund issue, I think, went fine. And I'm wondering if because I noticed there was a lot of people that had gone to the 2 different meetings, so I think it is important to do them ahead of time, because it seemed like maybe some of those questions got answered. And then moving the annual meeting.
That was interesting. Yeah, that was a good one. That was pretty fun.
Yeah, that was
So it's going to be the first Tuesday in April next year, and following that will be the last Tuesday in March. But again,
$5.5 $6 million without too many questions. That all of a sudden the next meeting comes up.
The budget was
1 hour discussion.
less than a 20-minute discussion, and that was 32 minutes.
22 minutes on that?
No, the
32.
budget was less than 20.
Oh, yeah.
The date was 32-minute discussion. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, really? I give the group credit for coming up with a solution. Though. That was impressive.
And
Everybody was so confused by the time we got to the end.
well, because you're voting the same thing 3 times over.
Well,
but
that was confusing. Sure.
Right, but you have to, because you have to vote the amendment, the amendment, and then that becomes your main article. So anyways, and then I don't remember, in other business, I thought I wrote some notes. Better budget, the people didn't like the budget in the book, and I think we all pretty much knew that.
Yeah.
And they wanted to divide out the STEAM and IB a little bit more.
Yeah, they wanted stuff broken down a little more.
Yeah.
It actually is broken down, it's just hard to see it because the categories are all the same in the different areas.
I think we're gonna have to add another page to.
Well, yeah, I think we need to include a number of people, including some who didn't come to the meeting, said they couldn't figure out the budget the way they wanted to because we didn't give the number of students that we had.
We did.
So, in there?
Yeah, it's right in here.
On the...
It's right there. Equalized pupils, 273.56.
They didn't know where I thought it was there.
Yeah.
There was a big chunk missing.
Oh, really?
They taped it together and put it in a bag and said, sorry, we damaged your mail.
Oh.
I got it after the meeting. I was like,
After the meeting.
yeah, so I had to grab one off the table.
That's funny.
I had to grab one off the table too, because I went through one of the meetings, I went through the mock-up that I had, and it wasn't the same.
Can we include the notes that Lori gives us on the budget so that we can
No.
understand? No? Okay. Another can.
We've never done that. That's in there because,
It would be better, it would be good if we could flush out some of the CSU stuff. I think that's what really confuses people all over, you know what I mean?
well, there's the one guy who questioned the gym versus the special education from the supervisory union. I wasn't sure what point he was trying to make there.
I think that, wasn't that before he realized the order, that the total was
But
below it for
he'd
the
also been
sections?
at 2
At the
previous
informational,
meetings, too.
I think we can all agree we should just clean that up and make it a little.
Yeah.
And I just want everybody to know, Tuesday, April 13th is Ramadan in 2021. So that's why we couldn't do the second. Shouldn't have done the second, but I think it passed, so we're good. It is the second Tuesday, right? Not the first? Or is it
Next
the
year?
first?
Next
Yeah.
year it's the first.
First, okay, so we missed Ramadan too.
Yes.
All right.
There. Didn't even know we'd done that.
Boy, so next year is the first one. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so next year will be in April. So right now, we would be preparing the budgets to put together. We would have to warn it probably next week or the week after. We could actually probably vote it the first meeting in March. But I think we should vote it before, because the first meeting in March will be the last time this group meets, because then there'd be 2 new people possibly on the board. And then elections. Mark's running. Are you running again?
I'm not.
You're not. We're gonna miss you. So this will be your last meeting.
No, the meeting, first meeting we have in March is before
Okay,
town meeting.
that's
so-
right. It's the night before. Okay. Well, we'll miss you then, so we'll have cake for you then. I just like reasons to have cake. So anything else from the school district meeting? I think we know we gotta clean up the booklet. Anything? Any other takeaways?
You said we just say more than a vote against it. Just-
Yeah, it'd be
Yeah.
It'd be nice to get some directional information. Just to know, but.
Which is a lot of the purpose of doing it from the floor, so we have an understanding.
Exactly.
What's going on?
Yeah, it might be worth just mentioning it at the beginning of the meeting itself. In case it reminds people this.
And we kind of did it, we actually kind of done it last year when we talked about why we wanted to go to a floor vote versus a ballot vote. Okay.
I'm just wondering, I know we talked a lot about, the space issues in the booklet, and then we also talked about possibly having the budget online as well. I don't even know if we do
The
that.
budget is online.
It is online, right?
Yes.
We also, back in the merger days, we had like frequently asked questions. Is there a way people could submit questions
Like online?
prior to, regarding the budget on the website?
There will be on the new site.
Because that might be a way to get some people to interact with some questions about the budget prior.
I think
to-
Anita got one question the entire time.
Yeah, I don't expect a ton of flurry of questions, but you
I think
never
it was
know.
me.
Just a thought while we're thinking about it.
No, Peter, can you write that down? So is there a way that people can submit questions? I guess my only issue is if they don't come to a meeting and they submit a question,
Yeah.
and so at the meeting, we say, okay, well, here's some questions we got, and we answer them.
I guess we can.
How do we know that the people are actually getting their answer?
What we
Right.
can do is respond to them with a link to the minutes in the video and say this was discussed
That's one way.
at the meeting.
Or we could answer it, yes.
Or, I mean, during the, I don't remember if it was the Act 46 committee, or if it was the beginning of this board, took a whole bunch of questions and published the answers on.
Yeah, that was questions from a meeting.
That was
And
one
we
of the
discussed them, and we
Yeah.
discussed them at the following meeting.
Yeah, just a thought, I'm just trying to think of a way to.
We could have an FAQ or a recent question section on the site and just post answers to
I could do that as well.
there.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a tricky one.
Pardon?
It's, it's another one of those, the information's in a million different places, and then but
Right, and
adding
then-
one more doesn't hurt.
But then a lot of people were right, well, I didn't know.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
No, but it's some good things to think about. I mean, I think we do a pretty good job. I think we send out a really nice booklet. Again, somebody made the comment that, I could do with less pictures and more information. But I've also heard a lot of people say it's nice to see some, and it's not like we spend a lot of money.
Okay.
Yes, so again, it's, I guarantee it, you'll never make everybody happy. And I guarantee that there's always gonna be somebody who says,
I'll take your guarantee.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah.
Sure.
And that, you'll never get everybody, you'll never satisfy everybody, I don't think. I think we do a really decent job. I know we do a better job than a lot of boards do, I think. I feel like we do. But there's always room for improvement too. None of us are perfect.
Could we at least think about having a 5-minute period at the beginning of annual meetings where Tammy and Matt stand up and just give a short presentation
No,
on?
because it's not, the annual meeting is not for the school administration. It's supposed to be the board presenting the budget.
Okay.
So I think that takes the focus off, because if we can't answer the questions, then we're not doing our job. And I felt that way for a lot of years. I know in Wardsboro you used to do that. You would have a huge presentation, and basically your administration was presenting the budget. But to me, that's not, the administration isn't there to present the budget. They present to us. It's our job to sell it to the voters.
I was suggesting that they talk about what's been going on in the school.
They have parent night, they have open house, they have a lot of stuff to do in the school, and I think that's something we can put into the booklet annual report if you want. But again, in Dover, we've never had a principal attend a school district meeting until Bill did, and Bill was a voter in town. And Bill didn't attend them all. We never had the superintendent here, and we've never had the business office here. I know it's been a little different in Wardsboro, but
to your point.
We always felt that was our job, to be able to answer the budget. And if we couldn't answer it, then we should be replacing, and that's what happened. Some people on the board got replaced. The other thing is, sometimes that draws the meeting out too, and then, by the time you get to the budget stuff and the stuff you want to discuss, you're really late. But again, I'm 1 out of 6 people, so if you folks really want to do that, you can.
I feel like our meeting went fine this time. I don't see why you have to do it. The reason that we had begun to do it in Wardsboro years ago was because the administration was a little better at explaining the things that were going on in the school, not necessarily budgetary things. It was more like the student scores were improving and things like that. So when people asked questions about how, where their money was being spent, it was easy for them to say, well, look at how our test scores have improved, look at how this has improved, look at how that has improved. It was easier for them to do it than it was for the board at that particular point in time. That's why.
Right.
We also, Steve Jobs was very pushy about being there.
Yeah. And not everybody at the annual meeting is a parent, so they don't all know what's going on in the school. So there was an opportunity for people who, the folks who don't have kids in the school to see what's going on in the schools. But I also see your point too, Rich, that there are other places where they can get that information.
And we can do a quick overview. We could ask the administration to write, and well, they do. What do they write in the report? Who's got their?
Yeah, I think
If we're going to expand on that, then maybe we can expand it in there.
I think we got to expand on this next year. I think add another 4 pages.
I think one more page.
Well,
one more page will give us 4 pages.
Right.
Well, that was where we were kind of at.
Yeah.
But we also cut the mailing list way down by doing households versus individuals.
I didn't say a whole lot in the letter.
Well, we cut it, we scaled it.
Well, we only gave you half a page too.
Yeah.
Cool. Weighing study, discussion and possible action. So, back to my thing, Senator Baruch is going to have a hearing on March 11th from 4 to 6. 4 to 6, room 11 in Montpelier. I made a note that Kool-Aid will be served. Senate hearing on weighting. So if you know people who are very good public speakers and don't mind speaking in front of a group, it would be probably good to have them up there. What we're looking for, or what they're looking for is, just to explain who you are, how you're impacted by the weighting study, what you want the Senate to do with the weighting study, and what you're going to do next, if anything. Like, I'm going to follow up on this, or I'll make sure that this goes forward. I think you only get 2 minutes to testify. So it's definitely something you want to have your, at least some notes prepared, so you, because you'd be surprised, 2 minutes goes for a long time when you had to, you know, stand up in front of 100 people in high school and do a presentation, but up there, 2 minutes will go really quick, and it'll be over before you know it. We also, Rick and I went to the WCSU meeting the week before our meeting, so 2 weeks ago. And we,
Day before our meeting?
yes, it was the day before the meeting, so it was last, so it was a week ago.
Yeah, it was last week.
God, time flies. It seemed like 2 weeks, doesn't it? And at that meeting, Wyndham Central charged the chair of the Wyndham Central Board to write a letter to House and Senate asking that they consider putting the weights in place this year. There was 4 things: putting the weights in place, not make any major changes to the educational finance until the entire legislature gets to review the study.
The 4 short bills that.
No. We did mention there are some bills that have been turned in, but we had them in there, and it was suggested that we take them out. So, and that the relief is immediately, and that we're willing to have people who will come up and testify. But the big thing is implement the weights this year. There are 4 short bills that Laura was trying to put in. One is to do that, implement the weights, not make the changes. The other 2 is to have AOE look at how much student opportunity was lost between 2000 and 2018, and qualify the excess penalty, the number of dollars the excess penalty took out of districts over from 2000 to 2018. And there wasn't the excess penalty, I don't think, in 2000. I think it came in at some point after. And that there's really no justification for waiting on the weighting. So that was that. So I don't know if we want to do a similar letter for the river valleys that we can also send up, or if we want to do personalized letters, it's whatever you folks think, but that was what it was on the agenda for.
I think we should. And the more organizations we hear from, the better.
Anybody else?
Rob, right?
Yeah, I completely agree.
Okay, so why don't we make a motion?
Hold on a second. Who does the letter go to? Just going to be sent?
It's going to be sent to Senate Ed, Senate Finance, House Ed, House Ways and Means, all our local legislators, and the newspapers.
The newspaper, okay.
Whoever we can send it to.
Great. No, that's what I was going to ask. Absolutely. That's fantastic.
So you want to make that motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Go ahead and make it.
And I'm going to make a motion that the board submits a letter to all those places you just mentioned for the opposition to the weighting.
No, support.
To support their weighting. Sorry.
I'll second that.
Wasn't a very good motion, but thank you for seconding it.
In support of the study?
Of the weighting study.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so Barry seconds it. Is there any other discussion? Who's writing the letter?
Chairman.
So that, not that the board, but the chair on behalf of the board.
Chair on behalf of the board. Yeah. I think this letter should come from the entire board.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, on behalf.
So I would write it on behalf of the entire
yes,
board.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll catch up today. I'm a little slow today.
That's fine. It's a holiday. Are you okay with that, Barry? Okay.
And I don't
So
think it needs to be much different than your WCSU letter.
yeah, it's got to be
Right.
different, I was told. It's because if not, it looks like just a form letter. So
No, I just meant it doesn't need to be, I mean, you guys have
Right.
the same points.
yeah,
Yeah, basically.
no, it's because it's interesting. You know, in our district, we win and lose. If they enacted the new weights, you know, together we win, but separately, one town loses, the other town gains more. And then that was one of the issues, and it got brought up at the WCSU meeting, because there was one nay vote on it, because there was one town that could, under some scenario, increase their tax rate 60 cents. Yeah. That is, it's pretty huge.
It's a lot of property. Yeah, a lot of high-end property.
But remember, it's only homestead. There's a lot of those high-end properties nobody lives in full-time.
Right.
So, yes, sir.
Just for clarification, there had just been discussion of the letter requested to the legislature and the subcommittees covering certain specific points.
That was
This
what the
motion is to write a
WCSU letter.
Yeah, in
Right.
support of the WCSU.
No, this is a motion that the River Valley's board have the chair on behalf of the board send a letter to all the places discussed to support the weighting study, to support enacting the weighting study.
Support acting upon.
Enacting.
Enacting.
Or acting on. Well, we don't want them to act on it, we want them to do it. We want to enact it.
So implementation.
Okay, sure. You okay with that? That's your motion?
Yep, I'm good with that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Are we all ready to vote?
Sorry, I missed the second.
Barry.
Thank you.
He wants to get his name in the minutes a lot, because he may not be around much longer. He may be surprised, because if he doesn't show up to town meeting, he may just get put back in.
That's right, you gotta show up.
I figured that would be.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. WCSU alternate discussion, possible action. I think we can bail on that, because we'll reorganize sometime right after town meeting, which is only a couple weeks away. And our next WCSU meeting is until April 1st or April 2nd, April Fool's Day. So I think we can deal with that at a later date. I did have a couple new things that came in kind of a little bit ago, but after our last meeting, we at our last meeting we talked about Dover had a couple faucets that were over the new parts per billion on the lead. So did Wardsboro School. I think it was just one. And it has to be taken out of service for drinking and cooking. So they're also working on a permanent plan. And it looks as though, because there was some money put away from by the legislature last year, that we can they'll get some help with it. So hopefully they'll be taken care of in the very near future, and we can be a lead-free school again. Let's skip over. Let's talk about the next meeting. We can meet the night before town meeting, but I think the teachers are still out. I don't know if we get any administration there. Do we want to put that meeting off till the 4th, and then we'll meet after town meeting, and then we can reorganize and set our agendas and set our meetings and move forward from there? Would that make more sense?
You mean the following Monday, or?
No, the Wednesday.
Move to a couple days.
Right. We were gonna meet on the 2nd, so that must mean town meeting's the 3rd. So
Right.
we move it to the 4th. Does that make sense to you? Are you good with that?
I'm good with that. We just move it. There are 5 week Mondays in March. Can we just move it up a week to the 9th? We'd rather not do that.
I just figure we'll keep it, and then we'll keep the regular meeting in Dover when
On
we
the
said.
16th.
And then,
Oh, if you
but
want to
we'll,
move, then we have to move both.
and we get to decide at reorganization, excuse me, when we want to meet.
I see.
I mean, the person takes Barry's place may want to meet on Friday mornings, who knows?
You never know. Okay.
And Laura should be good, because their legislature's off that week.
Oh, okay.
That makes perfect sense.
Okay, so our next meeting will be March 4th, 6:30 in Wardsboro. So unfortunately, Barry, I mean, this is your last meeting.
Lucky you.
You miss out on cake.
Well, you can come to the meeting on the 3rd if you want. I mean, the meeting on the 4th.
We love public, you know that.
Yeah. And you could also like, get on the board. So.
You might not want to come, please. That's true.
So we've got a couple executive session items. I don't think we're gonna make any decisions, so if you guys wanna hang out, you can. Mark will send you, Peter, an email with what we decide, if you don't mind, Mark. And we're gonna let you guys hang out here if you want, but we can move over there. But I'll need to entertain a motion for executive session for personnel, contractual, and for personnel, contractual, legal, those three.
So moved.
Okay, Barry moved, do we have a second? Second. Mark seconds it, is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, we'll move over there.
evening and welcome to the Tuesday, February 18, 2020 Select Board meeting. We know the meeting has been properly warned because we came at 5:30 for executive session. At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the January 21st, January 28th, and February 4th meetings of the Select Board.
So moved.
Elizabeth has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. The next section is Chair's Remarks, and I do have Chair's Remarks that were left right here on my binder while I was gone. And those remarks are that tomorrow night, which is Wednesday, February 19th at 6:30 p.m. in this very room, the Select Board room, second floor, Municipal Center, will be the Select Board Candidates Forum. It will be aired live on Channel 10 and live streamed on Facebook at the Brattleboro Community TV Facebook page. If you need to come to the meeting and you want accessible entrance, please make sure to come and park in the back parking lot where you can use the elevator to come up to this floor. Okay, those are my comments. Peter?
Thank you. I have two this evening. One is an immediate follow-up to that, just to remind everyone that early voting has begun for both the presidential primary and the town's election. Early voting is occurring on the first floor of the Municipal Center every weekday during business hours, between 8:30 and 5. Also, the town clerk's office, also on the first floor, here at the Municipal Center, will be open on Saturday, March 29th. That's the last Saturday before the day of the election. Saturday, March 29th from 9 in the morning until noon here at the town clerk's office for folks who want to vote early. And then the actual election day is March 3rd, Tuesday, March 3rd. The polls will be open from 7 in the morning until 7 in the evening next door to the Municipal Center at the American Legion Hall. There will be parking available that day at the Legion, at the State Office Building parking lot, at the courthouse, and in our Municipal Center parking lot. We are anticipating a better than average turnout, given that it's not just the town's local election, but also a presidential primary election. And so we'll be trying to make sure that it is convenient for everyone to come and participate in the vote. And a quick update about the Hinsdale Bridge project. Here in this room last week, we had a meeting of the Hinsdale and Brattleboro Combined Citizen Advisory Committee, working with New Hampshire DOT and Vermont's Agency of Transportation, VTrans, in the development of that project. And so I have a timeline, an updated timeline to share with everyone. It's actually, they are anticipating the NHDOT, who is responsible for the construction of the project, anticipates that the project should still be done by the original deadline. It's going to start a little bit later than intended in terms of getting out to bid and having an award of a contract, but it's multiple years and they believe that they can make up the time. So the time frame, so the community's aware of how soon it's coming along, is that the project should be out to bid this summer in August. With a bid award in the fall and active construction work beginning a little over a year from now in April of 2021. The active construction is to continue from 2021 until 2023. And when the new bridge is completed, there will then be rehabilitation work done on the two old bridges, or existing bridges, to turn them into bike ped access between the two states. So that project is expected to take about another year and be done in 2024.
Thank you, Peter. Plenty of time to plan our alternate routes if you use a car.
Indeed.
From 2021 to 2024.
Yeah, well, and one nice factor in this project is the old bridges will remain in use until the new bridge is ready to take that traffic. So while there will be a lot of activity in the area, the disruption should be less than for some other bridge projects.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I will move to select board comments and committee reports. Is there anybody who would like to make a comment or give a committee report? Daniel?
I was just going to jump on the candidate forum thing, and I'm glad that you brought it up and not me. And in addition to being on BCTV or live in this room, it's also going to be on the radio live, hopefully, fingers crossed, if we get the technology right, on WVEW 107.7 FM.
Excellent. Community media at its finest. Very good. Other members of the board have comments or committee reports? Tim?
I just want to let everybody know that last week, Liz and Peter and I were
fortunate enough to be able to spend the time to go to VLCT's Town Governance Day up in Montpelier. I think that's what they call it,
Local Government
Local
Day.
Government Day, sorry. Which is always an experience. I think it was the third time I went up. And we basically, we spoke about a lot of subjects with our legislators. I think we would summarize it as 3 different subjects that we concentrated the most on. That was the upcoming decisions they're going to be making with cannabis and cannabis taxation and regulation. The self-governance, which, as you know, if you've been paying attention, that this board has been very involved with, and so has our town manager, serving on the VLCT board himself. And also some wastewater regulation details that we have a high stake in, and our citizens do. So I thought I would speak a little bit to the cannabis, what happened there, and maybe Liz can take self-governance, and I'm going to spring a surprise on Peter and say, you can let us know what's going on in wastewater, just a little snippet. But as far as the cannabis taxation goes, the House Government Ops Committee had sent it out with a recommended 2% local option tax recommendation, which was less than we were looking for, but still a reasonable place to land. Then something went sideways, we think. The House Ways and Means, while negotiating for a 14% excise tax, so a 14% tax on all cannabis sales, and 6% regular sales tax sales on the cannabis, the only thing a town would get in that scenario is a 1% local option tax, which only if you're a town that passed the 1% local option tax like we did last year, luckily. So that would be a small amount. But what they're moving, they seem to be moving to the idea of, instead of giving all the towns and all the municipalities the ability to take a portion of the taxation, to instead have us participate similar to the way they give us fees for liquor commissioners. We charge in parity the fees that the state can, for the most part, which is a much less amount. It's very little money going to the towns, and very little money proportionally going to towns like ours that are actually paying for police forces and fire department, and are going to be heavily impacted, or we don't really know what the impact's going to be. So we're trying to stake out a little bit of money for the community, because we're going to be left with all this responsibility when this gets passed. Anyway, there was a lot going back and forth, and but we had some good conversations. We're not sure where it stands right now. It's having trouble at the moment just going anywhere, I think. And I'll just let Liz talk about self-governance, I think.
Well, it was very interesting going to this conference, and I got to see relationships between the town and the legislators that I hadn't seen and understood before. I was pleasantly surprised that I didn't know a lot of legislators, and was able to get some insights from them about how they view our priorities. And one of them was self-governance. And it's interesting because it's such a big deal to us and the towns that also want it. And it was definitely small potatoes to the legislature. The Senate has passed its Bill S-106, but it hasn't been taken out by the House. And I think, well, I was able to tell the House leadership how important it is to us and get that back on their radar. They seemed surprised that it's something that we would want when it's so obvious to us that it's necessary. So if anyone is inclined to contact their legislators and tell them how important it is to Brattleboro, they should do so. And also I think we should just mention what a great job Senator Jeanette White did for us in getting this passed by the Senate last year. And that's it. Just local decision-making is so important to us. And a lot of the other towns chimed in because it's important to a lot of different towns on things like getting a stop sign or other tiny matters that have to go up to the state to be decided when, as we said, it would free the legislator up to doing their important business without worrying about these picayune little things that they worry about on our behalf. So it's something that if our constituents, if our town residents told the legislature that it was important to them as mutual constituents, it might be helpful, because I don't think that it's registering to them that the towns themselves have can take this responsibility on themselves. Anything else?
Thanks, Liz. Peter, did you want to chime in about wastewater?
Yeah, just briefly. So it's the stormwater management that legislation that the state has passed is necessary in order to protect the waters of the state, but particularly Lake Champlain. So there's a phosphorus problem up in the northwest part of the state that is requiring a very significant expense of investing in better stormwater management infrastructure, both by municipalities and by private interests. On this side of the state, there's a nitrogen issue with the river that is not as significant, but still exists. It needs to be addressed. The problem with the legislation is, as so often is true in our relationship with the state, it goes right to the heart of the self-governance discussion, that the requirements have been passed without sufficient funding assistance. These are major investments that municipalities are having to make in stormwater management infrastructure, mostly but not exclusively along roadsides. For some communities, it's also including a very significant investment in upgrading their sewage treatment plants, but because our wastewater treatment plant was upgraded just within this decade, that part fortunately isn't going to be a burden for Brattleboro. But the upshot of it is, tying back to our recent budget discussions and looking ahead to things we will be working on in the year ahead, that here in Brattleboro, we think that the best approach for us to make sure that there is both a effective funding mechanism and a fair way to collect the money from the people who are actually contributing stormwater runoff is a stormwater utility, which would be function like the water and sewer utility, but specific to stormwater functioning. And the main reason why that's important is there is an equity issue that will address among those of us who live in own property in Brattleboro, and whether that's residential property or commercial industrial property. But the most important reason why that will be important to us in our community is because of the amount of state property that contributes to this. So I-91 is a huge contributor of stormwater runoff. There are other state highways all over town that contribute, and some state facilities like the building next door. So the state of Vermont doesn't pay any property taxes, but is a contributor to the fee-based payments into a stormwater utility, and we'll have more information to share on that in the months ahead.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other committee reports or comments from this table? Okay. Then I am going to go ahead and move us into public participation. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on something that is not listed on tonight's agenda. Is there anybody here tonight who's here to do that? Okay. Then I'm going to move on to liquor commissioners. I would entertain a motion to convene as liquor commissioners.
So moved.
Okay, David's made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are now liquor commissioners, and our first order of business is second-class liquor license renewal for Max LLC, doing business as One Stop. Okay, hi there. If you'd like to come over to our table, you can introduce yourself. The microphone will not amplify your voice, but it allows people watching on TV to hear you.
Okay. My name is John Cushman, one of the owners of Max LLC. Mohammed Anand with me today is the other owner. Here to address the instance where one of our employees did sell alcohol, beer, to an underage person. He was when we checked them on it, because we had trained them beforehand when we took the place over in October, that this is urgent. We got to do this. And he said he was very busy one night, and he thought he knew this person, and he called us right away after and said, "Oh my God, I don't know what happened." And we trained him, and we told him again that this is very, very important. You can never let this happen again. And I'm happy to say since then, we've got 2 positive commendations from the Liquor Control Board that they've checked, and we're on track.
Great. Members of the board have questions or comments outside of the information that was just provided? David?
Yeah, just, you mentioned it would never happen again, but this was your second?
We had this was, when we first took it over, we had a couple of people in there, and they left on us, and then these other 2 people came in, and they're the ones that are there now, and this happened to them. And we thought we had them trained well, and we explained it going in, and like I said, what happened that one night happened, and since we've urged them and really stressed how eminent this is, since then they haven't done it.
So the first violation was the previous employees?
Previous employees, correct.
Okay. Thanks for that clarifying question, David. Other members of the board have questions or comments?
Yeah.
I don't either. I think you know whatever it is. It sounds like you've already addressed
Oh,
it expediently.
This is urgent. No.
So, okay. Okay, perfect. So if we don't have further questions or comments, then at this time, I would entertain a motion for this renewal. Liz?
I move to approve the renewal of a second-class liquor license for Max LLC, doing business as One Stop at 414 Canal Street.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Okay, we are still liquor commissioners. And our second order of business is the renewal of a first and third class liquor license and entertainment permit for $3 Dewey's, doing business as McNeil's. And Ray, if you'd come over to our table.
You have to recuse yourself because you get your picture taken there all the time.
No, that's good.
Hold on in there all the time. Okay, once again, the microphone won't amplify you, but it's going to be perfect. Okay.
Well, I'm somewhat at a loss of words here. The server, one of the servers failed a compliance test.
Okay.
And she has worked for me for 8 years. This was not, she's not new by any means. In fact, she works more than any other employee, any of the servers, that is. And she made a mistake. I don't know what else to say. She was preoccupied cleaning the place and not paying attention. She and I were both required by the state to take the server training course again. I've taken it probably 20 times.
Yeah.
And I would just like to point out that this is the first time that anything like this has happened in 35 years.
Yeah, that's quite the record.
Back here again.
Well, if it happens again in 35 years,
I'm not going to be here.
I won't be here, and a lot of us will not be here.
I'm planning on it.
You're planning on, okay. That's
I won't.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Are there members of the, members of the board that have questions or comments for Mr. McNeil?
No.
That was a pretty cut and dry explanation. Tim, David?
Nope. We're all set.
Yeah, a letter of warning from the state, I guess, is what you've got. Can I ask you a question? Because I've never known the answer to this. Why is it known as $3 Dewey's?
That's the corporate name.
Oh, yeah.
We started doing business as McNeil's Brewery, and then our legal name now is McNeil's Pub and Brewery. But that switch happened around 1992, maybe 93, somewhere in there. 92. So,
just curious where the name came from.
right. Right. That was the original corporate name.
Got it. All right. Well, thanks for being one of our many Brattleboro institutions.
And you guys are pretty busy down there, so the fact that this is the first time in 35 years, I'm sorry that it happened, but I think there's something to be said for that as well, for the track record. So good job. I would at this time entertain a motion for this renewal.
I move.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. I move we approve renewal of a first-class liquor license, a third-class liquor license, and an entertainment permit for $3 Dewey's, doing business as McNeil's Brewery at 90 Elliott Street.
Perfect. David has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Sorry, I was distracted signing the liquor license.
All right. Please do sign the liquor license. That's important. All right. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Ray, for coming in. Appreciate it. Okay. We have one final item, and that is a new second-class liquor license for Passmart Inc.
Passmart, we learned this afternoon, the representative of Passmart might not make it because of the weather this
Oh,
evening.
okay.
So
Sure.
I can speak to the status of this matter, and then you can decide whether you wish to proceed or whether you'd rather hold it over for an evening when the representative can be here.
Okay.
This is the same type of liquor license previously held by those who ran it as Sunny's Sunoco for many years in the same location. It has been reviewed by the police department, fire department, and other town staff. We do believe that everything is in order and ready for your approval. It's unusual, but not improper for the select board to approve a license like this when it's been thoroughly vetted, but when the representative of the business is not present. So
And
it's really a discretionary call for you.
Is this just beer and wine like it's always been?
That's right.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Second class is the sale of beer and wine to take off the premises, not to be consumed on the premises.
Yeah, just it's always been as long as I've known it anyways.
Did this entity have a problem in the past year?
No, not at all. The other two that were before you tonight to address violations that had occurred were because they were part of the batch of renewals 2 weeks ago tonight. And you asked that they come in and talk about what had happened with the violations. This is completely separate from that. It's a new issuance. If you approve it, it'll be the new issuance of a license to the people who are going to be the new operators of that facility that's been there for many years.
But I understand correctly that it's a new issuance, but it's not a new location for
Correct.
selling.
Yeah. That's correct.
We're not adding another outlet.
Right.
Basically, Vermont doesn't allow transfers of liquor licenses. In other jurisdictions, often something like this would be a transfer from the old owner to a new owner. Here, what happens is the old owner permission evaporates because they're no longer operating the facility, and the new owner needs to obtain a new license.
And go through the training and
go through the whole process. Exactly.
I think, given that we may not be meeting at our regular time, I would be willing to make an exception and approve this. Since the police and fire have already said everything is in order.
I don't really have a problem approving it either, just because it's not an additional point of sale. That would usually raise more concern for me than continuing the same establishment or the same location point of sale.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to trust that everyone did their work and their due diligence, and by the time it gets here, if it's recommended for approval, then it's good enough for me.
Okay. Then I would entertain a motion on this item.
I'll make a motion.
All right.
Move to approve a second-class liquor license for Passmart Inc. at 228 Canal Street.
All right. Daniel has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-0. I would entertain a motion to adjourn as liquor commissioners.
So moved.
Liz has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. And so we now move to unfinished business, and our one and only item is Communications Union District, CUD, planning process. And our first item under that item is an update from Sue Westa from the Wyndham Regional Commission.
If it's okay with the select board, Patrick has a couple of table setting remarks.
Please do, Patrick.
Thank you. So, as you know, we have a special guest this evening, and before I pass the microphone over to Sue Westa from the Wyndham Regional Planning Commission, I thought it might be worthwhile to remind particularly the folks at home about the nature of the conversation which has been ongoing in Brattleboro for about the last 2 years. For those who are frequent watchers of select board meetings, you might remember that in late 2018, a member of the library staff actually approached the select board during public participation to say, hey, you know, there are communities out there that are developing and building out municipally owned fiber optic internet services, and maybe that's something Brattleboro could take a look at. The board at the time thought it was worth exploring, and so they sent staff on a mission to investigate. I later came back to the board in September of last year with a fairly lengthy report that tried to outline the existing level of service in Brattleboro today and sort of comparing that to other areas of Vermont. It detailed a number of municipally managed fiber optic internet service projects from several towns within a couple hours drive of Brattleboro, some that were down in Massachusetts, others in Vermont. And lastly, that report attempted to explore the current state of state statute as it relates to public financing for municipal internet service or communications plan. And I'm sure the board will recall that what we discovered there is that in terms of public financing, the only allowable methodology in the state of Vermont is for revenue bonds and not for general obligation bonds. There was a lot to chew on there at that meeting, and so the board took this matter up again in October of that same year, last year. And at that point in time, staff was asking for some direction. What would you like for us to pursue? And at the time, the board concluded that we should move forward on two fronts. The first would be to let the state know of our desire to at least have the authority to use general obligation bonds should we choose so. And to that effect, we worked with an existing small committee of state folks who were asked by the legislature to explore that idea. So that included the head of the Vermont Municipal Bond Bank, the state treasurer, Beth Pierce, and also the secretary of the administration. We provided our input to them in a letter. Our views eventually made it into their report to the legislature, but unfortunately their recommendation to the legislature was that we not permit general obligation bonding at this time. So that's sort of where that sits at the moment. The second direction that the board gave to staff was to continue to participate with regional discussions around a communication union district. In the months since that time, the Wyndham Regional Commission sought out and received funding from the Vermont Department of Public Service. They got what's called a BIG grant, or a Broadband Innovation Grant, the amount of $60,000. And the purpose of that funding was to provide professional technical assistance to participating Wyndham Region municipalities in the exploration of a communications union district. That project got underway formally just last month in January, and that project has been specifically assigned to Sue Westa, a senior planner at the Wyndham Regional Commission. And Sue's here, and she can walk us through a little bit about what that project entails.
Thank you, Patrick. Sue.
Okay, so yeah, I think I'll start by giving you an overview, kind of high-level overview of our project, and then if you have questions, we can go from there. So as Patrick said, we got this grant from the State Public Service Commission, and we are kicked off the meeting. We signed the grant in December, signed the contract, and then held our kickoff meeting in January, where we had over 60 attendees. at the Newfane Fire Department where we had the meeting. There seems to be lots of interest. I'm getting calls all the time from communities and folks who are interested in this project. And this effort is really about developing a feasibility study and a business plan, looking at whether or not we should form a community, or our community should form a communications union district, or maybe multiple communication union district in order to implement fiber broadband throughout our region. This is really focused on, the communication union districts are really focused first on serving those communities that are unserved and or underserved. However, all communities throughout the region are able to participate. It's following a model that was developed by ValleyNet and EC Fiber just north of here. That model has been successful, and they have implemented broadband service through most of the towns in that region right now. They're still working on a few of those in that region. However, Carol Monroe from EC Fiber is one of our partners on this project. She is one of our technical service providers. Our other technical service provider is from the Rural Innovation Strategies Group, who has experience with this. They've been working with ValleyNet and looking at implementing broadband service in other rural regions throughout the country, actually. So the Windham Region Commission is really a part of this grant to help bring all the communities together and get the word out about the project and hear about, what the community's concerns are. So after we held our kickoff meeting in January, we asked all the towns to develop a resolution saying that they were interested in participating and assign a town appointee so that we know have a specific person that we knew to reach out to. And then last week, we held a survey training meeting. So one of the things that we're doing in order to hear from the folks in the region is a survey that just went up online today. It's on our website at windhamregional.org/broadband. There's lots of other resources for communities who are looking to get the word out about the survey. So not only is the survey available online, but there's a paper copy for those folks who don't have access to the online version. There are flyers, there are summary sheets that people can use to help develop articles, but that's really what the meeting was about last week, and a lot of folks had some really interesting ideas for how to get the survey out in their towns, from having a table at their town meeting to standing outside their local grocery store or the town dump. They're going to be putting paper flyers out at local libraries and town halls, and I know Patrick has already got a lot of that underway here in Brattleboro. So that survey is due March 17th. We'll be taking responses until that time. At that point, our technical service providers will finalize their feasibility study. That should be done by the end of April. Then the state will take a look at that and approve it. They have promised that they would do that within a couple weeks, and once that is approved, the business plan will be developed, and that is targeted to be completed this summer, July or August. Taking a step back a second, in terms of communication union districts, we're only 2 towns are required to have a town meeting vote in order to form a communication union district. And then if other communities are interested in participating, they just need a vote of their Board of Selectmen to participate in the communication union district. So we have a couple, at least I think 3 or 4, who are bringing it to town meeting this March, and I'm sure others will join on. Others have certainly expressed interest, but depending on the results of the feasibility study and the business plan. And then that information would be handed over to the Communications Union District, however that forms, and then they'll begin the work of trying to figure out how to finance the development. And there are grants through the federal and state governments. They can use revenue bonds, and but it's not connected to the municipality at all. There's no way that the municipalities will be responsible for any of these the finances related to the Communications Union District. That is all through the Communications Union District and its board and the folks who, of course, are participating in the service. So, do you have any questions specifically?
Great. Okay. So the first thing I want to do is that was so much good information. I just want to pull us right back to saying, if you want to be able to participate in the survey, which needs to be done by Tuesday, March 17th, one way to do it is to go through the project website at www.wyndhamregional.org/broadband. And Patrick, where in Brattleboro can people get paper copies?
Sure. Paper copies are available in the town manager's office, at the town clerk's office. By this time tomorrow, it'll be available at Brooks Memorial Library and also at the Gibson Aiken Center. I would point out that there is a link to the survey already on the town's website, right on the front page. And later this week, we are doing a mailing to every residence in Brattleboro, indicating, here's the web address. Please take a few minutes and provide us with your feedback. If you're unable to, get online, we understand. Please reach out to the town manager's office, and we'll make arrangements to get a paper copy in your hands.
That sounds great. Thank you for that.
Sure.
Now, are there questions or comments from members of the board for Sue or Patrick? But Sue. David?
I have a couple, but I was
Okay.
assuming you might want to jump. Okay. Thank you again. First of all, so much for taking time to come here and let us know what's going on. You mentioned it's the underserved communities, and when we had our discussion that Patrick referred to some time ago, a few months ago, we learned that, well, first of all, it depends on your definition, but of broadband, which is, we have a minimal definition, and then there's what we'd like to see as far as internet speeds. But how would you define underserved communities? We found out that we are approximately 95% covered in a minimal definition of broadband speeds. So how would you compare Brattleboro's situation to some of the other communities? What kind of percentage coverage, if you know?
Yes, I don't know specifically off the top of my head, but I do know that there are communities that have very minimal internet access at all. And there are ones that all they have is DSL, which is very low service. So, I understand that not everybody in Brattleboro is served, and you might want to be served at a higher rate eventually, and that would be one reason to participate in this effort and to eventually become part of the district.
Okay.
It's much more effective for these small rural places to band together in order to provide a service like this. It really doesn't make sense for each town to do it on their own. The costs are just too high, and there's just not enough benefit for any of the companies. So that's why connecting the rural communities with those that are more densely developed does help too.
That does make sense to you, that we would jump in the fray.
Yes,
even
absolutely.
with communities that have literally sometimes no.
So you wouldn't be the first ones to receive, to have build out fiber. They would go to those underserved and unserved ones first, but you would be part of the organization or part of the district, and then eventually you would be, and that's what's happening with the EC Fiber group right now.
And thank you. My second question is simple, too. The Wyndham Region Broadband Project, it occurs to me that that can be a little bit of a broader definition than just fiber. Do you happen to know if these monies can be used for other technologies such as wireless cellular communications?
This grant is specifically focused on broadband fiber.
Okay,
Yes.
so physical line fiber.
Yes.
Infrastructure build-outs.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I just sort of want to follow on from that. You know, if this project were to move forward, there's a big build out of physical infrastructure. And also we're at a time where technology is leaping forward. Is there a danger that the physical infrastructure that gets built becomes out of date pretty quickly?
Our technical service advisors are suggesting that this, in more rural areas at least, this is going to be the next step for quite a while. I don't know
But in
specifically
maybe.
how much, but in larger urban areas like, Boston and New York, not even Brattleboro, they're going to have a lot of other options there. It's still going to be fairly limited up here, and the amount of download and upload speeds that you can get with the fiber is pretty significant, and much more significant than what many folks have now.
I just got another one, if I may.
Yeah.
I do ask a lot of questions.
You saw that.
I know. So when we were talking about this originally, as Patrick mentioned, there was this question about general obligation bonds. They'd been used in Massachusetts effectively to fund projects that were locally owned. That's not an option for us here in Vermont. And you reminded me that the Communications Union District would be the one seeking the revenue bond, that's correct?
Yes.
And so a town participating, the taxpayers of a town participating in the Communications Union District are sort of insulated from
Yes,
losses?
they are, and that's very clear in the statute.
Can you say more about that? Explain it for me like I'm 5.
So the Communication Union District functions similarly to a town. Instead of having a board of selectmen, they would have a board of the Communications Union District. And those folks will make the decisions about, and there would be a representative from each of the towns at least who participates, and those folks would make all the financial decisions, would apply for grants and loans, and it would operate similarly to how a town does, only it's a completely different organization.
So if the CUD loses money, what happens to the taxpayers of the town that is part of that CUD?
Nothing should happen to them.
Okay.
Well, Patrick wants to jump.
Yeah, if I can, I'd just like to jump on that and emphasize that a little bit more. It's explicitly clear in the statutes that provide for communication union districts that property tax dollars or sales tax dollars are utterly unwelcome within the framework of a communication union district, and that the only recourse for investors would be the assets of the CUD. But just to be really clear and upfront, before staff comes back with a recommendation for your consideration that, hey, we ought to participate in a communications union district, one of the things that we'll be doing is having Bob Fisher take a really close look at this and providing his advice to you as to what any of the risks that Brattleboro would be accepting by participating. But our expectation at this time is that there is essentially a firewall between the CUD and the municipality, and that the municipality's assets could not be tapped in the event that the CUD went belly up.
Liz?
I have my same broken record question about regional towns working together, because I know for our relationship with the Wyndham Regional Commission is a per capita fee, and therefore we pay more than the surrounding towns because our population is larger. Is the representation in this in whatever union district that's created for funding of the broadband going to be similarly based on a per capita amount, or is it because the smaller towns are the ones that have the greater need than we do?
No, I do not believe so. It will be, the towns will not participate at that level financially. It will be individual subscribers that will participate.
Thank you.
Could you talk a little bit, I think it's hard to understand the financing because we have one, we only have a couple of models that we understand municipalities typically use. And can you talk a little bit about how EC Fiber raised money for their project? Are you familiar with that?
So generally, I'm familiar. If you want really specifics, we'd have to have our partner Carol Monroe here. But generally, I understand that they financed a lot of it up front with individual investments from the community. There are folks who stepped up with large contributions. They're not recommending that we do it that way. And they learned some lessons through that process that, they're sharing with us and other new CUDs that are getting up and running. But they, once they had some of that funding in place, then they were able to get some loans, I believe, to help state economic development loans to get that construction up and running. And now they have a lot of customers, so they're financed more that way.
Yeah. I believe they also sold much smaller, or got much smaller investments from people along the road, so that when they had enough people investing, they could run it up.
That may be true.
Yeah, it would be worth hearing more about that model. It was pretty interesting. Also, the way you described the underserved areas, and I think that one of the somebody at the New Fane meeting talked about. For Brattleboro, the most likely effect would be if Dummerston were a member and it wound up going up Stickney Brook, then it would be very easy for it to come down the other side, down Sunset Lake or down Pleasant Valley and into that part of town, coming from a rural rather than coming from the urban center.
Right.
That's a more likely outcome.
Sure.
But there are a couple of things that I think have turned out to be misconceptions, at least based on what I heard at the New Fane meeting, and one of them was about the general obligation bonding. I understand, and I thought was said quite clearly at that meeting, that a municipality could take general obligation bonds to run fiber to municipal facilities. If we wanted to run fiber to the police department or out to the public works area, we could bond for that and we could run that, and then people could take service off that backbone along that route. And that was pretty clearly articulated by the woman from EC Fiber.
I thought it was just the revenue
Patrick, do you
bonds
recall
as well.
that?
I do. It was a position of Carol Monroe that if the municipality was building its own network for its own purposes, for internal communication, so for example, if we wanted to build our own network where the municipal center could communicate with the Gibson-Aiken Center, the library, and public works, etc., we could use general obligations for the purposes of constructing our own publicly managed network for our own purposes. I think some additional research, particularly from Bob Fisher, would be worthwhile before we assumed that could necessarily provide service to the public, because I think we're then in that situation where we'd be using general obligation bonds to provide a retail service, and I think we
do that with our roads, by the way. But yeah,
absolutely. Oh, and by the way, I completely agree. I mean, our argument for the use of general obligation bonds and for our ability to move forward that way, if in fact that's what the people of Brattleboro would like, I think it's pretty clear. But
another question that came up was around and I think, actually it was Chris Campany that responded to this one, about the, I think, no, actually it was Chris Campany that responded to this one, about the, 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 confining, a lot of towns have decided they want to confine development. They want to keep development down in a compact area and not have it happening, sort of spasmodic or scattered around the region. And I don't recall exactly what his response was. I sort of asked if he could come tonight because I didn't recall that. But do you recall, or what the why it's also important for the downtown or the more compressed, compact, whatever the right word is for more urban areas, and why it's also important for fiber to come into those areas?
In order for fiber to, so like for Brattleboro, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, I think the value is in getting that higher quality connection. If folks in town here aren't feeling like their connections are good enough for what they need to do in terms of, businesses, school, it's an important education tool
Streaming,
now,
Netflix.
healthcare, there are a lot of things.
Yeah, I'm really pleased that you included all that in the summary sheet. The students and teachers part, particularly the opportunity to interact in real time with large numbers of students. If, for instance, a snow day occurred or if somebody was homesick, they could still be in class. And the same is true with that kind of resolution for medical diagnosis and treatments and teaching, turning a school nurse office into a medical home for families whose kids are in those buildings. So there's a lot of really significant value in it. I appreciate you including that in the presentation.
Good. Yes, thank you very much. And I appreciate the update tonight. We do still have another item under this update which does require action, to not lose sight of that, and that is the official designation of the town representative to the CUD. Is that correct? And who would like to address that item? Sue, Peter? Feels weird for Patrick to address it.
So, happy to relieve Patrick of that weirdness.
Great.
So, based on your earlier discussions, Patrick outlined well at the beginning of this item the history of how this has been considered by this board and actually the prior select boards here in Brattleboro as well. And based on the action that this board took last fall, directing that we stay engaged with whatever regional effort might evolve, Patrick has been doing that on behalf of the town. And so since the organizers of this effort now are requesting that there be a specifically designated individual, we think it makes sense for the board to designate Patrick as that specifically designated contact person for Brattleboro.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough to do.
Nope. Nope, he needs one more thing. Okay, then I would entertain a motion for that appointment, designee appointment.
I move to designate Assistant Town Manager Patrick Moreland as the town's representative in the regional planning effort for a communication union district.
Okay, Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, before we voted, I guess I should have asked if you accept.
Well, this is weird. Yes, I'd be happy to.
Great, thank goodness. Then we are all unanimous. Wonderful, thank you so much, Sue.
Thank you.
Drive safe tonight. Okay, that concludes our unfinished business for the evening, and we will now go ahead and move into new business. And our first item under new business is the financial report, the monthly report for January. Peter?
Thank you. So the basic report that I have to offer tonight is not particularly noteworthy. It's about like you usually see for this time of the year. There is some really good news I want to share at the end. But the written report that was in the materials for this evening's meeting dated as a memorandum from Finance Director John O'Connor dated February 5th, 2020. Indicates that after the prorations that we do in order to factor in for the very large payments that are made on certain items either once a year or semi-annually, after those prorations, the general fund expenditures are at 56.1%. We are 58.3% of the way through the fiscal year, so those are in good shape. Yep. Likewise, the expenditures in the parking fund and the prorated expenditures in the utilities fund are respectively at 56.1 and 56.0% for the year. So very solid shape in all fronts. The loan report shows $4,206,141 in outstanding loans. And of the many loans that are being repaid, there is one that has a payment overdue and one other that is in default and is fully reserved. The program income report states $487,765 of available funds for additional grants and loans to be made for housing purposes and economic development purposes in Brattleboro. And the grant activity where we go out and seek grant funds from others to accomplish good purposes here in town. We currently have 41 active grants being implemented and 5 grants in the application process. We have an additional one that's on your agenda this evening. Revenues in general are on target as well in the general fund and the other funds, but we have really good news that we've received now just last Thursday, our second quarterly installment for the local option sales tax, and it came in at $227,215. So added to the first quarter receipt of $211,673, we're currently halfway through the year at $438,888 received. From a source that we had predicted, we knew it was a conservative prediction, but we didn't expect it to be this conservative. We had predicted that halfway through the year we would have $315,000, and that was actually based on data. It wasn't a number out of the air. It was based on prior year's receipts. We think that it is likely that most of the difference between the 315 and the 438 is the result of the state's increased efforts to collect state sales tax and therefore also our 1% local option tax on internet sales.
The online tax, you mean?
I'm sorry?
The online sale tax?
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
that's
internet sales traditionally were not collected or were under collected, and the state of Vermont's tax department has put a lot of effort into correcting that, particularly with some of the larger online retailers. And we think that that's likely accounting for the significant excess revenue that we're able to collect, at least so far, for these first 2 quarters.
Great, thank you, Peter.
Question,
David?
Brandy?
Yes?
Is there, could we ask, I'm not sure who would do it, whether it be the chamber or the downtown, the DBA, or both maybe, to see if they can ascertain some similar data in terms of what the businesses downtown are experiencing in terms of, have they seen any impact, the impact that they were concerned about? Is there any evidence that that's happening? I know people have apologized to me for having to charge 7% sales tax, but and I have to point out to them that it's only 1% more than it was beforehand. But we often do things and then don't look at all of the consequences, and I think it'd be worth our while to try and find out what the impact has been on the businesses. I don't know if we can do that in places like.
I hear what you're saying, right? And like the number is also the story, right? So I'm presuming that yes, we're collecting more from the internet, but maybe also part of that number is,
People are still shopping.
People are still shopping. Mm-hmm. And so like, it's really hard to argue with that number. It's nice and cut and dried. And we could also get some of that qualitative data, but I don't know if I would trust one over the other. I'm probably going to trust the number in the end. Not that it matters what I trust.
The number is
math.
Yeah. The number is clear, but the maybe part isn't. Yeah. And I think the merchants can better reflect on the volume of their sales. If there's an additional tax being collected on online sales that's contributing to this, it would cover up if there were fewer sales in town. So, the only source would be the people that are selling. They have books. They know how much they're selling compared to previous years. They could probably give us. It may be too soon, 6 months into it. But
might be a little soon.
I think it's a little soon.
So we can do it after a year, but we should have a look. It's just responsible to do that.
Further questions or comments?
Yes. The Chamber of Commerce had that data last year, so I'm sure it would be easy enough for them to add this year to it.
Excellent, thank you for that. Other questions or comments on the January financial report?
I actually do have a
Daniel, what is
question
it?
about this. It's seasonally appropriate. It's about the Public Works Winter Roads budget, which is running higher than expected, and we have a little bit of winter left to go. And I was wondering how we're feeling about that.
Same way we feel every year when this happens.
Nothing like jinxing it, Daniel, but let's answer that.
So we use 5-year rolling averages. Yeah. Depending on the winter, there's so many different factors. I can't give you a good, clear answer as to what has driven the consumption of additional materials this year. I remember we had quite a lot of ice last year, and my gut read is that we haven't had as much ice. We've had plentiful snow and some ice this year, but maybe my read on that is wrong compared to what's actually been experienced on the streets.
Data versus...
Yeah, exactly. And so be happy to get that from Public Works and provide you an update as to what's been happening out there. I would say it is not unusual. It's basically a 50-50 proposition that some winters are going to be harsher and consume this winter roads budget more substantially than others. Also, as we've pushed information out into the community just within the last week, the part of this that relates to patching potholes is we're going to significantly exceed our expected allocation for that. But there's a fair amount of this that applies to the consumable materials of salt and sand, as well as the materials that are put in to try to stabilize the roads. So it's a more complicated equation than I can tell you about off the top of my head. I'd be happy to have Steve and his team put together a little report.
Sure. And then I had one other thing that I'm going to be quiet. In the same section of the report, Public Works yard expense, building repairs, there was a budget for 15,000 and expenditures have been 28,000. And I was kind of thinking about that within the context of thinking about Public Works building and how things are doing, and I'm presuming that that's in some way to do with that.
Yes. Symptom of a very old facility that we are having to nurse along to keep as functional and safe as we can until we're able to move forward and replace it.
Okay.
Further questions or comments on the January financial report? There is no action needed, and so we will move into our next item. Thank you for that update, Peter. And our next item is the local hazard mitigation plan progress report. I see that Brian Bannon, our zoning administrator, is here with us. Peter, do you have any lead-ins, or should we go straight to Brian?
Straight to Brian, please.
Hi, Brian.
Hi, Brian.
Hey, Brian.
Every year, as part of our participation in the National Flood Insurance Program, we have to report out to the public and the elected officials how we're doing on our hazard mitigation plan. And hazard mitigation plans, we adopt them for 5 years, and we're coming up on readoption in 21. So even as we're evaluating what we've accomplished, we're also starting the process of collecting new projects that will reduce the possibility of disaster coming in the future. So we've actually made really good progress, both as a town and then partners of the town, in reducing risk. And that includes removing almost 80 homes or dwelling units from areas of the highest flood risk. And those are the homes that were most badly damaged during Tropical Storm Irene. So that represents a lot of Brattleborough folks who will not be in danger the next time. To further that effort, we've been working with Tri-Park Cooperative Housing on a master planning process to remove an additional 40 homes from the special flood hazard area and find a plan that will allow their homeowners to find a safe place to live. We've also been supportive of Brattleboro Housing Partnership's efforts to relocate the last of the housing out of Melrose Terrace, and they have actually started to do demolition of some of the homes there prior to actually starting a floodplain restoration, which will reduce flood levels in future floods. We're working with the Vermont River Conservancy on a floodplain restoration at 250 Bird Street, and currently we're going for grants to do a brownfield cleanup at the site. We've been working with the Army Corps of Engineers to do a dam inundation study. That's been with Department of Public Works, and that will also include an emergency response if there is a problem at one of the dams. We're working with them to upgrade our flood mapping along the whetstone, which is from 1974, so considerably out of date, and that will get us a better feeling of what the risk actually is. And we've also been working with the Army Corps of Engineers to identify potential sites for future mitigation projects. So it's been a very productive 5 years, and we hope the next plan is equally productive.
This is a pretty detailed list of things that you've been working on with our partners and as the town, and thank you very much. Comments or questions from the board? Liz?
Yeah, hi Brian. Thank you for all this. This is good stuff. I just had a question. When you're remapping the whetstone, will that take into account Tropical Storm Irene flooding?
Yes, it will. It will be done with new LiDAR data, which is a 1-foot contour data set that was flown by the state. And I believe that was flown in either 15 or 16, so it actually reflects the post-flood conditions. And it also is much more accurate mapping of ground elevations.
Because that was like the 500-year flood or something like that at that point, and it wasn't really reflected in the flood mapping at the time.
We've had a couple of hydrology studies done, which are going to go into the new flood mapping. It indicated that the flood was actually considerably smaller than a 500-year, and in some places it was more a 75-year storm, and in some places it was even less than that. Although when it did get to the downtown area, it did jump into the 500-year floodplain.
Interesting. Thank you.
The Melrose Street Bridge, the Arch Bridge there, you have any sense of what this, I don't know what it means that the state scoping process means in terms of time, but that's a real place where water really backs up. It's not an adequate culvert. I mean, do you have any sense of how long the state has to do that? That's not something we can undertake.
I don't think it's been a real high priority by the state because it's been rehabbed.
It's a priority to the people that live next to it.
Exactly.
For sure.
The town has taken every opportunity to encourage the state to put that on its priority list.
It's not a big one.
Well, it's made it onto the list, so that's a start.
That's a good sign.
Yeah.
Great. And the other question is, what does Class 8 certification mean for the flood insurance program?
So it means because we've adopted a more active flood management program than is required, we get a 10% discount on flood insurance policies.
Thank you. Good work.
Quick question. Anybody thinking about flooding during Irene will almost soon get to Flat Street. Do you have any comments on any future plans for mitigation there? I mean, it's just top of my mind just because we have snow block that just went in, and I know the design built in some safeguards, and as well as a CF Church building put the whatever you call those walls down that you drop down in, I guess, and same with the youth theater. But do you have any comments for anybody who might be watching and thinking, well, what about Flat Street? What's going to happen the next time we get our 500-year flood in 5 years or whenever that is going to be?
Yeah, so for more medium floods, like a 50-year flood, the Bridge Street, First Street restoration should actually give a little bit of protection. It will spread out flood heights so we don't get an immediate surge. It will also get rid of some debris and some ice flows, so that will be helpful. It's going to have a more limited effect for really large floods, and as you say, we have been encouraging new development to meet a higher standard, so the snow block has in fact been built to a 500-year flood height standard. We'll certainly encourage other projects to meet that. We did do an EPA Sustainable Cities grant a couple of years back, and they did identify a couple of potential sites for mitigation downtown, and that would be public plazas that allow for more flood storage. So that could be a pathway, it could be a park, but that would mean that we'd have to probably reconfigure some parking or have some private landowners participate to expand the width of the channel.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments?
Well, just building on Tim's comment, that open space that you're working on, that used to be Sir Sossamon property, there's flood storage in that project, correct?
Yes, definitely. It gets pinched off downstream of the site by the Elliott Street Bridge, so that limits how much impact it can have downtown. But it will make a difference in that 25, 50-year flood, and that will be helpful.
A lot of water moving into a small space is basically what's going on, right?
I see at the end that it says public outreach for the 2021 plan update begins in early 2020. Does this count as early 2020?
This is some of our first efforts to get out there, and we're bringing it up in every forum we're going to where it might touch on this.
Perfect. Do you know if the link's already on our website?
Not currently.
Okay, so I'm going to read it off, and then I assume it'll be put up there at some point. So just for people who are listening, it's https // that's how I'm going to say it, tinyurl.com/Brattleboro -2016 -HMP, and hopefully that link will be up there. But in the meantime, you can replay my voice over and over until you typed it properly into your URL bar.
Exactly. You don't have to say it twice.
And then it'll just be burned into your brain.
Just make it my ringtone.
Make it your ringtone, that's right.
10 seconds.
Thank you so much, Brian. And there's no action required on this item. Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Okay, our final item under new business is ratification of the town manager's decision to authorize a grant application. Peter.
Thank you.
Sounds bold.
So, as you know, we normally bring grant applications to you and ask that you authorize that we apply. In this case, there was a short time frame, and we would have missed the opportunity to apply for a very small amount of money, but it would be sufficient to allow us to buy a couple of pieces of equipment in support of the swiftwater rescue activities of the fire department. So there's something that I can testify to you is actually called a multi-purpose device.
All right.
So there are two of them that we want to buy that work together with the equipment that the department already has to give them more opportunity to actually connect ropes and have people safely go into swiftwater situations and conduct rescues of folks that are in danger there. It's only $1,600 worth in order to be able to seize the opportunity to collect these funds and buy this equipment. I needed to authorize that the application be filed prior to bringing it to the board, which is why we've come to you tonight to ask for ratification.
Thank you, Peter. Being able to pull people out of swift water seems important.
Very much
Being
so.
able to safely pull people out of swift water seems important.
Absolutely.
Questions or comments from the board? Okay, then I would entertain a motion for this authorization. Liz?
I move to ratify the town manager's decision to authorize the fire department to apply for a $1,600 Homeland Security grant to fund the purchase of equipment used in swiftwater rescue operations.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you, Peter. Okay. At this time, we've reached the end of the meeting. There's literally nobody left besides us, administration, Russ, and our interpreters.
And everyone out there. Thank you
And
for
everyone cozy in their homes or wherever they're live streaming this. So I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourns at 7:35.
Righty.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Same time.
I'm so excited. I actually get to go.
Channel.
Are you gonna?
Because the
If
kids
I
are
can
gone.
make it.
Call this meeting to order. We stand for the pledge, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome, everybody. We have one addition to the agenda, that'd be Faith. And we'll put her under new business number 5. Regarding
Fundraiser.
a fundraiser.
Oh, okay. So moved.
Second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. I'd like to introduce our interim town administrator, Tom Garino. We welcome. I'm glad you're here.
Well, I thank the board very much for the opportunity to work here a couple days a week and try to help you out, and you're helping me out. It all works out well, and I look forward to town meeting, and I look forward to working with the board until they secure a full-time administrator.
Thank you very much. Chris, you had something.
I do. So on February 1st, one of our residents, Amber Brown, was at the Riverside Restaurant in Springfield, Vermont. While she was having dinner with her family, another guest began to choke. Amber had recently finished a first aid class, and she put her training to use. She was able to dislodge the obstruction and save the older gentleman. I was up there last Monday, so I stopped in at the restaurant, and I was able to speak with the server that was in that section that night. She said that everything had happened so quickly, and before she knew it, Amber was up and had put her training into action. Amber's a great role model for her 2 kids. They live in this community, so she's a great role model for us. Her quick thinking and willingness to help those around her should be acknowledged, and we are extremely proud to say that she is from Vernon. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Congratulations, Amber. Thank you. Open public comments, agenda items only. Seeing none, we have no guests. Approval of minutes.
Okay. Start with Tuesday, January 21st, the regular meeting. Just on the others present, the last person on the list, her name is spelled wrong. It's Leveille. And a couple of things to maybe clarify, a couple of awkward sentences. On page 5, the first sentence, the town administrator will put on Indeed.com. Maybe we should add in a job ad, because that was under the select board secretary's resignation. And then about in the middle of the page, D, Wyndham Regional Council broadband project, that the second part of the sentence, downstairs at the town office on election day, and I would say to have a survey for the residents to fill out, because it's kind of a awkward sentence. That's all I saw here.
Okay. So you want to make a motion to correct this? Do you want them all at once?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I move that we approve the minutes of Tuesday, January 21st regular meeting as corrected.
So, second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Aye. Aye. Corrected. Okay, January 30th.
Okay. Now we need to correct the date.
Date.
It says January 7th, but it's
the 30th.
Thursday, isn't it? Wasn't that Thursday, the 30th?
Yes.
I move that we approve the minutes of the special meeting Thursday, January 30th, as corrected.
Is there a second? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, February 4th. I didn't have anything on that one. So I move that we approve the regular select board meeting minutes of Tuesday, February 4th as written.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, February 6th.
I move that we approve.
That's the one that had the wrong date as well. Wasn't there one in February that we?
Yeah, but it should have been Thursday, February 6th.
Oh, the special one, yep. Go ahead, Chris, there's your motion.
I move that we accept the special meeting minutes from February 6th as corrected.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Jean? You have to say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we have to have 3 ayes.
Okay, aye.
Okay, bills and warrants.
I move that we approve payment of the following warrant. 17T accounts payable, $47,644.76. 5S payroll, $9,018.54. And 6S payroll, $7,177.20.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, sorry.
Clarification of the solid waste article for publication. Bob?
Well, I am here because of Linda, who contacted me and said, Bob, I think we need an explanation of the 5 articles town meeting dealing with solid waste and recycling. And through my work at Wyndham Solid Waste, I said, I can do that. But I didn't draft these articles. I think Michelle and some others did. But I have the warrant, and there's 5 articles from Article 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, dealing with solid waste, curbside recycling, curbside trash, and what our other alternatives might be. So I prepared and sent to the select board a draft summary, and we've talked about how we would get this out once it's approved. We felt it should come through the select board, because these are your articles. And the suggestion is that we'd have Martin Langefeld posted on our town website and through the town newsletter. And Tim has offered to distribute it when people order the town annual report or come in and pick one up. So I could answer questions, or if you just want to say it looks good and we'll call it done, it's fine with me.
I think it looks good, and I appreciate your time in
Yeah.
putting that together for us.
Do you want to make a motion to do that, or just consensus?
Just a consensus, probably. We already approved the articles, so, right?
And then one
Thank
other
you.
thing, thank you for appointing Sandra Rulich to the Wyndham Solid Waste District. Before she was appointed that week, she came up and met with me and went through our facilities, and we have a supervisor's manual that explains what the roles of these representatives are. I went through our budgeting process and talked about this upcoming town meeting article. And so I just wanted to say thanks for having someone new with some enthusiasm on the board. So, and I did ask Sandy, but if you could just send me an email confirming her appointment, then that goes to our clerk, and then she becomes
official.
Our next meeting's March 12th, I think. So.
Okay.
Will
Send it to
you be
Bob.
available at town meeting for?
Yes, I'll be at
questions?
town meeting to, I actually suggest you invite Triple T, because there's really questions of, just the background is that the town select board, working with our town administrator, Michelle, former, did a request for proposals for solid waste services. Because the town, and this is sort of explained in my memo, has never had a contract. It's just been, we did we had a service and it worked. And so we did an RFP. Triple T was the winner of the bid. It has not been awarded to them. And it's really subject to this town meeting. And, but if there are questions about their bid, I really am not the one to answer it, because I just helped administer the RFP. So I think it'd be in their best interest too to be there in case there's questions. But I would be able to explain what they bid on.
Okay.
And Michelle was our institutional memory from the town on that point of view, so. But anyways, I think we're in good shape for the town meeting.
Great, thank you very much.
All right, I don't have anything else.
The planning grant, are you part of that?
Yes,
Acknowledgement of the planning grant award?
yes. What is that on your?
It's just on an agenda,
Just to acknowledge that you received it.
Oh, yes, we got the email, and we were aware of that too, but in fact, we're discussing our planning commission's meeting in the next room right now.
I know.
And we are starting that. It started right away, and Martin and I are taking over the admin of that.
Great.
Maybe we would want to interface with our interim town.
I look forward to setting up a meeting to get caught up on a couple of
All right,
things.
why don't we
That'd be
do
very
that?
helpful.
Maybe next week?
Yeah, I'm in generally Monday, Tuesday,
Okay.
but I can make myself available on Friday. I am out of town on Tuesday, Wednesday.
Maybe
Thursday.
Monday or Tuesday next week.
Okay,
I'll just give you a call.
yeah, that's fine.
You at the same extension, 11?
I do.
Okay, thanks.
But I won't be back till Monday.
No, that's fine. I'll just confirm Monday.
Yeah, I have a 9 and a 10:30. How about, is 1 o'clock okay?
Okay.
Will that work? Okay.
That'd be great. It's Bob Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer.
As the planning commission.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, folks.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, accept resignation of Christopher Parker from the Rescue Inc. board. You can try.
Can we actually do that tonight with only two of us?
You'll have to vote.
I move that we accept the resignation of Christopher Parker from the Rescue Inc. board.
I'll second that. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We accept your resignation.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
And the reason for that was they meet on Tuesdays, which clearly does not work with this schedule, or my work schedule for that matter either. So, which is why I have reached out to the fire chief, and we did check with Jamez, but his work schedule doesn't allow it either, which is, so we have asked Mike Pratt. He has graciously accepted and said that he looks forward to serving the town upon our appointment to him.
I will entertain a motion to appoint him then.
I make a motion that we appoint Mike Pratt to the Rescue Inc. board.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Faith.
Faith. Linda, you're distracting her.
These children.
Volunteer is what it was.
Okay.
Talking about volunteers. Thank you for having me. So, some of you might have heard that Kelly Wunsch has cancer again. Round number 3. I am putting together a spaghetti dinner benefit for her. And I'm hoping to have it on April 18th at the Vernon Elementary School from 5 to 7. And because Kelly is a longtime Vernon resident and a school bus driver, I think it will benefit her greatly, help her out in many ways. We're hoping to have spaghetti, both gluten-free and regular rolls, regular and gluten-free, salad with dressing, desserts, beverages, a raffle table, a 50-50 table. We're looking for raffle donation items, new items, volunteers for help the day of the event, people willing to donate food, and I'm willing to give out my phone number if people are willing to do any of those things. Do you want me to give my phone number now?
That would be good.
Okay. It's 802-258-1623, and if they don't get me directly, they can leave a voicemail. And we will be putting out flyers in the next couple of weeks. Hannah and I are going to be getting together this Thursday and trying to put them together. We're hoping that volunteers will have t-shirts the day of the event, so we're trying to do all different kinds of things, and so we're putting it out into the middle of April so that we have plenty of time to do it. So anybody that's willing to help, and we'd like to have you there if you're willing to participate.
Madam Chair, if I could, I'm going to put my son on the hook and offer a gift certificate from his pet store for the raffle.
Okay, your son's pet store?
Is in Brattleboro.
Okay.
The cotton mill. But I'll get it made up and I'll
Okay.
get it down to you.
Great. Okay.
Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you.
So that date's all confirmed with the school and everything?
That was Jamez's, excuse me, that was my son's department. But yes, it was between the 18th and the 28th, and the 18th is the beginning of school vacation.
Oh, yeah.
So he was,
So that's
it
the
looks like that's the
third
date that it's
Saturday of
gonna
the
be,
month.
so. But he said that he had it tentatively, so I'm tentatively saying that that's what. Okay?
You might let Martin and Tim know too.
Yes,
Get her
I'm gonna try to, we're gonna try to see if we can get it put on the Vernon page and let people know, and then we're gonna put the flyers at the school, and Jamez was gonna pass them out on his bus route because he, a couple days a week drives Kelly's bus. So,
And put them at the store.
and put them at the store, yeah.
And this building.
before town meeting, so everybody has to see
Yeah,
them on their
that's
way
an
in.
idea,
Right. Yeah, put them at the school.
yeah.
Don't forget this building and the library.
Yes,
We
so
will
we
have them.
want to put them out at all the venues that we can, so
Yes.
people are well aware.
Get them to the churches.
Yes, yeah. So we have a list of places. I don't have the list with me, but we do have a lot of places that we were gonna try to put them out, so.
Thank you very much for doing this.
You're welcome.
Reach out if you have questions about food, quantities, any of that stuff. I'll help you out with that.
Okay,
And probably be able to find some for you too.
okay,
Okay?
thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Have no old business. Public participation, non-agenda items only. Correspondence, Tam, do you have anything do you want to bring before us?
I do have a couple of quick things that
Okay.
was brought to my attention from the clerk today. The New England Municipal Resource Center, I think that's the correct name, is finishing the Mylars.
Right.
Okay. They took them out, they're gonna finish them, bring them back when they're ready to the clerk's office, so. But I do wanna note, the clerk's office will be closing at 1:30 on Thursday, this Thursday, the 20th. The clerk is attending an election training conference. Sponsored by the Secretary of State in Springfield. He wanted to let people know, as always, if there's something that needs to be done, he's available by appointment as well. And that, we've already found, there was something on the comprehensive policy book, and you brought the minutes up to date, so I think we're all good.
Okay. Our next meeting is town meeting. And our reorganization meeting is March 3rd after the vote count. This meeting is adjourned.
Good evening. My name is Charlie Baker. I'm the Executive Director of the Chittenden County Regional Planning Commission. Really appreciate you coming out tonight. Just going to start off with a couple other welcome statements. First from the City Manager of South Burlington.
Thanks, Charlie. Thanks for everybody coming out tonight. The future of the Interstate 89 corridor is critically important to this region, as you all know, and that's, I'm sure, why you're here tonight. Certainly is for South Burlington, with the intersection we have up here at 14 being the most troubled intersection in the state and other traffic issues. We really need to be planning ahead for the next 30 years to figure out not only what the traffic solutions are for today, but what they'll be in the next 30 years. So I know this is just the kickoff meeting for this extensive and bold, I think, project. But I want to thank Charlie Baker. I want to thank CCRPC for hosting this and getting this going. It's really critical to the economy of this area for the years ahead. So thanks, Charlie.
Absolutely. Thanks, Kevin.
You bet.
Have a good night. And then I'd like to invite Kevin Marshy up, representing VTrans, who is our partner in this project.
Sure. Thank you, Charlie. Good evening, and good to see all these faces out here. Thank you for coming. From the Agency of Transportation's perspective, this is obviously our most heavily traveled interstate corridor in the state. Obviously, we keep track of all of the mobility and safety issues that are out there, and we're excited to be part of this study, and we thank CCRPC for taking the lead on this study. Certainly, the interstate system is aging. And it's that aging infrastructure, not just the mobility and safety for the future that we're looking at, but it's also the infrastructure out there that we're concerned about. And as we go through the various alternatives as part of this study, the overall condition of the interstate, the things that are out there that are, as I said, aging, are certainly some of the greatest concerns that we have out there. And we look forward to being in partnership with the communities, with the CCRPC, the stakeholder groups, and others, and certainly value the input that we're going to hear tonight and through the series of meetings as we move forward with this study. So thank you for coming tonight, and we appreciate being part of this process.
Thank you, Kevin. So just for the agenda for this evening, and let's see if the buttons work when I hit them. Of course, now I'm in. There we go. Sorry, I got into a little weird screen there. Well, we're already through number one. I'll spend a few minutes on the project background, a little bit of overview. David Saladino from the consultant team of VHB will walk through issues and opportunities, and then Jeffrey from the VHB team will work through some visioning exercise. But I want to warn you in advance, because I feel guilty about it already. We're probably going to talk to you and give you some information. Those first two background pieces are probably going to take a good 20 to 30 minutes. So I'm glad you got some food. Breathe deep. Here we go. So just real quick on the project team, I just mentioned the VHB team. They have a lot of other partner consultants that are working on that team with them, and of course with the CCRPC. And Eleni Churchill is actually the project manager. I'm just a not so pretty face wherever Eleni is. Oh, there's Eleni right there. If you need more details, she's your person. We have a technical committee, so we have some technical agencies, municipalities. Justin Rabideau from South Burlington is also on that committee, if you happen to be a South Burlington resident. And then we have an advisory committee, which I chair, and the advisory committee has a lot of different people, organizations on it, trying to represent a variety of transportation interests, environmental interests, development interests, and I'm probably leaving something off. And we also went out to our neighboring regional planning commissions, because we're looking at 89, the entire length of Chittenden County, which, who uses that? People in Washington County and Franklin County and Grand Isle County, and many other counties use this section of interstate. So some background document, how or why did we even get here? The background on this is we are required under federal and state law to do planning for the region. We updated our transportation plan in 2018. VTrans does planning, of course, for the state and updated their plan in 2040. When we look and do those plans, we look at demographics and projections. What kind of growth, or not growth maybe, are we expecting? And this took a while to do, coordinating with the state and others. We're looking in Chittenden County at still having some population increase over the next 30 years, maybe another 20,000 people or so. Household size, however, is decreasing. Those 20,000 people, we're looking at needing maybe another 16,000 or so housing units, that's a pretty low number of people per housing unit. But that is kind of the trend line we're on right now. And then employment, and this is also interesting, a more significant increase in employment. We'll see if that really holds true, but that, of course, causes a lot of issues if our employment keeps growing that much and our population here isn't growing. I mentioned that we do this long-range transportation plan. We look at all kinds of issues, system performance, needs, priorities. It has to be fiscally constrained, so we're not trying to do a pie-in-the-sky plan. We're trying to make it realistic. And everything has to be in our long-range plan, except there are some little exceptions there that VTrans can fund without them being in our plan. In terms of how we approach the plan for Chittenden County, you see there kind of a big transportation goal about accessibility and safety and interconnected and secure and equitable mobility choices for our residents. And then also a land use goal, which is really trying to encourage development in the places where we already have services and infrastructure, sewer, water, transit service, sidewalks, maybe bike paths. And so we're really trying to direct a lot of growth into the places where we have services for a lot of reasons, not just transportation issues, public health issues, climate change, energy, greenhouse gas emissions, all those kinds of things. We looked at a lot of different scenarios, and when we look at transportation issues, we're trying to balance between congestion, safety, and livability, right? So what came out of that regional planning process, and Kevin kind of made a reference to this, Kevin Marcia from VTrans, the biggest single area of investment for the state is still in just preserving the system. So over 70% of state funding for transportation goes into just preserving the system. On the land use side, we're trying to get to more than 90% of household growth happening in those areas planned for growth. Doing safety, HCL stands for high crash location. ITS is intelligent transportation systems, so using technology. TDM, transportation demand management. And this is the first time I'm really noticing how many times we use acronyms. Please throw up a hand if there's an acronym that I use or that's on the slide that I'm not defining for you, because that's bad practice. And then, of course, walking, biking, and then capacity expansion when needed. And that's kind of deliberate that's at the end. So we really try to make all these investments in our communities to make them more livable and only look at widening a road when it's absolutely needed. And so what are the major transportation projects? Well, there's some that have been in the works for a long time. Champlain Parkway, Exit 12, we're looking at improvements there that came out of the Circ Alternatives process. Exit 16, something about appeals, but eventually that may happen. Exit 17 is a safety improvement plan. For transit service, for our transportation plan, we're trying to double transit service and getting to much more frequent headways. And again, a lot of those other kinds of investments I just mentioned, including noting that in order to achieve our energy and climate goals, our vehicle fleet needs to become more electrified, significantly so. About 90% of our vehicles need to be electric vehicles to meet our energy goals. That's a $450 million price tag on all those things. And then then we kind of felt pretty good about our plan for a lot of reasons in a lot of our communities. But then we came to this section of I-89. And for those of you that don't look at maps every day like me, we're exit 14 there to exit 15, as this is kind of zoomed in on. This is a period where right now, if you use that corridor, you experience peak hour congestion, right? Particularly coming south in the morning into Burlington and then heading out again in the evening. So at 2015, this is a map produced by our transportation model that we run for Chittenden County. When we looked at 2050, without doing much on 89, it went to purple. If you look at the legend at the far left bottom there, that was overcapacity. That is pretty significant for us in the transportation planning world. It means things are really probably not moving, not just in the peak hour, but the hump hours around the peak hour. And so we tested a couple ideas when we did the big regional plan, including, well, what happens if we widen the interstate between 14 and 15? And I think this also includes if we add an interchange somewhere north or south of 14. And that helped with the congestion between 14 and 15. But one of the things that you'll notice is the section between 15 and 16 turns red. So one of the conversations that happened at our committee of transportation professionals, our transportation advisory committee, was I said, is this a good idea? Like, are we just widening and just moving the congestion? And it's a good question. Are we chasing our tail here? And there's a lot of literature out in the world about whether widening is really the most effective thing to do. So but it did raise the question: what should we do with 89 and around exit 14? Do we need another interchange or not? So that was the genesis of this project, and we've just started to get into it. And with that, I will let David pick up with the more detailed work. So that's the background. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. So David Saladino, project manager, consultant team project manager from VHB. Got the big clock back here. I know some of you are heading across the street at 7 o'clock, so we're going to try to keep this moving as much as we can, so we can get to the input stage well before 7. I'm going to cover two things fairly briefly. We're just going to do a quick overview of the project. You heard kind of how we got here, what the planning documents that led to this study. Touch on the project itself, and then some of the background information that we've collected for the corridor itself. I guess just to note, it may have come out in what Charlie was saying, but this MTP, this document, is essentially bookending what we're looking at for the corridor. So decisions about growth over the next 30 years, how much growth there's going to be, is not something that we're looking at as part of this study. That's been established. There was a public process. So we're holding to those kind of growth numbers, and then the traffic volume growth that comes out of that. And we'll touch on that in a second. But it's really important to understand that kind of set the framework for this study. So here's kind of in a nutshell the study that we're doing. We see this kind of in 3 big phases. The first being discovery, where we are right now. Big ears, mostly doing listening. We have done quite a bit of analysis of data, existing conditions, which we'll show some of that in a few slides. So we're really listening here, and we've got 2 more public meetings after this in Williston and Winooski over the next 2 months. We have some focus groups that we're meeting with, so trying to collect as much information as we can. Hopefully those at home are watching the live stream on the Channel 17. So that will wrap up the first phase of discovery. From there, we move into evaluation. So we've collected information, we've looked at existing conditions on the roadway, we've heard public input, and then we evaluate both interchanges and system improvements along the interstate. The last phase is reporting, and kind of moving from evaluation to reporting, we go through the assessment phase and ultimately decision making. So we'll have lots of ideas, put those into the funnel. We'll be back for a second round of public input to show you the different bundles or packages of ideas, get your input on which ones fit with the overall vision for the corridor. Ultimately, it's the advisory committee, who Charlie identified, that will be making the decision which of these packages is the right one to move forward with. And then lastly, we'll wrap that up into a final report. Just in terms of time frame, we started this back in May of 2019. We're hoping to wrap up November 2021, if not sooner, as we move through the study. The study areas here, I know probably nobody can see this entirely. What's shown in the outline, this is Chittenden County, and so the entire length, 37 miles of the interstate, is part of what we're looking at. All 7 interchanges along the corridor. And then here's a zoom in to show we're also looking at, so basically everything in purple is part of our traffic model and analysis that we're looking at. So we're not just looking at the interstate itself, but we're looking at the intersections on either side, and in some cases going a little bit further. So we're going on Williston Road out here out to Heinsberg Road, for example, because it's all kind of a connected corridor leading into exit 14. So just to highlight some information, we have reams of data that we've collected, some of the maps you can see here. More information is on the website envision89.com. But just to give you a little flavor, these are some of the information that we've collected so far. Had a great drone flight over exit 14, which was a pretty cool way to look at the interchange. This slide, there's a lot of information. It's really interesting, particularly for a traffic engineer. But I think there's some important information on here. The different colors indicate traffic volumes between different interchanges along the corridor. Back from the early 1970s up until 2019 are the markers. And so exits 14 and 15, so north of Wilson Road to Winooski, sees the highest volume of all of those segments. And it's been increasing, as have many of the other ones, at different rates. And it's interesting to kind of align those with recessions, gas price increases. So we did see a leveling out with the recession kind of at the end of the 2000s. But over the last 3 or 4 years, we've seen an uptick again. Gas is still less than $3. We're implementing a lot of the things that are trying to get people out of single occupant vehicles. We've got transit increases. We're building bike lanes, sidewalks, and so forth. But it is interesting just to see these last couple of years, and no one has a perfect crystal ball, and we don't know what's going to happen with traffic. But essentially, the lines that are drawn in are what the traffic model, the Regional Planning Commission's travel model, has forecast out over the next 20 years. So you can see these lines that grow up to, for that segment, we're up to about 75,000 trips per day in 2050. That's probably not exactly right. It's the best that the model can do. It's a very well-calibrated model, but it's hard to know, and there's so many things happening with technology, with, who knows, autonomous cars. We could have flying cars. This is important. On the sidebar here, you can see the LOS stands for level of service, and things start to really break down as you get into the upper levels of level of service D and E. That's when you start to see backups form on the interstate. And so as Charlie alluded to before, you can see we're kind of crossing over that threshold somewhere between 2030 and 2050, assuming these numbers are correct. So that's kind of an impetus for looking at, interstate improvements don't happen overnight, obviously, so we want to make sure that we're planning ahead of time for some, if the answer is some large infrastructure improvement. Now, the trend line could be much flatter. There could be a gas price spike, or there could be some other reason why there's fewer trips being made. And so when we get to the implementation plan of this, let's say we want to add an additional lane on this segment to accommodate this. Well, we're going to make sure to tag that to a certain threshold, a certain volume on the interstate, so that when volumes, if they get to a certain point, then we move into the design phase and move forward with the project. If those volumes never materialize, there's no reason to move forward to that stage. So that's a way to ensure we don't have a perfect crystal ball, but we want to be planning and set those kind of trigger points for when different things need to move forward. Just some data here. This is also very hard to see, but just to note, this is kind of safety-related information. All of the orange, if you can see the orange bars, these are all high crash locations. So they're segments of roadway that have crash. There's a crash rate higher than a certain expected value for other similar types of facilities. The ones that have the outline are in the top 200, kind of the worst of the worst in terms of segments. It is interesting to note on the interstate, we've got one right around the bend at exit 11 as you're coming north. We've got a fairly high rate of crashes at exit 11. And then as we come into the urban area, this section just north of exit 13, across the bridge, heading into Winooski, and then the segment of Route 2 and 7 in Colchester. There were 11, it's also hard to see here, but the donuts, the circles are fatal crashes. 11 fatal crashes recorded this is over a 5-year period. We won't go through these. We have information, and certainly as questions come up, we can address these, but we wanted to kind of move forward and listen, open it up for discussion, but just a taste of some of the things we've looked at. One quick, just a deep dive on one of the interchanges. So this is, hopefully you can see in the background, this is exit 14, the interchange. The mall is down here, Staples Plaza, the DoubleTree, Holiday Inn. So we've done this for each of the interchanges and the interstate itself to really identify what are the current issues, and as they break down across, on congestion, safety, some geometric deficiencies, and so forth. So just to highlight a few things, in terms of congestion, we do have some overcapacity conditions on this ramp here. The Dorset Street Williston Road intersection, which I probably don't need to tell many of you, is level servicing E and F in the future years. We've got queues spilling back on the southbound off ramp. We have two high crash location segments. So north of, kind of in front of the Staples Plaza, this intersection, the Dorset and Williston Road, is a high crash location intersection. Looking at geometric deficiencies, we do have insufficient distance to weave. So as people are coming in and off underneath Route 2, as you're getting on and off Route 14, Exit 14, there's insufficient distance to do that and to accelerate up to speed. The bridge here over the overpass has been designated based on structural evaluations as functionally deficient. And lastly, we looked at bicycle pedestrian connectivity through the interchange. This is one of the better interchanges along the route, as it has sidewalks and green bike lanes for most of the year. But it was deemed, we pulled some of these designations out of the CCRPC's and VTrans's bicycle and pedestrian plans. These are identified. This is a high priority connection. There's lots of people who'd like to be able to bike and walk here, but it was deemed uncomfortable for most users because of the volumes that are out here. Those who may have heard a plan potentially for putting a bicycle pedestrian bridge over the interstate would certainly address that and provide more accommodations for cyclists across the interstate. So I think with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeffrey. So tried to level set everyone to get a little bit of flavor of the background information, and we really want to kind of hear from you.
Great, excellent. Which is the one for this? Excellent. Okay, so I'm going to try to venture away from the podium if we can. So again, my name is Jeffrey Morrison-Logan. I'm working with David and the team, and really excited to be here tonight to talk to you a little bit about the visioning, the issues, and the opportunities as well. And what we thought would really be helpful during this part of the process is really try to get the group engaged as much as possible. The more that we can hear from you tonight, obviously, the better. In terms of just some of the logistics, I just want to make sure that everybody has the handouts that came in on the way. Is anyone missing any of the handouts? Right, so I think, Kim, if you could help me go around and look at these, that would be great. What's important about this is towards the end of the evening, we're going to come back to some of these handouts in terms of some of the objectives and the goals, as well as some of the evaluation pieces that are in here for the meeting tonight as well. So just want to make sure that everybody has that, and Kimmy will go around and hand those off. So keep your hand raised as she goes around. That would be great as well. Also, just to let you know, we've got a couple things going on. We have a live stream that's going on tonight as well, so maybe during this process we might be actually going back to the live stream and see if there's any questions that are coming online as well. And then also just wanted to point out that we have Matt over here in the corner. Matt is one of our very talented visual artists, and what he's going to be doing, if you haven't seen around the corner here, he's going to be taking all of that white paper, hopefully filling that up as much as possible tonight. So as we're talking about your words, your vision, he's actually been trying to capture that in a very visual way as we go through the evening tonight. So we're going to start with asking these questions up here about issues and opportunities, and really trying to hear as much as possible from folks about what you see out in the corridor and how this really can set the stage for some analysis that we're going to be doing over the next few months as well. So in terms of issues, obviously many of you experience the corridor, drive it probably on a daily basis, I would imagine. Let's talk a little bit about congestion, safety, about accessibility, maintenance. Where do you see these issues happening along the corridor? Where do you think that we can make improvements along this? And also wanted to point out Diane over here. So all of the comments are actually going to be recorded tonight as well. So that'll be the homework that goes back to the technical team after this evening. So let's throw out a whole bunch of ideas. What are those issues? Let's get them out on the table. Yes, sir.
It's not directly related to the interstate per se, but it sort of is I see the buses going, I commute to Williston, and I see one or two people on the buses.
The buses with only one or two people on it?
Yeah. And I think you do a great service, because we're talking about projection of more and more cars, which I would think that's debatable. But that if you could somehow, as an organization, create more interest in people riding buses. And one little story, years back I was commuting into Burlington, wearing a suit. So I went from South Burlington into Burlington. I got on the bus, there were two other people, and a fellow behind me, and he leaned over and said, DUI? He thought that I had,
It challenged driving.
Lost my license. And that made me think. I said, you know, there's a perception and there's a culture that we all have, and you know, guilty, that going on a bus may have a cultural stigma.
Right.
So I would, you know, I think if we're talking about more and more cars, maybe we could lessen more and more cars by having more people feel that a bus is culturally acceptable in itself.
Yeah, so the comment, just to repeat a little bit about it, so the idea of like not many people having the ridership on those buses, this idea about riding the bus, is it really as nice as being in my comfortable vehicle every single day, and how do you really advertise it, brand it, and make it more commonplace and attractive to those users wanting to ride the bus as well. So it's almost like a campaign around that as well. We've seen that happen in many communities, just trying to realize how do you get people on the bus and really take away those barriers as well, because it's not culturally significant here in the United States as many other countries as well, right? So yeah, let's go in the back. Yeah.
Just a brief counterexample to that is for like over 6 years I took the Link bus to Montpelier from Burlington. And that was a wonderful experience and it was a very professional ride. Like everyone there was some sort of professional commuting, had laptops out, and you know was wearing suits. So there are certainly buses that have a positive experience.
So that's a great point, that actually this probably does vary depending on the time of the day, depending on location and your destination as well. So just really making people understand that dynamic. Great. Yeah.
I also wanted to follow up on the bus comment. So I drive up to Georgia pretty regularly for work, and it's smooth sailing, no issues whatsoever in terms of congestion going in that direction. I do take the bus sometimes during the summer because I'm willing to ride my bike home. You can take the bus up to Georgia, but you can't take the bus back. And I think that one thing in terms of infrastructure that would really help with these bus connections is if you had a pull-off ramp and a bus stop right there, so the bus doesn't have to get off the regular ramp and do a couple figure eights and get back on the highway 10 minutes later.
Right.
That would be really helpful, and I think a lot of people who use these park and rides would really appreciate some better bus connections in other parts of Vermont outside of Burlington.
Excellent. Yeah, great comment. I think there's a person over here waiting, and we'll make our way back across the room. Yes, sir.
I've noticed that when I'm exiting, especially exit 14 west.
14 west. Yep.
14 west, that's where I want to go. And the cars that are coming from the big loop are going really, really fast. I just think if they get a little slower than once they get closer to the exit. Otherwise, we're going about the same speed, and I'm trying to get to the right, and they're trying to get to the left.
The whole idea of the weave and who's faster, who's slower. Yes.
Yeah, but I don't trust their weave.
That's right.
Sorry.
That's right. Well, as you raise a point, part of this process is identifying some of those safety issues, some of those sight distance issues, and trying to bring some of these places up to standard and so forth. So very good point.
A little boop on the...
Yeah, a little bit of controlling the speeds as well.
Yeah, different countries have...
Different mechanisms in different places for different, yeah. I think, sir.
I'd like to speak about congestion on Williston Road and the effect it has on the I-89 interchanges. When we back a few to several years ago redid that section of Williston Road and put it on a road diet between Route 16 and, at the time, Kennedy Drive and a little further. There was too high a traffic count from Route 16 west toward the I-89 interchange to allow for that road diet. When we were doing a traffic study out at Williston Road where Kennedy comes in, at about 4 o'clock when Technology Park plus all the other businesses begin to empty out, there is real gridlock coming into Kennedy Drive if you've left Technology Park, turning right north to go towards Williston Road, and then turning left and going down Williston Road to get on the interstate in most cases. There's a huge amount of traffic that is dividing South Burlington neighborhoods into two halves because it is going down Williston Road. It is blocking the Bike Ped Committee for South Burlington from proposing a road diet through to I-89, and the traffic counts at the time were not that much too high.
Sure.
So if you can bleed that off, which comes back to what a neighbor of mine who couldn't be here tonight asked me to emphasize, is looking at and building 12B and looking at and building an on-ramp here at 13 right outside our door practically.
Sure.
It would make a huge difference, and it would allow us to improve safety and meet the Safe Streets goal here in South Burlington for Williston Road.
That's right. I second that. So we got a second over there. Has other folks observed the whole Wilson Road thing? Right. So you raise a really good point in terms of this idea of broader connectivity. So when you have all these different modes of transportation, bikers, walkers, and vehicles and transit, sometimes with these best of intentions, some people get disconnected as well. So we're going to be looking at some of the land use, the growth projections, looking at some of those multimodal connections. And when you think about the road diagramming of some of these areas to be able to neck things down to make it easier to cross, where are the right locations for that as well? So we'll be looking at that stuff as well. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
I was just going to piggyback on this other discussion and make a pitch that we significantly consider demand management.
Mm-hmm.
So my employer, for example, it costs us quite a lot to park. So this is a way of reducing the number of us driving there. It costs us quite a lot to park. The bus is free. We have a guaranteed ride home if we miss the bus, and there's a bunch of other incentives. And for that reason, where I work, we have some of the lower percents of people driving every day. And so I would really like to see some effort in this study to think about ways we can reduce, help people, enable people.
That's right. You raise a great example.
And it's not, it's not going to work for everybody, but if we can enable more people to drive less, then that will address some of these congestion issues and probably be a lot cheaper in the long run than adding new infrastructure.
Yeah, you raise a great question about education, awareness, and working with employers, especially when there's large population exiting maybe at one peak hour time frame. How do you work with those different demands on the system as well? Great point. I think there's a few folks over there. I'll come to this side as well. Yeah.
First, I wanted to say thank you so much for doing this. I have 2 points, one about buses and one about bikes. I just wanted to piggyback on what everyone's been saying about how I'd love to see more investment in public transportation, making it easy and convenient for people to really incentivize people to take public transit and hopefully head off the need for more, wider roads and things like that. And then also, I love the idea of a pedestrian bike bridge over exit 14.
Exit 14 pedestrian bridge, okay.
Because I live in Burlington and bike everywhere unless I'm coming over here, because that feels just too unsafe to be crossing the interstate.
Sure.
And it would be great to have that access to, shopping, airport, groceries, everything over here.
Yes, that connectivity issue again, right, for the pedestrians. Excellent. Were there more comments over on this side? No? Let's keep going in the back. Next chair back. Sir, in the yellow. Yeah.
I'm waiting for the day that Skynet takes over all of our movements on public roads.
Skynet taking over all of our movements on public roads?
I mean, a cell phone can communicate with any back server process, right? So literally, I mean, if your phone is connected to your car, you're in your car, and we're talking a few years out, your car should be telling you, based upon all your sensors in your road, saying, for the next 4 miles of 89, you should go 40 miles an hour, starting now, right? And you control the flow. If you have the ability to communicate, and this is the important thing, is to communicate effectively with people about the optimum speeds to flow through the roads, to get them to their destinations without getting caught in huge traffic jams, that can help, right? And on the other hand, you might be able to tell people, wherever I know where you are right now. I would suggest you leave in the next 5 minutes. You especially, because we know where you want to go, because we've tracked you every single day for the last 5 years.
Warning system that if you don't leave now, you're probably not going to get to work on time.
These problems are already being worked out right now. The thing is, I can't even imagine what technology is going to be available in 10 years to help with this problem, above and beyond the problem where everybody wants to be a single driver in a car all by themselves so nobody else is disturbing them, right?
That's right.
So the next thing is to get at least 2 people in every car, right? And there are apps to help us with that. or get them on bicycles or whatever, or get them in buses, but maybe the buses should be smaller because there isn't demand for a 50-person bus, you need a 20-person bus, you know? Sure. But that's another instance where you need to tune your system to the demands of the transportation environment. So
I think we're actually kind of living in an interesting time where this whole idea about emerging technology and all those things that you just mentioned, how that really impact how people are mobile and where they go and all the information that they can gain. If you even think back a few years ago, before GPS systems, before being able to call up the Uber that could arrive in a couple of minutes, all of those different modes are out there, and how do we tap into that? So looking out to 2050 and beyond, recognizing that technology might be a pretty big part of this, I think we need to look at some of those issues too. So really good point. Yeah, ma'am.
I think related to what Tim said, has to do with destination parking availability. If you know there's no parking, boy, that sure encourages me to say, can I get over to the high school and hop the bus to get downtown? Because it's going to save me a lot of anxiety about I can't park, feeding meters, getting tickets, not having your credit card, whatever. Parking should be much harder for the commuter. And you should have apps that kind of give you an easy alternative to getting there, and a reliable alternative.
Sure. So do you think part of this whole, multi-mile corridor, having some awareness about where people are getting on, off, where the parking options might be, and how that might affect your trip, and be able to get some data on that so you can make a smart decision each morning? Yep. Yeah. Was there another question? Yes.
Yeah, following up on that, I think what we're talking about is that it seems like your assumptions going into this is that we're not going to have any changes in our behavior. And I'm just wondering whether it's possible to do some modeling, because we already see that younger people are not getting driver's license at the same rate as previous generations. And so really, all of these things we're talking about is trying to model some behavioral changes, and we're talking about solutions, with knowing about that there's no parking. But I really think that that it would be helpful to go back and see, if you modeled some of this, what other implementation we could do, as opposed to this investment. And as somebody once told me when I first started coming to these kind of meetings was, mostly transportation planning is done by looking in the rear view mirror. And that's pretty much what we're doing, because we're just seeing that graph go in the same direction, and that we're not trying to really influence behavioral change.
That's a great point as well. So I think I just encourage people to that comment, looking at one of your handouts here, thinking about the different goals and objectives, and maybe the different perspectives in the study that we're trying to focus on, from things like resiliency, efficiency, economic access, vitality. Having those important filters and really questioning the demographics and some of those trends will be important, especially with millennials, with the baby boomers, and some of those changes in preferences about how people move around. A very good point as well. Yeah, no, very far back. Yeah.
I'm just curious if the models are taking into account any kind of congestion pricing along exit 13,
Congestion
14?
pricing? I don't think that's, no. The answer is no on that. Like we see in other countries, for example?
Well, yeah.
Paying the toll to be able to.
New York City.
Yeah. But
it's kind of the opposite of demand management, which was kind of brought up before. Well, it's a form of demand management, I would think. That
sure. How about we do a couple more on the issues, which is always the fun stuff to talk about, and then let's talk about where the early opportunities are. So maybe a couple more in the back, sir?
So if the benchmark assumption on traffic capacity building at certain hours is related to employment, and people trying to get to and leave work, why not work with some of the employers or to stagger that shift so people get out of that comfort zone? I have to work 8 to 5. Employers, and I know we want to be creative and help our employees get to work safe and on time every day, and that's something that would not be discounted by employers, I'm sure. If you can stagger that time frame, it should help without changing anything, and it's really free.
Right, that's a good comment. Let's go up here and up there, and then we'll move on. Yes, sir?
One of the issues is if we don't do anything for a long period of time, which is obviously the case because it takes 20, 30 years to build an exchange here, is we're pushing a tremendous amount of traffic into secondary, even tertiary roads. and changing their character quite a bit. And I worry about that side effect.
Yeah, part of this is kind of understanding exit by exit and along a corridor, some of those growth indicators and how the transportation systems move through the receiving end of that as well.
Everybody finds their special route.
That's right.
Their secret sauce.
Yeah, so
And it might be the road in front of your house.
So it might be interesting to talk in light of that. Are there certain issues that are affecting certain parts of the corridor more so than others with that in mind? Or are there areas that are maybe growth areas that you can almost try to anticipate some of those issues to maybe better plan for it as things grow over time as well? So very good comment. There's one over here, sir.
Yeah, I think with such a complicated problem, there's probably going to need a combination of many of these things to solve it. But I'm personally here just because in looking at, the businesses, on 116 Meadowlands Business Park, Tilly Drive, the Technology Park, in matching individuals, I am for the 12B to be built just to get people off of the roads of, Williston, Dorset, the congestion of the, a lot of those workers that are trying to get to work are using many roads that weren't designed for it and creating the congestion. But a lot of areas have already been designated as business parks and things that are going to continue to be developed and are being developed quite rapidly. So the congestion to those areas that we've already designated will get higher, which is around the 12B as well. So it's just
Those planned growth areas that we know are going to happen.
We've already planned them. We've already designated them. We know that we want people to build out there, but because there isn't a relief valve, people are going to go to Williston, Dorset to kind of do back roads or do whatever they can to come back. And
so you raised a good point that maybe the solutions that we come up here have a lot of different tools in the toolbox. So what you do in one exit might be different than the other, understanding the local issues. If you want to have growth in certain areas, how you're reinforcing that. So I think you're going to probably see a lot of different strategies in place to address some of those issues. Okay, so let's talk about some of the opportunities. So while it's great to talk about the things that you live and see every single day, where are those opportunities that our design team and technical team should be thinking about unlocking some of these issues? Yeah.
The town of Essex has done a pretty good job in creating an infrastructure to connect to I-89 by way of I-189.
Getting to 189, yeah.
Yes. Right now, Susie Wilson gets backed up quite dramatically, and it's not built for that amount of traffic. But if we're able to connect 189 to 89 on both ends in Colchester and Williston, that could help.
Great. Got that. Other ideas? Yes, sir.
Make exit 15 a full exit.
Exit 15 a full exit?
Both directions.
Both directions.
Yeah, it's like, I can't tell you how many times I drive through Winooski because I want to go north.
Right. Can you get there from here kind of thing?
Exactly. Yeah. It's like...
Yes, sir. Let's keep them going.
So drop the speed limit on 189 to 45.
Speed limit on 189 to 45.
Yeah, and put a U-turn that's westbound that puts you back on eastbound, so you can get off at Kennedy Drive and get down south on the interstate.
Good idea.
You can do it about halfway if there's enough land there. They do that on 24 or 25 just south of the Bourne Bridge.
Yep.
There's like a reverse direction on the inside of the median. It's a little hairy, but it does work.
Great. So that's going to be a challenge for the technical part of the team to make sure those distances work, right? Exactly. All right, let's keep them coming. What are a few more comments? There's got to be more opportunities out there, right? Yeah, in the back.
It's probably pretty wild, but the interstate's a pretty wide corridor, and could there be opportunities to include bike ped facilities separated from the main travel lanes to make connectivity from Williston around to Winooski?
Within the corridor itself?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great.
In the right of way.
Along with that, from, I think it's West Lebanon heading, I'm not quite sure how far, but there's a bike path that goes on, and I've never seen anyone on it, but it looks like a fabulous, and it's part of the corridor, so it's available land to be used.
That's right. So obviously checking in about where that could happen and some of the challenges along the way, host communities. Yeah.
Just to piggyback on that, we should consider dedicated bus lanes on the freeway and on the ramps.
Dedicated bus lanes on the freeway and the ramps. Okay.
Right, so that if there's a lot of congestion and the cars are clogging up the roads, at least the buses can get people places.
Now, to follow up on that idea, would that be 24/7? Would that be through peak hour? Would that be movable? What's the strategy behind that a little bit?
Well, I would think definitely peak hour, and you'd want to enforce it with cameras.
Yep. and to maybe tie it back to what the ridership is and the frequency to understand the utilization. I think part of what we found in doing these studies is that there's demand for all these different, the right-of-way of that section, right? Like who wants what lane for what reason, the bikers, the peds, the transit, the buses. So just understanding the optimization of that as well, and not forgetting about the buses too, right? Would be really key. Excellent, yeah.
Might be good to study the traffic between the hospital until you drive there in terms of medical care needs, and see if something creative like he was talking about, the bus may have some option there.
Okay, great. What other opportunities? Let's go here and then right behind you. Yep.
This is pushing it way out there, so excuse me. But bike the interstate. When I, back about 10 years ago, biked from San Diego across the south and then doglegged up to Vermont. In West Texas, because there are no alternatives, I was required and encouraged to ride the Texas interstate for about 300 miles. And I felt safer riding the Texas interstate for 300 miles than I would feel on, say, Route 2 between Waterbury and Montpelier.
I'm seeing a lot of heads.
The reason is they have 12-foot shoulders and they have a rumble strip right at the right-hand edge of the travel lane. So you're way separated from the traffic that is roaring by.
That's right. Yeah,
it's not, you know, we have that corridor, and with some adjustments, that's not totally out of possibility. We just aren't thinking along those lines.
Right. You raise a really good point about what do you have the room to do, right? And who has the control over the room to be able to do it? And when as a certain user, do you start to have the user comfort that goes along with it as well, and the feeling of safety as well? We do a lot of work in downtowns and historic settings, and they don't have the luxury of thinking about that extra 4 or 5 feet that'll address those issues too. So here, how are we creative about that whole network, putting the people in the right spot and dealing with that comfort issue? That makes a lot of sense. And has any other people done 300 miles on the Texas highway system? I think it's probably pretty unique as well.
I have, but if you ride Route 2 out towards Grand Isle, you get the same experience.
You get same experience afterwards. That's right.
You feel safe in terms of the amount of space you have, but it's very loud.
Excellent. Yeah, let's go on the way back. Yeah.
Listened to a lot of comments about pedestrian access and bus travel.
Speak up, please.
I've listened to a lot of commentary about pedestrian traffic, bike traffic, and bus traffic, in addition to automobile traffic. I don't take exception to any of them. They're all sort of well thought through. My only point is I don't think that's mutually exclusive with extra safety, capacity, environmental sensitivity for car traffic. Car traffic is here to stay for the foreseeable future, and many of us have a lens of current reality. You know, we experience today because this is where we live. But what we're talking about is 30 years from now. We've seen some graphs and charts about the theoretical additional car capacity. So whether we can encourage additional bus traffic, bicycle traffic to and from work and so forth, demand management, all should be done. But I want to encourage all of us not to make it to the exclusion of appropriate planning for additional safe capacity for automobiles.
Yeah, thank you. If everyone heard that about let's not forget about the vehicles too, while that might not have been as much of the topic tonight. There's many things that you can do to make those operations better for the vehicles. And if you're thinking about the capacity issues and the safety issues, if you can solve that part of it, maybe it frees up other things too. So I think that therein lies some of our challenges, right? Yeah, let's go here.
It's come up a few times, but I still think we could do way more to implement effective TDM strategies by working with large employers or other employers to enable people to drive less. And there's a whole suite of kind of creative things we could do that are going to be way less expensive than building new infrastructure. For example, this guy raised the point. If we were able to double, in some way get more people to ride in the cars that are already driving around, you would double the efficiency of the system without adding any new capacity. How do you do that? There's lots of creative, thoughtful, innovative ways out there. You can pay people to drive less. You can pay people. There's all sorts of things to do, and I'm just not seeing it mentioned here as one of your strategies is to help enable less traffic rather
And
than
probably the
build
thing I
for
should have
more.
pointed out, you'll notice there's probably a draft on some of these things as well, and that's the reason why. We really want to hear from you about some of those goals, objectives, and build a better
Well,
set
it'd
of
be great
goals.
to see that as a goal.
Yeah, makes sense. And sir, I think you had
Yeah.
one or three, four.
This fellow mentioned bicycling on the highways. I was just in Columbia, and they have bike paths, and the median, look at that big wide strip between the two different directions. Monstrous. Tons of people use that.
Yes.
And not everybody has, sorry.
That's okay.
I just started speaking without you calling. Well, not everyone has the stamina to do 300 miles, but e-bikes are really effective. We rented one this summer, and I'm out of shape. I got little kids, so I can't exercise anymore, but I can ride all the way out to Colchester without breaking a sweat. You know, and I just plug it back in when I get home. So e-bike encouragement
That's a
would be
good
really effective
point.
on that.
Yeah, right. So accommodating for those different type of vehicles, even if it's a motor scooter, those things, and how do you deal with that, right? Excellent. Let's do like a couple more, and then it'd be great again to shift gears and think about the broader vision, about less about specific opportunities and more thinking ahead 20 to 30 years. If all of these wonderful things were done and built and improved and those partnerships made, what would that start to look like as well? So let's do a couple more opportunities.
A quick question about environment and stormwater permits for the interstate. It's got to be one of the largest pieces of impervious surface in the whole state. So like, I don't know what requirements this ANR has on the interstate itself, and to what degree we are handling the stormwater from that road, because it's not good water that comes off of that, you know.
Dave, can you maybe touch on like the whole permitting stormwater requirements about that as well? That might be helpful to.
So you may have noticed this past construction season, there was some work in the Williston by the rest areas. That was specifically to address some of the stormwater along the interstate. The next phase that V-Trans is tackling is up towards St. Albans, and so they are slowly working towards. There is a plan for addressing stormwater, just like municipalities and businesses have to deal with.
And we're seeing that in other states too. I know Massachusetts has a whole program in place. It's called their Impaired Waterways Program, their watershed areas as well. So hopefully similar issues here. Yeah, so one more and then we'll switch over. Yeah.
With regard to 12B, I certainly appreciate the fellow from Meadowlands interested in having that exit there. Makes sense for him. But it's a trade-off because it's going to have implications to the neighborhoods out there, because already a lot of cars are coming on 116, taking a right on Van Sicklen Road.
Sure.
Now they'll continue down past Butler Farms and so on. So there is some impact. But the biggest concern I have is we're looking at 14 right now and how to make it safer for people to go across. Now we suddenly do another interchange. Are we going to do another Cloverleaf and have the same issue? So if and whenever it is built, I really hope that it's creative this time. That bike, it's a real flyway for a lot of bikers. I'm part of a bike club, and Don is as well, and that's used a fair amount. So just
so the opportunity is,
if
if you're going to build another one, let's look at the most innovative things that you can be doing.
Absolutely.
So, okay, great. All right, so let's talk about some visioning here, just to set the table. Really, we'd like to think about it in terms of the 15, 20, 30 years. And this is less about, maybe adding one of these little lanes or one of these fixes, but if you can maybe start to describe, what does it look and what does it feel like? Recognizing that Burlington and this whole region, really serves a lot of different users, different time of year, just different customers, if you like to think about it that way. If you're thinking about this as a long facility, what does it look and feel like? It would be great to have some words about what that looks like. Yeah.
I think for one thing, you're going to see a lot of EVs in 20, 30 years for sure.
A lot of EVs in 2030? Yeah.
Question about, how they can charge going along this corridor is a good question.
Right. Charging for those electric vehicles, especially if they're increasing the percentage of those over time, what does that look and feel like? Yep. Great. Let's throw some other ideas. Yeah, yeah.
Along with that, instead of driving all the way into town, have more parking rides that have EV charging stations. So you just leave your vehicle there and then hop on the bus and take that in.
And the bus, along the whole corridor.
A lot more parking ride stations along the whole corridor.
Okay, excellent. What are some other ideas? What does it look like? Does people enjoy their ride going down the corridor in the future? Less stress or more opportunities, more multimodal? What are some other ideas? Yeah, here.
Well, one other question is what's going to be like when there's a tremendous amount of autonomous truck traffic?
Okay, autonomous
going down
trucks.
this corridor?
Yeah.
And are we going to be boxed in by trucks that are going exactly the speed limit, not a mile over or less?
That's right.
Are we going to be boxed in amongst them as we try to do our travel?
Right. So what's your vision for that? Is it that there's...
I don't know. I wonder what life will be like when it's full of autonomous trucks.
That's right. You know, we might have less control about what happens, right, in terms of where we go. All right. I thought I saw another hand over here. Yeah. Maybe we'll all be driving, right?
Are we in the corridor now? Is this all part of this, like where we are now? Well, my vision would be like, it would be, you know, like I came here on my bike tonight, which is weird, I know, but it was terrifying.
Yeah.
It would just be so wonderful to be in a place where you could actually have other ways of getting around besides driving. I mean, we're all kind of, the way to get here is, and there's no bus that leaves here tonight. Luckily, my good neighbor's here and I can get a ride home. But, you know, it would just be wonderful to be in a place where we had options, not for everybody, but where there were actual safe
options. Yeah.
routes.
Okay. Are there more opportunities for that in different parts of the corridor, would you say? Is it equally distributed? Might it look slightly different along the corridor? I'm just asking.
I don't know what other people think, but I think it's pretty terrifying in most places. I mean, there's like little sections here and there where we're working on these things, but.
Okay. Great. Let's throw out a few more. I thought I saw some hand over here.
Sorry to be cynical.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I would say that, you know, this isn't exactly transportation, but I'd hope to not see all these one-story buildings.
Yep. Cool.
You know, so that we have a little bit better land use planning in these areas and higher density and buildings that, of course, built on soils that can support them, and multi-use districts.
Okay.
So that really our land use pattern is changing and our architecture, that we just have to get out of single-story buildings.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting comment. I do a lot of land use planning myself, and interesting when you think about how land use and where those uses are distributed and how they're organized actually help reinforce the mobility patterns as well. So tying the two together where you can and making them work with each other, that's kind of interesting observation too. Yeah.
As a general point, and this relates to everything we're doing in regard to moving vehicles, pedestrians, bicyclists, I think there's truth in the fact that if you build it, they will come. And to the extent that we move forward aggressively with the safe streets idea, and you make it easier for people to actually bike to this meeting without feeling threatened, and you make it easier to walk to this meeting as I did without, you know, having to kind of wander around on ice and so forth, more people will use those healthier options, and that will naturally tend to reduce the demand for vehicle travel.
Yep. Thank you. Other comments? How about if we just tried a few seconds worth of maybe one or two words? What does it look and feel like? Are there words that describe this? Is it more aesthetically pleasing? Is it does it look a certain way? Does it feel a certain way? What are some words that you'd be saying? Safe? Safer?
Quieter?
Quieter?
Slower?
Slower?
Safer for everyone.
Safer for everyone?
Idealistic.
Idealistic. Oh boy, I think we're going to be circling back to that one. Okay. What else? What are other things? So these are aspirational words. Yeah.
I see signage about if there is an accident up ahead.
Warning.
It would tell you there's a 10-minute blockage ahead or whatnot. That you see in a lot of more urban areas. You can make a decision about getting off a prior exit.
Decision making and right signage and awareness, right?
Creative.
Creative.
Efficient.
Efficient. Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah.
Autonomous?
Oh, autonomous. That would be interesting. How about a few more before we go on? All right, so maybe let's take a quick look over at what Matt has accomplished. He's been probably busier than all of us over here as well. So we've got the issues and the opportunities. And I think ideally he's trying to capture just some visual cues for the team to be thinking about in terms of all the different modes that I think you see up there, capturing certain locations about, build 12B, for example. Innovative design is up there as well. Thinking about autonomous trucks in there as well, safe streets, less traffic. So we really appreciate, Matt, you working pretty hard over there to do that. I think he's going to make his way around the last corner. There's more paper around the bend over there as well, as we talk about goals and objectives as well. So,
Right on the wall, we're doing this.
that's right. So that's really helpful as well.
Just graffiti the place on the way out. I like that.
That's right. And before I hand it back over to Dave, I just want to remind folks that on the way in, we had some of those boards out in the sign-in table area that talked about some issues, opportunities, and maybe one or two of those, critical improvements. We have a second set of boards out there that really relate to the goals and some of the things that we're going to talk about next. So make sure on the way out that if you can do those Post-it notes out there, that would be really helpful to us as well. So Dave, back to you. Excellent. Great. Thanks everyone for that. That was great.
All right. Just a couple last items. So Jeffrey had confirmed everyone has the vision, goals, and objectives, the draft document. We're not going to go into detail. Everyone has the document. Want to just kind of lay it out and then kind of send you home with homework if you have some thoughts. The vision, goals, and objectives, the vision statement is really kind of, as we just went through this exercise with Jeffrey, really kind of painting the picture of what the future of the interstate will look like. And so it's an important statement of the kind of the collective ideas for the future of the interstate. And then the goals and objectives support that vision. If you've read it already, you've seen this. This is the draft vision statement. This was developed cooperatively with both the advisory and the technical committees. It's very much draft. The idea will be this will be staying draft as we go through the 3 public meetings, our focus groups. We'll have a technical committee and then an advisory committee probably sometime in the summer to finalize these statements. It probably looks pretty dry. It's all words. It's not as exciting as some of the maps, but this is a really important framework because as we're throwing out ideas, how do we test whether those are good ideas or not good ideas? It's really these the goals and objectives that we'll use to screen out the good ideas and the bad ideas. And so it's really important as we go through the word choices and the objectives that we've chosen. So you can see here the vision statement, some of the words that were thrown out: safe, resilient, reliable, efficient movement of people and goods. So that's kind of the overarching vision as it's crafted right now, and it certainly is up for discussion. The goals here, probably nothing too earth-shattering, and especially if you've looked at your sheets, but the goals kind of focusing on safety, mobility, environmental stewardship and resilience, economic access and vitality, livable, sustainable, and healthy communities, and then finally system preservation. There's some descriptions that go along to kind of describe what those goals are seeking. And then lastly, this is the sheet that you have, but the letters underneath each of the green lines are the objectives, and that's really what we're going to use ultimately to evaluate some of these ideas. So we've heard about 12B. Is 12B good or bad? You ask 3 different people, you get 3 different answers, but we want to try to be as objective as possible. And so as we look through, is it improving incident response? Is it reducing congestion? Is it improving livability? Is it improving healthy communities? Those are kind of the tests, the questions that we'll be asking of each of these ideas in bundles of packages of improvements. It would probably bore everyone if we went through these one by one. So the idea really, if you have comments tonight, feel free to write them on here, and you can drop them at the sign-in table. Also, feel free to bring them home. We have online, we have a copy of this. We've got comment feedback forms that you can plug in if you have any comments. We have links to Diane, who's accumulating all of those comments. We're looking for input by the end of March, so you've got plenty of time to take this home and share it with your loved ones and give it some thought, because this is, maybe as uninteresting as the piece of paper may look, it's very important to the overall direction of the plan. So encourage you to do that. Let's see, Charlie's way back in the corner. I may just touch on the wrap up and next steps, unless you want to. Okay. All right, so we made it to the end. In terms of next steps, I mentioned additional feedback. We have the website. I encourage everyone to go. It's Envision89, Envision. 89.com. There's a lot of the information. This presentation is up there. And guest book survey. There's a map, online map where you can put dots where you'd like to see things happen or not see things happen. So we've got that open until the end of March for this round. I mentioned we've got 2 more rounds of public outreach. So we're here tonight. We'll be in Williston next month, and then Winooski in March. We'll be back in this room on the 18th of February to present a briefer version of this to the City Council, South Burlington City Council. And then, as we showed on the chart before, back towards the end of this year, winter of 2020 to 21, we'll be back this time with the ideas that have come forward, the bundles and packages and recommendations for you to weigh in on and comment on. And then finally, we'll be back in the fall of 2021 to present the draft report to get your input. So here's where you can find us online, social media, or in person if you need to find us. So anything else before we wrap up tonight?
Just another plug for the post-it boards.
Yes, please. So to your left, hopefully everyone filled in on the way in. We've got new questions. Some have dots. The other ones are post-it notes. So please take a look at that. Grab some food on your way out. I think we'll probably have some extra. And thank you again for coming out tonight.
Into sort of distinct categories so that we can discuss what, if anything, we want to do with each of the categories. So 464 has a section of the bill regarding data collection, and we do have a witness who would like to come in and testify but was not available to do that today with respect to the types of data that is being collected. And so I expect we have some more work to do on that section and would be happy to hear suggestions from the committee of other perspectives that you would like to hear from. Andrea, can you remind me of the woman's name? And she's from UVM.
Stephanie
Seguino.
Yeah, and she's on the Racial Equity Commission, is that? Panel?
I think so.
Thank you. So she has some thoughts on this first section of the bill, and if there are other perspectives that you would like to hear from with respect to data collection, I would be happy to hear. Bryn, you can come in and join us. Sorry, I should have said that before you actually sat down. But, we're just going to have a committee discussion here about the different parts of 464 and also 808, so that we can sort of decide as a committee how we want to proceed, whose perspectives we want to hear on these different parts of these two bills. And I believe that House Judiciary is going to punt 808 over to us at some point soon.
Okay.
But that would require the chair of the committee to remember to do that during floor proceedings, so we'll see. But at any rate, we can talk about both bills. So with respect to data collection, that is the first section of 464. Committee, any other perspectives that you'd like to hear, questions that you would like to have answered about the issues around the reporting and data? Jim?
Did we hear anything from law enforcement that was any issue that they have that information today?
We have not.
Okay.
We have a proposal in front of us to add to the data collection, and we can certainly hear law enforcement's perspective on that.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I thought I heard the information was collected, just not turned over for this, but I may be wrong in my memory and why. I haven't heard any reason why we shouldn't share it, but if any law enforcement has a concern about that, I guess I'd like to hear it. I haven't heard it.
All right. I suspect we have some ears listening who can help us find the right perspectives to hear from the law enforcement side of that question. Other questions? Other requests for more information on that? All right, so
Section 2 of the bill, I believe, is de-escalation and cross-cultural awareness policy. There was a concern that was voiced in committee about whether law enforcement officers are trained in cross-cultural awareness, and we heard a couple of examples of why people believe that is a problem. What other perspectives would you like to hear?
I think we should hear from the Criminal Justice Training Academy, whatever their proper name is, as to what training in this area they do currently. I heard something about 8 hours when we were doing the hearing on the joint bills, but I would be interested to know how much of that covered, and if we add the 4 hours, is that something new or duplicative of already being done? And also, what does that mean? Does it increase the academy by a day? Whatever. I just think we ought to hear from them because they're our go-to training people.
Yes.
There is a proposal to increase the training from 16 to 20 hours.
Okay, so it's currently 16?
Yeah. State police get an additional 7 hours, but
We're gonna spend some time on understanding what that proposal is next week. So we're not trying to move this out of sync with that testimony. So we will have an opportunity to understand what the proposal is around training. Bob?
In the back of my head, buzzing around is somebody talked to me at one point in time at a meeting about the program that Champlain College is trying to implement. Are we doing anything to integrate them into the discussion if necessary or appropriate?
I think DPS's thinking is, well, they would like to work with Champlain College. They don't necessarily support Champlain College's proposal. At least that's what I heard yesterday. As it's currently structured.
Would you like to hear something on that?
I'm not advocating one way or the other. It's just something that the county chair is involved with, so every time I get a county position, I hear more about it.
All right, other questions, other perspectives that the committee would like to hear from? Section 3 is proposing minimum training standards changes.
That's 4 hours.
Yep.
I guess that goes back to your
Yeah,
earlier question.
I was probably in my mind 2 and 3 together. One's the policy, one's the, I was lumping them together.
So yeah, I mean, the policy and training are separate animals, and I think really should be respected as different techniques that might be used to nudge changes if we felt there was something that needed to be changed. So 808 is calls for a statewide use of force policy. Is that, am I remembering that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So that is in the conversation here as well. And if there's anything more that you would like to hear on on that, I would be happy to entertain. This is the bill that Ian Donahue introduced.
Yes.
And while 464 seems to be focused more on cross-cultural awareness and race issues, 808 I think is coming from a standpoint of concerns about people who are in mental health crisis. So we're going to merge these ideas and put them all on the table.
What I came away from that hearing was that words matter, and we're talking about a legal standard, and there was significant pushback from the folks who are involved in law enforcement today as to what that means and when they can use force. I think if we're going to pursue conversation, the Attorney General testified. I'm not sure what he said. I think as our chief law enforcement officer in terms of prosecuting crimes and defending the state, we need to flesh that out, I believe, a little bit more if we're going to go down that path of changing the precedent that's been set up through current law and the courts.
Yeah, I think we need a better understanding what current constitutional law is in this area and how, if at all, 808 could change that law.
Yeah.
And especially, and also looking at the definitions that are included in 808 and where that language came from, which is a California law.
Mm-hmm. So, Brent, is that something that you could prepare to do for us?
Absolutely.
And again, I just want to reiterate that I'm putting these ideas together on the table, but recognizing that training is different than policy, and that we're not necessarily bringing 808 into the mix for the purposes of passing that policy, but looking at the underlying. Where is our laminated sheet here that says what our legislative, right, yes. So what is the problem that we're trying to solve, or what do you hope to resolve with this bill? I think we have heard concerns from folks in the mental health community that, you know, what they're hoping to resolve with this is a better outcomes when it comes to interactions between law enforcement and people in mental health distress. And we have heard testimony that you know, you don't ever hear about the good, you don't ever hear about the positive outcomes, but today in Digger there is a headline that shows one of the positive outcomes, which was Burlington police disarm woman with imitation firearm outside the police station, and this is dated February 5th at 5 p.m. And so, yeah, I mean, that obviously this story reads like many stories that we've heard, except that the outcome of the story was a positive one, where the woman was disarmed and hopefully gotten connected with some resources and some help. So, other questions, concerns, ideas, thoughts on these two bills and all of their associated concepts? They're all on the table. Hal?
I have a thought about 464, and on page 3, line 5. The vendor chosen by Criminal Justice Training Council. Years ago, about 10 years ago, I was involved with an effort called Uncommon Alliance in Burlington, and it was a very interesting collaboration between law enforcement leadership, criminal justice leadership, and community members who are advocates and organizers. And the purpose was to try to figure out a process to collect data on police stops based on race. So we spent about 2 years, and we finally pulled it together, and we were able to come up with a process that law enforcement agreed to collect the data. Yet, law enforcement had the prerogative to choose the vendor that would process the data and report out. So that was Northeastern University who was selected. And what was really surprising for all of us was their conclusion was there wasn't really a problem. Yet, the qualitative data was overwhelming, even including my own, because I was certainly involved at the ground level with this racial profile. So it made us very suspicious of having law enforcement pick out the vendor, which actually turned out to be a long-time vendor that had a long-time relationship with all these players. So we just felt there was bias going on there. So how do we prevent that from happening in this process? And I would suggest possibly that the executive director of racial equity be at that table, or others to participate in making sure we have the right vendor. Because data's data, and you can spin it any way you want. But we knew it was flawed because...
Lies, damn lies, and statistics.
So I think that's a concern for me in this bill as it reads.
So how are you looking to put an amendment in there?
Yeah, I think so, just to...
Well, it's this section, then it goes on, if the vendor is not able to
Yeah, I was looking at that piece.
is unable to continue receiving data, then the executive director of racial equity takes over that? Do they have the capacity? I mean, I don't think they do.
I don't think so either.
So I wonder why we have this out in the bill if the vendor is unable to continue receiving data. If you have a vendor, the whole purpose of the contract you have with them is they're supposed to be receiving the data.
Or you get another vendor.
If you are not able to, then you're fired, and we'll find another vendor.
Yeah, that's just...
Should be, yeah, so.
Was there more written to that?
Yes, there is a history there. For the record, Bryn here from Legislative Council. My recollection is that when they were, when House Judiciary was working on this language initially, there were some concerns about the existing vendor being able to continue receiving the data. And so they wanted to put something in the statute that would provide for an avenue if that vendor could not receive data anymore. I cannot remember who that vendor was. The current vendor is the Crime Research Group. I do not think there's a concern moving forward about them being able to handle that data. So this was legislation that was tailored to a sort of unique circumstance. I just can't remember who the former vendor was.
But still, then, say, okay, there's a problem with the vendor, we're going to hand it off to the executive director of race equity who has no staff to do anything like collect data. It just doesn't make sense to me. I mean,
we need to dig into this just a little bit, and I guess we should hear from the Crime Research Group and understand what they're doing with the data and whether they believe there's a more logical home for the out in the event that they can no longer collect the data. Other thoughts, committee? We're going to have a few minutes of silent reading here now. If you're done reading and you would like, you can put your head down on your desk. Gently, Rob, gently.
For the camera.
Sorry, I'm having to share the space here.
Ladder, vice chair's all better.
At least he turns in that direction when he coughs.
Madam Chair,
Mhm.
do we have a policing bill coming over from the Senate? Law enforcement bill?
There's a really long list of bills that I believe our Senate counterparts are working on. It's hard for me to know whether any of those are going concerns or that I can make a prediction on whether they're coming to us at any point soon. Why do you ask?
Well, I only ask if we wanted to add, take one of these bills or part of a bill and amend it on, we could do that.
Yep.
I don't know what the Senate is doing.
I mean, this conversation that we're having is gonna spill over into the coming days and weeks, so.
I'll have a better
We
idea.
will
maybe.
have time to better understand the landscape. Do you know if there's moving bills on the Senate side?
In terms of the
Law
use of
enforcement.
force, in terms of the parallel bills to these, I have not been asked to come in and testify about either of the parallel bills in the Senate about these. If there are bills about law enforcement, Betsy Ann would be the person to ask about that. I don't know.
Okay, any other thoughts, questions, ideas? All right.
I mean, we heard a lot of testimony surrounding mental health issues. Are there other communities that we should hear from besides people that are confronted with issues of use of force?
That's a good question.
New immigrants, people of color.
Well, I mean, that was the kind of set of examples that was given with respect to cross-cultural awareness,
Right, but
That is an area that I would like to hear more about. Excuse me. The cross-cultural awareness, because it's honestly not one of those things that I'm understanding the intent automatically.
Would you like some more examples of the sort of potential miscues that could lead to a misunderstanding between law enforcement and a citizen involved in a traffic stop or?
Yes, I guess that would be helpful. I have some concerns around that from a law enforcement perspective, I think.
Yes.
In the section that deals with the adoption of a policy, 2368, starting probably in B, there's a lot of discussion about if you don't, then you should, and something gets reported, but there's,
What page are you on?
excuse me, 5.
It's 4, right?
4 and 5.
Okay.
It's like a lot of reports being generated, but no expectation of, if you don't adopt a policy and then you get one given to you effectively and you still don't implement it.
Right, yeah.
You then lose your certification.
I don't think that we're at the point where we need to start refining this language. I don't think we're necessarily at the point where we're looking at proposing that we move forward with this language. Right now, I would be more concerned with understanding the concepts that are out there and understanding what other perspectives the committee wants to hear. So I think you're absolutely right in terms of that, parts of that being difficult to understand and possibly difficult to implement.
This may be already included in training, but I'm wondering if law enforcement is trained in how to recognize physical illnesses. Say, I'm a diabetic and I'm stopped and someone thinks that I'm driving drunk, but I'm actually having that's how it is.
Well, we'll definitely hear from law enforcement. Any other thoughts on this?
I just wonder if the Human Rights Commission can help illuminate some of these scenarios that take place and even get into the cross-cultural piece as well, in terms of how it impacts policing.
We're talking about the woman that addressed us in the joint meeting.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I thought I remember her saying that she would like disability information put into that. And that to me just winds up being a no-win situation, because you're asking somebody to walk up and start making an immediate assessment about a person's disability. And how do you ask that question?
Nelson?
Well, they're trained to make an assessment of any situation that come up. And I think that's the piece we haven't heard the details of, because they're gonna, it's like being a diabetic or being drunk. They'll look and they'll see it, the different things. The behavior cultures, though, are totally different. Now, how do they address that when they walk up to the window and all of a sudden see that it's a different race? It could be Lebanese or something else out there. That pointing your finger the wrong way could mean something different. How do they train that type of recognition so that when they're addressing someone, they're addressing them properly versus being that authority that's, I'm now in control and you move wrong, I'm going to shoot you.
Aren't we asking law enforcement to start racial profiling then?
No.
No, go ahead.
Yeah,
No. I think what we're ultimately expecting them to be is culturally intelligent, to have an understanding of all the different cultures that they're going to interact with. As we become a blacker and browner state, this is going to be a greater concern. So if you don't feel comfortable interacting with someone who's different, then you need to deal with that and learn, because it's not going in the other direction. So how do we best support law enforcement to do their best work with people who are different? So if I don't look you in the eye, doesn't mean I'm ignoring you or disrespecting you, but you may react in a different way, and then things escalate.
Yeah.
All those little nuances. So.
Just, is it law enforcement's responsibility to try to have to learn all those different little nuances, or those that are here to learn our nuances, or, and I don't want to say ours, you know what I'm trying to get at, is that our culture or our custom has been is that when you're talking to somebody, you're looking them in the eye so that at least you understand that you're communicating. But is it law enforcement's job to understand all those different nuances about all the different nationalities or customs, or their responsibility to learn more about, I guess, what would be expected of them.
Nelson, do you want to answer that?
I'm going to answer. Police officers today are trained different in every part of the country you're in right here. Whether in the South or California or up in the Midwest, they're trained differently because of the culture that they're used to that lives around them. Somehow they need to get together and understand that the culture now is spreading out everywhere, and they all should have some sort of cross-training that meets the needs of each one of those districts, not just one.
And just to build on that, I really see this moving away from training. This is about lifelong learning. Because the more you think you know, the more you don't know. So it's a different mindset, and you can learn from your community that you're working with if you have relationships. So it's training, it's a box, you check it off and you're done, and it's not that. Because culture's always changing, and that's the way it is.
Okay, so let's put a hold on this for now. We have a list of different perspectives that I'd like us to try to find witnesses to come and share their thoughts with us on these issues, and we'll come back to this next week. So we have a now 10-minute break because at 11 we have folks coming in to talk about H775, or in particular to talk about the After School Alliance in Vermont.